Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Divine Creation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. So, what magic schools are you planning on attending? Hizashi asks. It's rare that they have Denki and Katsuki over at the same time. UA. It's the best. Katsuki replies instantly. Izuku nods. Dad said we should apply to Shiketsu and UA, cause those are the only two magic schools that deal with super strong magics. Hitoshi shrugs in agreement. I was planning on UA, but maybe I should apply to Shiketsu too. Denki says uncertainly. Might not be a bad idea. Hizashi tells him. You can travel with Izuku and Hitoshi via airship. Katsuki crosses his arms and umphs. We can all go to UA. So confident he'll get in. Well, it's unlikely that he won't pass. Everyone knows UA's exam is golems, though they're also programmed to respond to mental magics like Hitoshi's. A destructive magic like Katsuki's explosions is pretty much perfect for defeating golems. Izuku is nervous. This is his first time on an airship, though at least Papa is escorting him, Hitoshi and Denki. They stepped onto the airship to Tokyo only a few minutes ago. The docking place is very close to the magic market and he's a little shocked at how many people are aboard. Only a few are kids like him, so he doesn't know why they'd go all the way to Tokyo, even though it's a big city. You okay there, Zu? Denki asks. I'm fine. Just nervous. He admits. Usagi nuzzles his cheek. It'll be fine. Flying is fun. If you say so? He says dubiously, though it makes sense that Usagi would like flying, since he has wings and has learned how to use them. Hitoshi is nervous as he steps up to the magic measuring machine that Shiketsu uses as a practical exam to see which potential students need their help the most. He doesn't actually know how much magic he has, despite knowing it's strong enough to put a dragon under. Well, as long as said dragon isn't half divine like Izuku. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, he pushes the button to start the machine. And then watches the gauge raise slowly. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 53%, 55%, 57%, 60%, 63%, 65%, 67%, 70%. His brows rise in surprise. He knows 60% is the bare minimum to get accepted, but the gauge is still rising. 73%, 75%, 77%, 78%, 79%. The gauge hesitates and then stops halfway between 79% and 80%. Okay. Cool. Now all he has to do is pass the written exam, which is said to be worse than even UA's. Fun times. The machine next to his starts rattling and then part of it explodes loudly. Zu's magic has gone beyond the machine's limits apparently. Oops. He leaves his machine and walks over to Izuku, who is now crying, sure he's failed. There's a muffled bang and Denki walks out of another machine, looking resigned. He comes over and starts patting Izuku's back. There, Zu. My machine broke too, so we're in the same boat. Shiketsu is stupid if they won't take us because their machine's overloaded. A proctor hurries over and checks the machines. He turns to them. You all passed the practical. Good job. Now take the hall to the left and continue down to the end. The written test will be held there. They follow instructions, Izuku's sobs drying up shortly as they walk. There are far fewer people in the auditorium, thankfully. It's still full of desks, though. Probably expecting many more. After all, they had showed up early. Honestly, Hitoshi thinks he has a better chance at getting into Shiketsu than UA now that he's passed the practical, but he's pretty sure the opposite is true for Denki and Izuku. Not to mention that Izuku's friend Katsuki will be going there. There's a good chance that Hitoshi will be the only one attending Shiketsu, which doesn't make him very happy. But it's whatever. It's 3 hours until the written test starts and Hitoshi feels worn out by just sitting there so long. Unsurprisingly, most of the test is mind-numbingly hard, but there's also a section to describe A. Your magic, B. How much control you have over your magic and C. How you plan to use your magic once you get your license. He's sure Izuku will love them, but he doesn't have much to put down other than his magic type and control issues, because there's no real way he can use his magic in public much except by accident. Surprisingly, Indigo manages to sit still and shut up until he's finished and takes the test up to the main proctor. The woman directs him outside to a waiting area and tells him that he can bypass it and follow the hall to go out entirely if he's not waiting for anyone. He decides to wait in the waiting room. Denki wanders in half an hour later, face blank. I failed. He says tragically. Indigo trots over to him. I'm sure you didn't fail. You only need 50% to pass this test, remember? Yeah, maybe. Denki says mopily and scoops Indigo up to cuddle before flopping into the chair beside Hitoshi. Where's Zu? My guess? Still writing about his magic. Hitoshi offers. Oh, yeah. He does have a lot of ideas about it. Denki remembers. The door to the waiting room slams open. Izuku is standing there wild-eyed. Hitoshi, I swear to the gods, I only got 30% on that test. What the hell? None of that was covered in school, was it? Hitoshi snickers and stands up. Yeah, most of it was. Your classmates are assholes and probably distracted you. Izuku closes his eyes and takes a few deep breaths before opening them again. Okay, there's always UA next month. I can cram before then. Let's go find Papa. Denki follows them out, with Indigo in his arms, purring and nuzzling him. Hopefully Papa has stayed at the local magic market and not gotten bored and wandered off. They do have an airship to catch this afternoon, after all. Dear Izuku Yamazawa, Shiketsu would like to congratulate you on getting into our school. You scored 100+% on the practical and 53% on the written. Welcome to Shiketsu. P.S. If you are also taking the UA exam and happen to pass there, may we recommend that you go there instead? It is simply that they have better facilities to handle magic of your scope of power. However, if you do not choose to apply to UA, please know that you are more than welcome at Shiketsu. Sincerely, Paolo Taniguchi, Principal of Shiketsu. Dear Denki Kaminari, Shiketsu would like to congratulate you on getting into our school. You scored 99% on the practical and 51% on the written. Welcome to Shiketsu. Sincerely, Paolo Taniguchi, Principal of Shiketsu. Dear Hitoshi Yamazawa, Shiketsu would like to congratulate you on getting into our school. You scored 79.5% on the practical and 94% on the written. Welcome to Shiketsu. Sincerely, Paolo Taniguchi, Principal of Shiketsu. UA is different. Shiketsu was big, but UA is bigger. It holds a huge chunk of land on the outskirts of Mizurufu, the capital of Hegawi, their country. But also, its main building is almost twice the size of Shiketsu's and features a waiting area for parents. They have a more sophisticated magic measuring machine that only requires laying one's hand on the circle on the panel. It's not even a proper test, though. It only weeds out those with 45% or less magic. A message flashes across the screen, your magic meets minimum requirements, please continue to the testing area for UA's magic course. Those who fail the test can go to the general education or inventors or business departments and take those tests instead. UA is more inclusive than Shiketsu, in part because it's not only a magic school. It also has top-of-the-line courses for other things. It's not unheard of for magic course students to also take one of the other courses, despite the crippling class load that is, because for a lot of them, magic use isn't a terribly viable career. Izuku eyes the testing machine warily and reluctantly puts his hand on it. To his relief, it doesn't start shaking or blow up. Instead it shows a loading circle, which is a really odd thing to see even with tech and magic tech. Finally it stops loading and reads out 9,992%. A message appears, congratulations, your magic level results mean an automatic pass into UA. Please take the written and practical exams anyways, however, as it will give us a way to measure where you are currently. Are you seeing this? He asks his brother. Hitoshi comes closer and looks at the screen. He gives a low whistle. DMN. Denki, your turn. They step away to let the part Thunderbird boy take the test. Denki also gets a loading circle, but it only is there for a moment before it shows 258% and a message appears. Congratulations, your magic level results mean an automatic pass into UA. Please take the written and practical exams anyways, however, as it will give us a way to measure where you are currently. Hey! It didn't short out. Denki exclaims, smart enough not to advertise his free pass despite his joy. Hitoshi tugs him away from the machine so the next person can use their station to test their magic levels. Yeah, it didn't. Come on. They all follow a sulky-looking Katsuki to the auditorium where the written test is held. In an office elsewhere in the building, a certain principal gets 2 notifications in a row and checks the cameras to find a group of 4 boys walking away from the testing machines. 2 blondes, a purplet and a green-haired boy. The purplet and green-haired boy both have familiars with them. He checks the tests right before the 2 notifications and his brows rise in appreciation. All 4 boys have high enough scores to warrant automatic passes, it's just that those with scores between 75% and 99% are not informed of automatic passes. Because they want the most motivated ones of that group. Shiketsu is available for those kids as well. Unfortunately, anything 100+% absolutely requires either Shiketsu or UA, because lesser magic schools aren't equipped to handle training those levels of magic. They simply cannot take the risk that the child in question did not also apply to Shiketsu. It's too dangerous to the populace. A further look at the results tells him that the green-haired boy's magic is from a major divine dragon and plant earthquake in nature. The red-eyed blonde's magic is human and explosive. The golden-eyed blonde has thunderbird human magic. And the purplet has vampire siren magic, and it's not surprisingly a hypnosis voice type magic. The two blondes have different last names, but the purplet and greenette have the same last name. Curious, he takes a look at back footage, tracing their route until he finds them leaving a blonde and a raven, both with familiars of their own, at the parents' waiting room. They look familiar. After a moment, memory clicks in and he realizes that he's looking at Shouta Aizawa and Hizashi Yamada, who once attended UA as some of his favorite students. Excitement sparks in him. He's been looking for more magic course teachers, and not only are the Yamazawa couple perfect for such positions, they're also friends with two of his other teachers, Shirokamo and Kayama. With all four boys' magics warranting automatic passes, he has an opportunity here. He leans out of his office and tells his student aide for the day, "Please go retrieve Shouta Yamazawa and Hizashi Yamazawa from the parents' waiting room. I'd like to speak with them." Togata salutes. "You got it, boss." Then he promptly drops through the floor. Without his clothes. Nedzu sighs. The parents aren't going to like that, even if the Yamazawas will most likely be amused. The written exam isn't actually much easier than Shiketsu's, but at least this time Izuku knows most of the answers. Thanks to Kaken and Hitoshi shoving the knowledge down his and Denki's throats for the last month. There is a section on his own magic, but it's different than Shiketsu's. What are the consequences of your magic slipping in public at this point in time? Currently localized earthquakes and sudden, unnatural plant growth in a wide area. The earthquakes are harder to control than the plant growth. How do you plan to use your magic license in the future? Well, I mostly plan to help farmers with crop growth, and if I can figure out how, soil issues and diseases. If I can learn to direct where my earthquakes go, I could also be a reserve soldier to help slow or stop invasions. Do you plan on being an adventurer? If not, are you still interested in the adventurer studies class? Why? I do not. Yes, I am very interested. I do plan to travel to help out various areas when needed. Even other countries, as long as they aren't currently at war with us. He stares at the test blankly until Usagi prompts, "You're finished. You should turn in your paper." "Right," he says and scoops up Usagi and the paper and pencil. Now he just has to wait for the others to finish, so they can get to the practical. His anxiety over that is mostly alleviated by the fact that he has an automatic pass already. Why do they even have that? Is it required or something, to stop people with strong powers from being an accidental hazard? Shouta isn't surprised to see his old teacher is now the principal of UA, but he is surprised that he wants to talk to them. Nedzu. Shouta. Hizashi. How nice to see you again. I have some news and a proposition for the two of you. All. For boys you came with received an automatic pass, although two of them were not informed of this. My proposition is this: I need replacement teachers for the magic course. Come be teachers for the 4 years your boys will be studying here, and UA will provide a generous salary and on-campus accommodations for all of you. Nedzu offers brightly. Hizashi leans back in his chair. We'll consider it. If our boys choose to go to Shiketsu instead, though, we won't accept. Of course, of course. That's perfectly reasonable. Shouta, I'd like you to be the homeroom teacher for 1A as well as the law and ethics teacher for first and second years in the magic course. Also, the dorm manager for any 1A students who choose to take advantage of the rent-free dorms. Hizashi, I'd like for you to be the foreign languages teacher for the hero course and inventor course. You'd have a larger classroom, of course, so you can accommodate all the students per year in one class and a separate class PRD for each year. Nedzu continues and picks up 2 flat packets, the kind used for papers. This is 2 copies of the standard teaching contract and its bonuses. I've penned in some changes that increase your salary and benefits. All you need to do is initial those spots if you choose to sign the papers. If you decide against it, please let me know in a timely manner. I'll give you time to look through it now. Let me know if you want any additional changes. Shouta grunts and pulls out his copy, aware of his husband doing the same. The contract is plenty generous, which is more or less what he expected. Finally, he says, I want the right to expel students if I think they're not taking this seriously. People will get hurt if they don't. Nedzu frowns. Shouta, under law, we have to let those with 75% or better magic attend if they wish to. He shrugs. Just for a week or 2. Kick them down to general studies. It'll be a wake-up call. Oboro almost died in second year because of a student who just wanted to be a civilian and didn't take the magic training seriously at all. HMMN. I suppose that's a reasonable compromise. It's rare for a student to know the law, admittedly. Nezu agrees. Any other changes? I have a question. Is there a stipend for poor students to buy food and necessities with? Hizashi asks. There is. Nezu confirms. Good. I'd like a slightly higher food stipend, because we'll be feeding 6 of us, plus 4 familiars. The boys go through food like it's going out of style. Hizashi adds. Other than that, looks good. 7 bedrooms is plenty and the salary is acceptable. Quite doable. Nezu agrees. Shouta, I assume you'll want all 4 boys in your class? Shouta nods. They hand back the papers and Nezu makes the addendums before handing them back. Satisfactory? He and Hizashi double-check, just in case they missed anything the first time through. Looks good. We'll send these to you if our boys decide to come to UA. Excellent. Nezu folds his handpaws. I'll be honest. I have every expectation of them coming here, if for no other reason than that Izuku's power hovers around a cool million. Shiketsu really doesn't have the facilities to let him practice properly. And that's just his base power. I'm positive it will grow with time and use. May I inquire who his parents are? Hizashi sighs and pinches his nose briefly. You aren't wrong. Honestly, Denki, Hitoshi and Izuku all passed Shiketsu's tests, but Denki and Izuku struggled with the schoolwork part and the principal sent a recommendation for Izuku to go to UA instead. And Katsuki didn't even apply to Shiketsu. He's Izuku's best friend. MMN. And Denki is Hitoshi's. Shouta adds. The boys might go to different schools, though. It's up to them. Mostly Denki, if I'm honest. Hitoshi will want to stick with him. They'll probably start dating within the next few years. Nezu's brows raise. Interesting. Are any of the boys interested in being adventurers? Shouta shrugs. They'll probably all take the class, but Katsuki is really the only one interested in it as a career. Denki might do it now and then out of boredom. Hitoshi would rather not use his magic, so that's unlikely. Izuku doesn't want to be an adventurer, but he does want to travel and help people out. Then Katsuki should be glad to learn that Toshinori Yagi is joining the staff this year and teaching the class. Nezu says. He winces. The man does good work and has a flawless record, but he's also a loud showboat. Hizashi laughs a little. At this rate, you're going to convince Shouta to say no to working here. The heads up is appreciated though. Nezu smiles. I'm aware. But Shouta doesn't like surprises unless they're birthday or holiday gifts unless he's the one giving them. Transparency is the best policy with him. As well, Shouta, you'll be getting most of the ones with very high magic percentages. Mostly because your erasure is ideal for shutting them down if their powers start getting out of control. Shouta sighs. Figures. The ones who earned their places more traditionally will be in Sekijiro's class. Sekijiro, I'm afraid, tends to use the class disparities to encourage rivalry between the two classes. Though there will be a sprinkling of both types in both classes, depending on current control and other factors. Nezu continues. Sekijiro? Sekijiro can? Really? That idiot. Shouta doesn't have words for the schoolmate whose one-sided rivalry was such a pain in the butt throughout their school years at UA. The man can't take a hint that he sincerely does not care about said rivalry. Nezu laughs at his groan of dismay. He's an excellent teacher, even if he is a bit extra. He groans again and hands his contract back to Nezu. I want it in the contract that he won't allow his familiar to fight with mine. Last time was a bloody mess and trust me, it wasn't Fuzz who got the worst of that, but I still had to nurse him for 3 weeks. I remember now. Nezu says with a wince. I'll let him know that if he doesn't keep his familiar under control I'll dock his pay. I won't start a fight, but I'll finish it. Fuzz offers. But if that yappy dog barks in my face again I will take it as him deliberately starting a fight. Nezu sighs. Fair enough. I'll let King know to stay at least a foot away from you. I can't promise more than that, though. Try not to kill him if he forgets, though. Yeah. Fuzz grumbles. I know better than that. I won't even blind the little fucker. That's all I can ask, I suppose. Nezu agrees with a touch of resignation. Mia cackles. Definitely. A cat is a cat. The minor divine jots something down on the contract and hands it back. The board will hate this enough to enforce the pay cut. Should Sekijiro-kan's familiar start a physical fight with Shouta Yamazawa's familiar, bark in his familiar's face or get within a foot of his familiar, Sekijiro-kan will receive punishment by way of a temporary 20% pay cut. If this does not occur, Shouta Yamazawa is freed from this contract with no penalties and keeps the benefits of this contract for as long as Hizashi Yamazawa chooses to be under contract to UA. Shouta grins. Good. Hizashi snickers. Oh, do us a favor and don't tell Namuri. If we take the contract, I want it to be a surprise when we show up. Doable. Nedzu agrees, with a spark of glee lighting his eyes. Figures. The mongoose featured man has always adored chaos. Now. I think that's all. Would you like to watch live action of your boys fighting golems? You are welcome to stay in my office during the practical and watch. Nedzu offers. You can do that? Hizashi asks incredulously. Well, it's more like a lot of successive photos put in a row and flashed on screen. Nedzu admits. We're working on fine-tuning it, but yes, as of 2 years ago, we have basic footage of the exam as well as everyone who enters UA's gates, to track where they are in the main building. That's incredible. We're absolutely going to stay and watch. Hizashi enthuses. Well, it's not the worst idea. He can admit that. Hitoshi eyes the golems coming at him and feels like it's the worst day of his life. Seriously, golems? He's gonna fail. Or die. That's an option too. Then, for some reason, he gets a memory of Papa telling him with a gleam of mischief in his eyes to just treat the golems exactly like he would a rogue who was harming people. He doesn't want to be an adventurer, but he's also not the kind of person to let others be harmed if he can stop it. Hey, ugly. He stops suppressing his magic. Prepare to be maimed, puny civilian. The golem responds. Then it stops in its tracks, freezing, affected by his magic. What? Is this what Papa meant? How? No, never mind. Right now he has a test to ace. Turn on your brethren and disable them. He orders, hoping that these strangely lifelike golems don't also have a pain reflex to break them free of his hypnotism. He spends the rest of the test following the golem around at a jog, occasionally hypnotizing a new golem if his is disabled, pulling other test takers out of the line of fire and dodging bean bags from golems that get around his current golem to target him. Hitoshi loses track of the number of points he racks up during the test. A couple times he runs into Denki, Izuku or Katsuki, but Denki and Izuku just smile and wave and go off in another direction, while Katsuki doesn't even acknowledge him, launching himself at a knot of golems headed their way. He just sighs and directs his golem to another street of this amazing faux city. Though he does wonder what the swiveling knot cannons things on the street lamps are. It's almost like they're watching the contestants, but that can't be right. Then his golem breaks free from his hypnotism and faces him. It doesn't attack, though. Along with all the other golems on the street, it goes still and starts repeating, the test is over. The rogues have surrendered. The test is over. Please return to the gate area. Ha, that's oddly efficient. He expected an air horn, like the one that had started the test off. Notes section. Okay, breakdown of who is what, and yes, there are several god descendants in the mix. If there's a non-species mutation involved, it's almost always a human trait, as their magics are unpredictable and highly mutable. Also, unless stated otherwise, descendants' other side is human. Ashido Mina, human, not mutated, but her skin is very rosy, hair is pink and her eyes are yellow. She can produce acid in large amounts. Azuitsuyu, I don't actually know? Any ideas? Could be human. Aoyama, actually a 5th-generation descendant of Apollo. His parents are rich and he has a familiar. He can produce lasers from his hands and arms. Bakugu Katsuki, human. Explosion magic. Cementos, Ishiyama Ken Earth Dragon. Can manipulate stone. Ectoplasm, I'm borrowing the name of his Japanese voice actor, Masakazu Nishida Elf Human. Magic is suited to magic programming, particularly golem magic programming. Hagakure Turu, she's a descendant of Luff, a Celtic god of light, largely human, though. Her kids will likely not be invisible due to automatic light manipulation, but they should still be able to manipulate light. Hatsame, human. Inventor Artificer. Magic is crosshair eyes, only a few people know enough to understand what the pattern means, with zooming abilities. Quite skilled. Built herself a mechanical familiar. It's a work in progress. Ida, his family are messengers, a speedster race long known for running messages at the speed of a horse's gallop. No mutation. Has a familiar. Jiro, human. She does have mutated earlobes enhanced hearing, but most people don't know what they're supposed to be unless they're up to date on sound tech, which is pretty rare to be. Kaminari Denki, he's like a quarter Thunderbird. Has lightning magic. Doesn't usually overload him, though. Kayama Namuri, part succubus, part cloud fairy and part sandman, the myth, not the character. Has her canon quirk as magic. Has a familiar. Kendo, still in 1B. Human. Can change size of her hands. Very strong. Kirishima Ijiro, absolutely an earth dragon. In his dragon form he can control earth, but in his human form he can only harden his skin to a rock-like consistency. He does it reflexively if startled. Kutakuji, his mom is a mountain god. Magic is speaking to animals, not mutated. Has a familiar. Lunch rush, I'm using Sakamata Kojiro human. His magic is knowing perfectly what skis and ingredients will go together well or clash. Top of the line chef. Mineta, I honestly have no idea. He could be human, but he wouldn't qualify for UA or Shiketsu's magic courses, because his magic is at 44.9%. So he's not included in the class, couldn't be even if Hitoshi didn't take his place. Monoma Nito, still in 1B. Half Mirror Fairy, the race is based on the mirror card from a Sakura card captor? I think, half human. Can copy magic longer than canon, but only 2 at a time. Has a familiar. Nedzu, actually fully divine. His father is Ninkalim, listed variously as female or male, and his mother is Sarasvati. Despite his appearance, face of an anthropomorphic mongoose, paws, tail, rest is human, his magic is supernatural intelligence cleverness. Ojiro, human with a tail. Power loader, Maijima Higuri human. Inventor artificer. Magic is metal claws, but he's quite skilled at building super advanced machines and golems. Built himself a highly advanced golem familiar. At this point it has so many layers of magic circuits that just talking to it one would think it was human. Sato, I'm not really sure. He could be part supernatural with strength magic or he could be fully human with strength magic. What do you think? Siro Hanta, mostly human, has a touch of divine like 20 generations back, descendant of Clotho. Can shoot sticky thread of various thicknesses from his hands. Shirokamo Oboro, Cloud Fairy. Has cloud magic. Has a familiar. Also a new teacher, because yes, I just realized I made him an egg merchant in the first FIC in this series. So, Nedzu lured him in recently. Shuji, is half Vorath, half human, 6-armed race with yellow skin, yes, I stole the name description from someone's homebrew Dan D. Has 6 arms but cannot change them into anything else. Supernatural strength. Hearing insight magic. Shuzenji Chio, human. Has healing magic. School physician, but it's not uncommon for hospitals to ask for her assistance with some of the truly serious injuries. Needs physical contact to heal, but she doesn't need to kiss people. She just kisses the students because it makes them turn red from embarrassment. Has a familiar. Snipe, I'm borrowing the name of his Japanese voice actor, Nara Toru human. Skilled with a bow and arrow. Magic is perfect aim. He literally cannot miss, though if his target moves suddenly in unexpected directions he can miss. Sharp, unanticipated gusts of wind can also make him miss. He prefers a small, arm-mounted, rapid-fire crossbow since he has pinpoint accuracy rather than super strength. 13. Kuro's Ainen Void Dragon. Has void magic. Todoroki Enji, half divine, son of some fire god. Fairly renowned adventurer. Rich from investments and payments for taking out nasty rogues the locals didn't want to or could not deal with and guarding high-profile government officials. Avoids guarding ships and airships for obvious reasons. Has a familiar. Todoroki Shudo, 2nd-gen descendant of a fire god on one side and his mother is a Yuki Anna. Not physically pushed beyond his limits in the name of training like canon, but he still has daddy issues because his father is a prick with unrealistic expectations and is pretty vocal about it. His older siblings have left home, but Tuya is not injured by his own magic, it's just the same magic their father has, just a little weaker. Has strong fire and ice magics. His family is rich. Has a familiar. Tokoyami, half Tengu, half human. No mutated head, but has wings. Has sentient shadow magic. Uraraka Ochako, 3rd-gen descendant of the god Apocalypse, a god of gravity, but also I thought it was hilarious when I tripped over it. Her magic is her canon quirk, minus the nausea. She's from a neighboring country. Vlad King, Kansekijiro half vampire, half human. Requires some blood but less than full vampires. Magic is blood kinesis. Has a Chihuahua familiar named King. Yagi Tashinori, human. Famous adventurer known for his kindness. Pretty rich from taking out a bunch of nasties, guarding anything and anyone valuable who hires him and negotiating with supernatural groups who normally avoid humans. Also from investments. New teacher. Strength general enhancement magic. Has a familiar. Yamazawa Izuku, half major divine, Inko is Pakamama, an Incan goddess, half fire dragon, Hizashi is a curmudgeon. Plant growth earthquake magic. Divine rabbit familiar, Usagi. Yamazawa Hitoshi, part vampire, part siren, part human. Can control others with his voice. Kitten familiar, indigo. Yamazawa Hizashi, male harpy. His mother's flock loves to visit him and his family. Has sound magic, can perfectly control his voice volume. Has a Fimbirder familiar, Mia. Yamazawa Shouta, Void Dragon. Has void magic and erasure magic. On the lower end of rich. Cat familiar, Fuzz. Yayorozu Momo, a quarter divine, 3/4 human, descendant of Odin. Can create any item she knows the specifications for, not atomic structure, just blueprints and material. Her father is rich and she has a familiar. Odd fact, literally all of the Yamazawas and 3 out of 4 of their familiars could eat raw meat without ill effect. They don't, though. For sanitary reasons and aesthetics and flavor. Okay, Fuzz might. Cats do hunt, after all. Mine hunts rabbits. Hauls full-grown ones over 6-foot fences even though they're nearly as big as he is. Mia can eat insects but not meat. Dad and Papa are waiting for them when they get back to the parents' waiting room, as expected. The boys are quiet, getting hugs, but not talking just yet. They wait until they get back to the hotel and get a late lunch. Holy sheet, golems. I mean, I'm glad it wasn't real people cause I would have hurt them, I think, but holy sheet. Denki says finally. Think how I felt. Hitoshi counters. He looks at Papa. Thanks for telling me to treat them like real people. I don't think I'd have gotten any points otherwise. Papa smirks at him. I figured. I hope they don't have too much trouble freeing the ones I captured. Izuku says. I kicked their buttes. Katsuki boasts. I'm sure you did. Dad replies, looking amused. I did. Katsuki huffs, then asks, why did Denki and Izuku get automatic passes and we didn't? Our magics are strong too. You did. Dad says cryptically. Papa chuckles. That's because UA is literally the only school that specializes enough to handle those with over 100% magic on the human magic scale. Oh, Shiketsu's good, but they specialize in the 60% to 100% range. Since Shiketsu is also a valid option for those between 75% and 100%, UA doesn't tell you in interests of being fair to the students and their fellow school. In fact, both schools are required by law to pass anyone with 75% or better magic. In interests of public safety. Unfortunately, they're the only 2 schools in the country licensed to handle those with over 74.9% magic. Wait. So basically all supernaturals have to go to UA? Izuku asks. Supernaturals who want to live in human society or interact frequently. Those just passing through don't require a license. Dad corrects. Even though it's largely humans who define the borders of countries, not all citizens are subject to the same set of laws. For instance, dragons who live and interact frequently in human society can't use magic in public without a license, but it's perfectly fine for dragons just visiting the magic market or regular market infrequently to use magic in public as long as it's not destructive or is in self-defense. But at the same time, dragons keep their teenagers on clan lands until they have good enough control to not have accidents. So it's rare to see dragons between the ages of 15 and 20 outside of clan lands unless they want to attend UA. Wow. Well, that just cements my decision to go to UA. Denki exclaims. Obviously. UA is the best. Katsuki says smugly. Izuku looks uncertain for some reason. Hitoshi, what about you? He huffs in amusement. Izuku, yes. If both you and Denki are going to UA, so am I. Oh, then me too. Izuku says in relief. Papa chuckles again. Katsuki seems to think of something. Actually, why did you answer my question? Isn't it more like you to make us wait for our letters to find out? Oh, that. Dad says and doesn't explain. Nedzu had an offer for us, so we decided that if you asked, we'd answer just to get that conversation out of the way. Papa says with a little laugh. What offer? Katsuki asks suspiciously. Dad smirks. Hitoshi gets an inkling that a logical ruse is being set up. Well, Nedzu asked me to move with Shouta to UA campus and be a language teacher for the 4 years you boys will be going to school. Papa explains easily. Oh yeah, definitely a logical ruse. There's no way Nedzu would want them on campus if it's just Papa he wants teaching, right? We were discussing moving to be nearer to the schools if both Hitoshi and Izuku decided on the same one. Dad adds. Well, that Hitoshi believes. And given the previous topic, they probably were talking about the capital specifically, just waiting on Denki and Hitoshi to decide if they wanted to go to Shiketsu instead or not. You do that? Izuku asks incredulously, as if that's not exactly like their parents to do. Of course. Dad reassures him. Then, yes, please. Izuku says immediately. It'll make the hag happy, I guess, but what does this have to do with me or Denki? Katsuki asks, aggressively stabbing his broccoli. As part of the housing deal, Nedzu offered accommodations for you boys as well as us in our on-campus housing. Dad tells him. Oh hell no. Katsuki retorts. I'm going to live in the dorms. Like hell I'm living with you like some little kid. Shouta, we've been scorned. Papa says dramatically. Oh no, whatever shall we do? My heart is breaking. Dad says deadpan. I think I'm going to cry. Papa says, throwing an arm over his eyes like he's in any way serious. Don't cry. Denki interrupts. I'll live with you. Then he drops the act when Katsuki sneers at him. Actually though, my parents would probably rather I live with you, so I will take you up on it. It means I'll see Hitoshi more too. Izuku bites his lip in indecision. Papa nods. We'll be near the dorms anyways, I'm sure. Hitoshi snorts. I'm all for it. Means not sharing a building with Katsuki. What does that mean? Katsuki explodes, not literally, but close. Means you're a grouch. Hitoshi says bluntly. I don't want to deal with your screaming when I'm trying to wake up. I do not scream. Katsuki denies. Sirs? Can I ask your group to keep it a little quieter? You're disturbing the other patrons. A waiter asks. Oh, sorry. We'll keep it down. Papa apologizes. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow at Katsuki. You were saying? Katsuki crosses his arms and looks away, seething. Obviously dying to say, it wasn't just me. Which, okay, that's fair. Thank you. The waiter says and leaves. You don't have to decide now, Izuku. Dad points out gently. Izuku shakes his head. No, I think I'll live with you guys. Hitoshi and I were planning on getting an apartment anyways, so we wouldn't have to stay in the dorms. Sounds good. Papa says cheerfully, keeping his enthusiasm to an acceptable volume level. Papa, what are you doing? Izuku asks in puzzlement as Hizashi tosses a pile of bedding on a sheet in the middle of the living room floor. The items promptly disappear. It's a bag of holding I made so it's easier to transport our things to UA. Shouta explains, coming up behind Izuku with an armful of pillows. I still say it's unfair that grandfather taught you how to make those and not us how to do that. One of Shouta's older twin sisters complains from the couch. To be fair, he says he did try to teach you too. Shouta points out. Yeah, we're too stupid to learn. She rolls her eyes. We get it. Shouta, why did you get all the brains in the family? I have no idea. Maybe each of you only got half the brain because you're twins? Shouta suggests. She pouts. You're supposed to disagree with me, not make fun of me. Why would I do that? Shouta asks, in his typical blunt way. To be nice? She offers. It's like you don't even know me. Shouta says brutally. Before it can escalate, Hizashi decides to intervene. Ruri, thank you again for you and Ruka being willing to do this. We really appreciate this. Particularly since we're trying to keep us a secret from Namuri. Izuku is looking back and forth between Shouta and Ruri. Who is this? I'm one of Shuta's big sisters. Ruri explains cheerful again. I can tell you all the embarrassing stories about him from when he was a kid. Shouta clears his throat. Later. Izuku, please bring your packed crates out to the living room as you finish packing them. Let Hitoshi know, too. Oh. Nice to meet you, Auntie. Izuku bows and then scurries back to his room. He called me Auntie. Ruri exclaims. I'm too young to be an auntie. If I'm old enough to be a father twice over, you're old enough to be an auntie. Shouta retorts. You do know it's highly unusual for a dragon of your age to be married, much less have kids? She grumbles. We like Hizashi and I'm sure we'll like the kids too, given a chance. Finally. But come on. You're ridiculous. And proud of it. Shouta calls over his shoulder, going back in the bedroom to start hauling packed things out. There's still a lot of packing to go, but getting the packed stuff out of the way should help a lot. It'll take a couple days to finish up, but that's okay. The spare futons will go in last. You sure you have everything packed that you want? Ruri double-checks. She'd insisted that he and Izuku call her Ruri instead of Auntie. Everything that will fit. Papa reassures her. Hitoshi's eyes widen as Ruri checks her watch and then opens a dark portal that after a moment, shows light through. What the? Dad crumples up the bag of holding sheet into a ball and tosses it through the portal. There's an oof from the other side. Then a voice that sounds exactly like Ruri's asks, is that all? I'm coming through too. Mia announces and hops onto the edge of the portal with a flurry of wings. She crawls through it without hesitation. Then from the other side, they hear, Hi, Ruka. That's all now. Everything else they want with them on the trip. The portal snaps shut? So, you're giving us that sheet when you're done with it, right? Ruri asks. Dad tilts his head in puzzlement. If you want it, sure. Why though? Mom finally nagged us into attending the mating bazaar. Ruri says in open disgust. Like anyone will want both of us. But we decided to take a lot of goods along to sell, since that also happens there. Anyone who doesn't want both of you is stupid and doesn't deserve you. Dad replies. Ah, you do love us. Ruri coos. Obviously. You're my sisters. Dad says flatly, looking like he regrets saying anything. Papa clears his throat. Shall we go? I'd like to get to the airship dock ahead of time so we can get a good spot. Yeah. Ruri grumbles, but heads towards the door anyways. What goods are you going to sell? Izuku asks, distracting her. You don't know? Ruka and I are weavers. We make the high-quality stuff, so if you ever need cloth, come to us, okay? Ruri answers. Okay. Izuku agrees. Hitoshi pauses as Dad locks the door and then they're on their way. When they finally get to UA, after a day-long trip during which Indigo spent a significant amount of time trying to convince Ruri she needed a familiar to no avail, they are met by a teacher at the gates and guided to their new house, which looks like it was built out of stone blocks fused to each other. Earth dragon work if Hitoshi ever saw it. They are not, however, expecting to walk into a partially unpacked house, with Mia directing Ruka where to place a lamp. Mia. This is not what you said you'd be doing. Papa scolds. Oh, hush. We all knew she was going to do this regardless of what I said. This way she puts it in the right places. Mia retorts. Dad sighs. Of course. I don't know why I expected any different. Shouta. Ruka squeals, putting the lamp down gently. Then she proceeds to bounce over and hug Ruri. I missed you. I missed you too. Ruri replies, hugging her back like she hasn't seen her in years. Dad just rolls his eyes. Wow. They're like identical. Denki exclaims. The twins turn to him and say in eerie chorus, thank you. We take that as a compliment. Then Ruka, he can tell them apart by their dresses. Ruka is wearing red and Ruri is wearing blue, tilts her head. So which are my nephews and which is the friend that's going to be living with you? I'm the friend. Denki replies enthusiastically. I'm a nephew. Izuku replies almost at the same time. Nephew. Hitoshi says laconically. Indigo hops down from his shoulder and eyes Ruka. Maybe I can convince you that you two need familiars. Ruka squeals again and snatches Indigo up. Oh. It's been so long since Fuzz was little and cuddly. You're precious. I'm absolutely convinced. Ruri, let's get familiars. Ruri looks resigned. Okay. When? Indigo starts purring like an airship motor, satisfied at finally having won his argument. Lies. I was never cuddly. Fuzz says drily. Tomorrow. The magic market here is huge. Why have we never gone before? Ruka exclaims. Okay. I don't know. How much bigger than back home? Ruri asks, obviously curious. And why were you at the magic market? I don't know. 5 times as big I think? And I was bored without you. The students kept giving me funny looks too. Don't worry, Shouta, I avoided Namuri. I saw Oboro, though. He said to tell you hi from him. He was pretty excited when I told him you're moving in. Apparently he's going to be a teacher here next year too. He's just shadowing the magic theory teacher for a couple months now that he's gotten his business squared away. Ruka gushes. Oboro's here too? Papa asks. What are the chances that Nedzu hired him first and just didn't tell us? Hi. Dad replies flatly. 5 times as big? We definitely need to go. Ruri declares. Yay. Oh, Shouta, I told Oboro to keep you all being here a secret from Namuri. Ruka adds as an afterthought. Smart. Dad compliments. I can be. She agrees, obviously pleased by the praise. Shouta. Go with us tomorrow so we don't buy all the things? Pretty please? Dad sighs. As long as it's in the afternoon. I want to spend the morning setting up more of the house. Good job, Mia. Ruka pouts for a second. I did most of the work. Then she brightens. We can help, so it goes faster. Right, Ruri, I suppose. Ruri says, sounding dead inside. Come to think of it, she had just sat and watched the entire time they packed. Not a fan of physical labor? Relatable. Can we go too? Denki asks eagerly. Sure. Ruka says before Ruri can say the no, obviously hovering on the tip of her tongue. Now. Shouta, introduce me to my nephews. No. Boys, introduce yourselves. I'm going to find the bedroom. Dad says and walks off. I'm Izuku. Nice to meet you, Auntie. Izuku says a tad nervously. Hitoshi. Hitoshi offers briefly. Auntie. Ruri, he called me Auntie. He's so cute. Ruka squeals. I know. Isn't it horrible? Ruri says. No. It's great. Ruka contradicts. I've been looking forward to being called Auntie for literal years. Ruri crosses her arms. You boys still can't call me Auntie. Hitoshi shrugs. That's fine. Now everyone will know who we're talking about when we say, Auntie, da. Denki grins at all of them. I know you didn't ask, but I'm Denki Kaminari. Oh. You're cute too. You can call me Auntie too. Ruka enthuses. Thanks, Auntie. Denki thanks her. Ha. If Ruri is a less motivated dad, then is Ruka like a female papa? 'Cause it certainly seems like it. Notes section. It's absolutely logic ruse time, haha. UA magic course teachers all have to have been fairly successful adventurers, which Hizashi and Shouta haven't been since they got Izuku a few weeks after they adopted Hitoshi from an orphanage. They had decided that with 2 of them they could take care of 1 kid while doing adventurer stuff, but with a second, they deemed it impossible and moved to an area near Hizashi's flock. Hizashi and Shouta were adventurers for nearly 200 years before they settled down and were pretty well known for their efficacy. They went to UA at 15, so they've been together most of their lives. However, they've only mentioned their adventuring days in passing to the boys, so it's not something that jumps to the boys' minds as an explanation. Hitoshi's just suspicious enough to think there's another explanation than what his parents are so glibly giving them. Katsuki, screaming I do not scream. So, the wider variety of UA's magic course students, because most supernaturals are too strong for Shiketsu to train properly, is part of why UA is more inclusive. That does not make it less elite in any way, of course, so a lot of kids apply to the other departments just to say they did, even if they don't have any expectations of making it in. UA's motto is still plus ultra, so there's been quite a few rags to riches stories about UA students, because if they aren't motivated, they can't keep up with the classes and get kicked out. Particularly in the Inventor's course, which in some ways is the hardest course to get into in the first place. As mentioned in the last chapter, UA does have free dorms and even a necessities stipend for students who use them, but they also heavily imply in their acceptance letters that it's for charity cases, so a lot of parents are proud enough to rent their kids' apartments for their time at UA rather than have their kids seen as charity cases. Shouta did actually live off campus for the first half of first year, but then his landlord found out he was making void items at home and threw a sheet fit and terminated his lease on the spot, so he ended up moving into the dorms at Hizashi's urging. Hizashi's flock being of the opinion that, if it's free, go for it. If someone hassles you about it, we'll hassle them. They didn't have the necessities stipend back then, though. They only have it now because Nedzu instated it as one of his first acts. Scholarships also account for parents not being able to pay for UA or only being able to pay for part. Nedzu became principal about 150 years ago, but he was a teacher at UA for maybe 80 years before that. It was his first steady job when he relocated from the divine realm to the mortal realm, because he was bored. His mom recommended trying to live among mortals because they're rarely boring. So, large cities and airships have pretty strict limitations on what magic items can be brought used made in on them. Among the restricted items are void magic items. Because occasionally a crafter is not careful enough and the magic unravels, creating temporary void suctions that draw in anything and anyone near them. Things that end up in the void are destroyed or die. Definitely not a good idea to have accidental void suctions in public places. After a few such disasters, imagine how badly that would go in a crowded city, or on board an airship where no one can get away and even the airship itself may be drawn partially or entirely into the void before the void portal snaps shut. Harsh restrictions and licensing hoops were instated to jump through in order to bring void items into cities or on board an airship at all. They're not the only items that are all but banned on airships or in bigger cities. Now, Shouta was perfectly willing to jump through these hoops. He's done it before, back when he and Hizashi were adventurers. But his older twin sisters volunteered to help avoid all the hassle. And since they volunteered, he wasn't going to turn that down. Now, Shouta can create void items. He actually has all the proper licensing required to make and sell them in his area. It's not illegal to make and sell void items as long as you have the proper licensing, and it's not illegal to buy or own one, but you have to have a license and paperwork proving a licensed maker in order to bring them on board public transport, boats, ships, caravans and mail coaches included, or bring them into a big city. Trains aren't quite a thing yet. There is a country developing them, but it isn't Hegawi. They'll take a few decades to reach Hegawi. UA is working on developing arc welding and cutting, though, but that'll also take a while to perfect. It's currently a student project that Power Loader has taken interest in. Among these items that he can make is basically a bag of holding that can hold anything that can fit into its mouth. They basically access small portions of the void but are protected from destruction by a carefully crafted barrier. In general, this is a skill only passed down in families, but you have to have either a knack for it or enough intelligence to figure out how to do it without having a knack. Another skill that is strictly passed down in families are void portals. These are tricky to learn how to do. They basically cut a protected portal through the void to another place. Shouta knows how to make people-sized ones, but he has to have someone else who knows how to simultaneously open one where he wants to go, or the portals end up in super random places, most of which he really doesn't want to go. For instance, one time he emergency evacuated himself and Hizashi in their adventuring days and ended up on the other side of the continent. It took them a couple years to get home. Hizashi picked up a couple languages on the way home. Not everyone can learn how, even if taught. His older twin sisters, older by several hundred years, have a natural small portal they can activate between them, big enough to crawl through or hand things through, which they do quite casually when in each other's vicinity, much to the annoyance of literally everyone else, but they never were able to learn how to do the people-sized portals. They also never learned how to create bags of holding. In both cases they were taught, but in their grandfather's words, they're too stupid to learn. Shouta definitely got the brains in the family, which they like to tease him about and then get miffed when he doesn't disagree with that assessment. He's also very openly his grandfather's favorite grandkid, because he taught him all the magic tricks. And also donated a lot more to Shouta's beginner's hoard than is standard for a grandparent. So, either Shouta jumps through hoops of licensing or he convinces his mother or grandfather to open a portal in UA. His mom still holds a grudge against UA for stealing her baby, even though it was totally his decision to go live among humans, or he accepts his sister's volunteered help of handing his bag of holding through their smaller portal, and then they all travel by airship back to UA. Obviously he chooses the path of least resistance, haha. The mating bazaar, as well as a lot of interclan events, is held on the grounds of a small clan that has a lot of land to their name. Mia went through to keep Ruka from getting bored and going through their stuff. Or so she said. Yes, Mia lied. She actually went to keep Ruka busy putting things where they should go rather than opening the nearest packing crates and going through them and making a mess. Ruka is very high energy and sitting still is practically torture for her. She's also very curious and easily bored. The twins are identical, but they also look very similar to their little brother. Fuzz, Mia, Shouta and Hizashi. When Ruka agrees with Indigo, I can't believe that worked. She's always said no before. Ruka is the garrulous one. Also the friendly one. Hitoshi isn't wrong about her being a lot like Hizashi and Ruri being a lot like Shouta. Ruri is also talkative, but doesn't like doing anything but weaving, shopping, doing things that were her idea and hanging out with Ruka and Shouta. She isn't happy about Shouta accompanying them, despite him being her favorite besides Ruka, because it means Shouta will be holding their purses hostage for the day and they won't be able to buy anything but familiars, which she's reluctant to do in the first place. Ruka drags Ruri into doing a lot of things. Ruka kind of took over the scene. Ruri absolutely adores Shouta, even more than Ruka does, and though the twins won't say it, Hitoshi is absolutely going to be her favorite nephew because he reminds her of Shouta, whereas Izuku will be Ruka's favorite because he can keep up with her energy. Though it'll probably be the opposite for their familiars because Usagi does not appreciate being forcibly cuddled without permission and Indigo likes cuddles and being listened to. Just like Mia likes the twins and Fuzz just puts up with them. Ruri kind of ignores Denki because she's not interested, but Ruka really likes him. The magic market is, as touted, huge. It's also on an artificial island with a river flowing around and through it dividing the market into sections. To get to it, they have to cross a bridge with a gate that only opens if you pay the toll keeper. When he sees the absolute throngs of people inside, Hitoshi understands why they left their familiars home. According to the maps they are each handed, each section has a lost child booth in the center where children who get separated from their parents or group can be brought and found. There's apparently a bell to be rung by the attendant to signal that a lost child has been turned in, so parents know to look there. Child apparently being anyone who gets separated or lost, since those who don't have their magic yet aren't allowed in the market with a few exceptions. This is in the middle of the market district, so they're kind of treated as extensions of each other. That's why there's so many sections with different goods in different areas. You can still find a sprinkling of all types of shops in each section, though, except for the restricted items. Those are strictly found in the restricted magics area, which is by far the smallest section of the market. Papa explains. You'd think you'd find most of the egg sellers in the livestock section, but in fact most of them are in the weavings area because it's less rowdy, usually sandwiched in between the priciest stalls to fend off would-be thieves. There's quite a few in the magic section too, partly because that's the biggest area of the market. We're looking for dragon-specific familiars, though, so we'll save that for last. Somehow Hitoshi is not surprised when Ruri and Auntie insist on stopping at each woven goods stall they pass to inspect the cloth and occasionally ask Dad for money to buy a bolt of cloth. Each time Dad inspects the would-be purchase and then just gives them a flat look and says, no. Who knew Dad knew anything about cloth? But then, Hitoshi supposes, Dad is the one who always purchases their clothes. In turn, they pout for a minute or two and move on. Until they come across probably the most expensive stall yet, and the saleswoman gives a really good pitch. Which is fine until they simultaneously run across a pair of bolts of silky soft brocade. One is a dark blue with little glints like stars woven into it. The other is a bright red with little stylized gold dragons on it. They stare and then snatch up the bolts to show Dad. Please, Shouta? Please, please, please. I'm going to die if I don't get it. They say with eerie synchronicity. Dad raises an eyebrow and then inspects the cloth. He turns to the shopkeeper. Can you put these bolts on hold for the day? Of course. She says promptly, beaming. Really, Shouta? Really, really, really? Ruka asks excitedly. Tell you what. You actually put effort into finding a familiar today, and I'll bring you back here and let you purchase it. After you get a familiar. That goes for you too, Ruri. Dad says. Okay. They pivot back to the shopkeeper and hold out the bolts. Please put these on hold for the day. After that, apparently satisfied, they quit stopping at cloth stalls and hurry towards the nearest egg shop. Do you have familiar eggs for dragons? Papa asks at the stall. No, I'm sorry. We only carry divine eggs. Perhaps the young divine would like to try. The egg seller, a serene elf, replies. An aura reader? I already have a familiar, but thank you. Izuku says. The seller smiles. All right, then. If you take the next intersection west and go 3 egg stalls down, you'll find the nearest seller of dragon-suitable familiars. Good luck. They follow directions and find a stall full of brightly colored eggs in trays laid out on counters. There's quite obviously some kind of lightning spell protecting them, though. Hello. Are you looking for yourselves or for a younger child? The seller greets him before Papa can open his mouth. Dad pushes Ruri and Auntie forward. For these two. Ooh, dragons? At least I assume so by the face scales. Which tray would you like to try first, ladies? The egg seller asks brightly. We mostly specialize in dragon-suitable eggs, as you can see, but we do have some fairy-suitable eggs in the back. Yes. Void dragons. Auntie answers. Oh. Then you'll want this tray. He pulls out a large tray from under the counter. It's full of bright black and gray eggs. Don't get a lot of call for these. Here you are. He sets the tray on the counter. One at a time, pull your magic forward and push it out of your hand enough to brush the eggs. Do not open a void by accident. Me first. Auntie chirps and obeys the instructions. She only gets through 7 eggs before the 8th reacts strongly to her. This one. The seller picks up the egg carefully and sets it in an egg rest on the counter. Okay, next. Ruri takes Auntie's place with notably more reluctance, and none of the first 20 she tries react. Why yes, Hitoshi is counting to stave off boredom. This had been remarkably more interesting when it was him and Izuku picking their eggs. 21, oh. The 22nd egg practically leaps into Ruri's hand, much like Izuku's egg had done. What are the chances that they found both eggs at the second stall they tried? That little one sure likes you. The seller remarks cheerfully, pulling the egg out of the tray to set it next to the other one. That'll be 150 gold. Do you need a care manual? Denki chokes on his own spit at the price. No, Dad says, and pulls out his money bag. Do you supply holding bags? Ah, yes. It's a standard inclusion. Just let me put these away and, there we go. Thanks for the business. The seller accepts the money and pulls out 2 velvet bags with handles. After bagging the eggs, he hands them to Dad, who gives the green bag to Auntie and the pale blue bag to Ruri. Presumably he's kept track of which egg belongs to who. Now, our fabric. Ruri exclaims, attaching the egg bag to her belt. Dad rolls his eyes. Yes, yes. The twins rush out of the stall, in the wrong direction. Hey, wait up. Papa calls, raising his voice over the crowd. You're going the wrong direction. Oops. Auntie says, and the twins about face and surge in the proper direction. It feels strange when they navigate the intersection correctly, but that could be just because Hitoshi assumed they are directionally challenged. Maybe they were just overexcited? Once the twins reach the stall, they halt impatiently for the rest of them to catch up with. My, back so soon? I honestly expected you to take all afternoon. The stall keeper remarks, retrieving the 2 bolts of cloth. Got doubly lucky at the second stall we stopped at. Dad replies. I swear it's twin magic. How much will they be? Well, they're 53 gold apiece, but since you're buying 2 whole bolts, I'll give you a discount. Let's say 100 gold. The woman thinks aloud. Fair enough. It's good work. Dad agrees and pulls out his money bag again. It's actually all the twins' money, but well. They had asked Dad to keep them from overspending. By the look of it, it's actually Andy's money bag, and it's some kind of bag of holding that doesn't require void magic, because there's no way such a little bag could hold that much gold. In all, it takes them a little under 2 hours to find the eggs, buy the cloth and exit the magic market. Despite the relatively short time it takes, Hitoshi flops on the couch like a ragdoll as soon as they get home. They all worked hard this morning unpacking and he's wiped. Papa laughs at him. Dad stoops, slings him over his shoulder and lugs him to his new bedroom. Sleep in here. It'll be easier on your body. Gladly. Thanks, Dad. Hitoshi says and turns over to bury his face in the pillow. Sure, kid. Dad replies and leaves. Hitoshi would say he's sorry to see him go, but he really needs a nap. Somehow Nedzu manages to steer Namuri clear of them for the next couple weeks, and then there's a break before preparations for the new school year start. Hizashi and Shouta manage to get to the first staff meeting early, so they have a great view of Namuri's face when she walks in and find them there. Shouta? Hizashi? Why are you here? This is a staff meeting, not for parents. But seriously, why are you here? I haven't seen you in ages. Namuri rambles, looking torn between happy, suspicious, and confused. We're supposed to be here. Shouta tells her cryptically. Oboro wanders in behind her with a yawn. Morning, Nem. Morning, Sho. Morning, Zashi. Wadash. Morning, Oboro. You knew they were going to be here. She replies, more confused now. Yeah? They moved in a couple months ago. Zashi's teaching languages for the hero and inventor courses and shows one as homeroom teacher. You haven't run into them on campus before? Oboro asks innocently. Shouda's also teaching law and ethics to the second and third year magic course students. Hizashi volunteers. Namuri stares at them for a bit, then her expression turns huffy. You mean to say you were here with my nephews all this time and you never came to see me? Shouta freezes for a moment, then shrugs. We wanted to surprise you. Oops. Hizashi offers sheepishly. Oops? Oops is not going to get you off the hook, Hizashi, Shouta. She yells, incensed. Nem, maybe calm down a little? Oboro tries. Oh, shut up. I know you were in on this. She snaps at him. Namuri. Nedzu cuts in calmly. She turns on Nedzu with a glare. And you? You absolutely were behind us never running into each other. Sekijiro snickers. Come on, Namuri. They got you good. Besides, I saw you talking to their green kid the other day, so I know you've met your nephews. I what? She asks in bewilderment. Hizashi nods. Izuku's very green. So is Usagi. Hitoshi's very purple and so is Indigo. They've both talked about meeting you. They think you're cooler than Shouda's sisters. Did you know that Ruri and Ruka got familiars finally? Namuri stares at them a moment, then flops into a seat at the table. Okay, I forgive you. Those kids are cute as heck. How did you manage to convince the twins? We didn't. Indigo convinced Ruka with his cuteness. Shouta tells her. They dragged us to the magic market the next day and found both eggs at the second egg stall we tried. DMN. Their twin luck is something else. She says in amazement. What did they get? Ruri got a kitten with the shortest fur I've seen on a cat outside of a newborn. Looks practically naked. Ruri was very offended when Marta told her that it was her fault for being stingy with her magic during incubation, even though she wasn't stingy. Shouta replies, amused. And Ruka got a Visla puppy. The clan will never be the same after meeting Mika. What's a Visla? Oboro asks. A high-energy hunting dog up northwest a couple countries with very short fur. Ruka had a minor crisis about if she'd fed Mika enough energy in the egg after Marta's comment. Hizashi answers. Vislas adore attention and cause problems when bored. I hesitate to ask, but who are Ruri and Ruka? Yagi asks, taking a seat at the table. Shows older twin sisters. Hizashi tells him. If you ever see identical women who look very similar to him on campus, those are his sisters. The clan is pretty close to here, so they'll probably visit a lot. Oh, and if you see a flock of harpies descending on UA, it's pretty guaranteed that they're my mom's flock and they aren't here to cause trouble, just visit us. I see. And Shougiz? Yagi asks uncertainly. Me. Shouta Yamazawa. But call me Aizawa on campus. It'd be too confusing to have two Yamazawa teachers, so we're using our maiden names. Shouta supplies. Yeah. I'm Hizashi Yamazawa, but call me Yamada on campus. Hizashi agrees. And you're Tashinori Yagi, if I'm not wrong? Yes. Nice to meet you. I've met Nedzu, Kayama, Shirokamo, and Ken before. You seem to know each other pretty well. Yagi answers. Oboro laughs. I should hope so. We went to school together, even dormed together. We're like siblings, really. Shouta even bought Namuri and I are familiars back in first year. Sekijiro considers Shouta his rival. Not Nedzu, though. He was our teacher. Namuri corrects. I think he's the one who got Sekijiro the loan to buy King. He was. Sekijiro confirms. The conversation continues and expands as the other teachers arrive and introduce themselves to the newcomers, until Nedzu calls the meeting to order. I trust you have all introduced yourselves? Yes? Good. We're here today to decide which students go into 1B and 1A. Nedzu begins. I call dibs on the Yamazawa boys. Sekijiro says promptly. Shouta smirks. Too late. Indeed. It is written into Aizawa's contract that Hitoshi Yamazawa, Izuku Yamazawa, Denki Kaminari and Katsuki Bakugu will be in his homeroom. In return, Sekijiro, you can pick 4 students of your choice. Nedzu backs him up. Sekijiro grumbles and sorts through the profiles. Fine. Shirhei Kuwaro, Reiko Yanagi, Kanoko Komori and Nito Monoma. Interesting choices. Alright. That's 8 students settled. Any others that stand out to you? Nedzu asks. Please don't make me deal with Todoroki. Sekijiro pleads. Todoroki Sr. is impossible to deal with. Shouta grunts. He's dealt with Enji before, the man is manageable as long as one is professional. That's fine. I'll take Ochako Uraraka too, since she's from Mie. If I recall you kept your adventuring mostly within the country. Sekijiro nods. Good call. That's 2 for you. I'll take Setsuna Tokage and Manga Fukudashi. Nedzu, you said you wanted a sprinkling of those with better control in my class? Shouta verifies. Yes. Balance is important. Nedzu confirms. Not that he'd really doubted his memory. Then Mashireo Ojiro and Mezu Shuji. Shouta decides. Good point. I'll take Itsuka Kendo and Juzo Hananuki. Sekijiro decides. Oh, you should take Yuga Aoyama and Pony Tsunatori, too. They're also foreigners. Actually, Sekijiro, Tsunatori Sr. is aware of your reputation and asked specifically to have her placed in your class should she pass the exam. Nedzu breaks in. Shouta nods. Then Sekijiro can have Tsunatori and I'll take Aoyama. And it looks like Fumikage Tokoyami has trouble controlling his magic, so I'll take him. Toguru Kamakiri and Senkaibara are probably more suited to my skills. Sekijiro admits. I'll take Momo Yaoyorozu and Toru Hagakure, since I only have one girl so far. Shouta decides. That's fair. I really don't want to deal with Yaoyorozu Sr. Sekijiro says. Which, fair. Rich families are more likely to take a dragon seriously because dragons are notoriously rich themselves. I'll take Yui Kodai and Ibra Shiozaki. Shouta sorts through the profiles for the rest of the girls. Okay. That leaves me with Kyokujiro, Mina Ashido and Tsuyu Azui. I'll also take Hantashiro and Ijiro Kirishima. Sekijiro huffs. Fine. I'll take Kojiro Bondo and Tetsutetsu. Shuffling through the remaining profiles, Shouta frowns. I can take Kuji Kuda and Rikido Sato. I'd rather not take Ida Jr. Sorry, you'll have to. Once they found out you're teaching this year the family came and demanded to have him in your class, Shouta. Nedzu says apologetically. Well, that one's on him for making the mistake of informing Tensei. Which leaves me with Hiryu Rin. Oh, another foreigner. DMN. And Yosetsu Aways. Sekijiro concludes. Only half foreign. Nedzu corrects. He speaks the language fluently, so you shouldn't have any issues with him other than maybe having to explain a custom here and there. Excellent. Now that that is concluded, we'll send out the placement letters to those first years who have accepted enrollment here. Somehow, I expected more arguing. Yagi comments, looking vaguely bewildered. Hizashi laughs. Because Sekijiro considers Shouta his rival? They are capable of being professionals. Trust me, the arguing will come later when Sekijiro pushes his class to outdo Shuta's. Which they probably will at first, given the class distribution, but Shuta's class will catch up, because he won't pamper them. I do not pamper my students. Sekijiro objects. Not what I meant. Hizashi says dismissively. More of Shuta's class are going to have control issues and that will take a while to fix, but he won't let them slack and you have to admit that Shuta's class has more high-powered students in it. So eventually your students will have to struggle to keep up. Oh. Sekijiro considers that and nods. That's fair, I guess. I only have one god descendant in my class, right? And he has several. That's fine. A challenge will be good for my kids. Just so you know, Shouta, I'll be financing familiar eggs in third year for any in my class who want one. The school loans are all well and good, but starting adult life with a debt isn't fun. Shouta tilts his head consideringly. I suppose that's true. We'll see if they get expelled first or not. Sekijiro chokes. Literally the only ones you could expel are Ojiro and Sato, and that's hardly fair. Shouta shrugs. What Shouta means is that he can temporarily put students in Gen Ed if he finds that they are not taking magic training seriously. They will be under the impression that they are expelled, which hopefully will be the kick in the pants needed. They will, of course, be moved back to the magic course after a couple weeks at most. Nedzu explains. Spoilsport. It would have been funnier to leave Sekijiro horrified. That seems a little harsh. Ainen comments uneasily. Not taking their training seriously could cost lives. Shouta retorts. I don't want to see another incident like happened with the kid who almost killed Oboro when we were students because he just didn't want to learn control. Thought he could just not use his magic. Which only works if you have control, obviously. Ah, buddy, that's so sweet. Oboro coos. You're such a dad, Shouta. Namuri teases. Shouta glares at him and decides to ignore Namuri. It's generally the best policy to deal with her teasing, and he is a dad. Thank you very much. I am not sweet. Yagi clears his throat. I agree, that seems like a very good idea. Not learning control of one's magic is very dangerous. Particularly for those with over 75% magic. And Aizawa's class has several with over 100% magic. As a student, I was in very real danger of accidentally leveling the school if I lost control. Ainen looks at him for a moment and then nods to herself. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry. No offense taken. Yagi assures her. Wrong. Offense absolutely taken. Ainen should know better, given how volatile void magic can be. But Ainen is young and naive, so he won't take his frustration at her ignorance out on her. The looks on the boys' faces when he walks into the classroom and announces that he's their homeroom teacher are priceless. Hitoshi looks at him in shock, then rolls his eyes and pretends not to see him. Izuku brightens just like when he gets Winterfest gifts. Denki gets a look of dread on his face and mouths, "We're gonna die, aren't we?" Katsuki just looks like all his dreams died and says loudly, "What the F dash?" Shouta gives him a droll look. Do you even know what the word F dash means? The red-eyed blonde blanches. You, don't make me think of that. Then maybe you should choose your words more carefully. Shouta chides him. Got it. Katsuki looks like he bit into something sour at the thought of censoring himself, but honestly, swearing all the time isn't going to get him jobs once he graduates. There are gym uniforms in your desks. If you read your handbook, you know where the changing rooms are. Meet me at Field Beta. If you take more than 10 minutes, I'm expelling you. He threatens. His sons, Denki and Katsuki grab their gym uniforms and skedaddle without hesitation. Sensei, you can't dash. Yayorozu begins. Yayorozu. Do not test my patience. He cuts her off. Of course he'd get a student that actually knew the laws on magic schooling. She squeaks and nods frantically. Sorry, Sensei. Well, what are the lot of you waiting for? Time's a-ticking. He prompts. Suddenly there's a rush for the door and several of them get stuck briefly in the doorway. Hilarious. Welp, they're gone. That's his cue. He ambles towards Field Beta, which is actually the closest training field. They should have no trouble finding it within 10 minutes, even if they're slow to change and get lost at least twice. If nothing else, the ones who stupidly skipped reading the handbook can follow the ones who did have the sense to read it. They should be thanking him for allowing them to skip Nedzu's sleep-inducing introduction to the school, which will largely be random rambling, knowing his former teacher. Surprisingly, they all show up before the 10-minute mark, though some only barely. Passable. He praises. At least for those of you who want to stay civilians. For those of you planning to become adventurers, do better. Lives can be lost if you dilly-dally around. Todoroki looks at him like he's a bug. Are you even an adventurer? Yeah, are you? Hitoshi asks. That little sheet. He sighs. I've been out of the business for a few years, but my husband and I were adventurers for nearly 200 years before we retired. Were you good ones? Todoroki persists. Shouta gives the boy a flat look. Ask your father about the Yamazawa Duo. He's worked with us several times. Even if he is an a-hole. Todoroki's lips quirk up at the last sentence. So your name isn't Aizawa-sensei? It's my maiden name. Since my husband is also teaching this year, we decided using our maiden names would be less confusing for the students. You're welcome. Any other extraneous questions? Uraraka raises her hand. Sensei, aren't we supposed to be at the welcoming ceremony? If you need a nap that badly, then go find it and attend. You will, however, be making this assessment up before I decide whether to keep you in my class or not. He snaps. She lowers her hand and no one else speaks up. All of you are going to be running this obstacle course to see your baseline. You can and should use your magic if it will help you. However, do so without destroying the obstacle course or leaving a mess that will impede other students. Those of you with familiars, your familiars are also going to be running the obstacle course. Questions? He gestures at the gauntlet behind him. Tenya, bless his a-hole, rule-keeping soul, starts chopping his arms weirdly. What order will we be going in, Aizawa-sensei? Go by seat number or alphabetically. I don't care. He says dully. Gay. Why did he agree to teach this class again? He watches as they sort out an order, which is basically chaos with Katsuki going first, and then dutifully makes notes on each of them as they run the course. Not bad. Most of them need serious improvement, but there's been some clever innovations with their magic usage, which tells him he lucked out and got an entirely serious class. All of the familiars do well considering their age and size, which is mostly still tiny. Good job. I'm keeping all of you. For now. If you decide to slack off on your magic training, though, I will kick your butt to the curb so fast that your head will spin. Uncontrolled magic is dangerous. He tells them. You can head back to the classroom. There are syllabuses on your desks. Read them. And if you haven't read your student handbook, do so. There will be quizzes on it. Then feel free to head home. For those of you in the dorms, I'm your dorm manager, so if you have problems, come to me. That's all. Sheet. Katsuki changes his curse mid-word. Shouta smirks at him. Katsuki throws up his hands in disgust and then storms back to the classroom. His sons and Denki follow at a more reasonable pace and the others trail after them until there's only one left. Uraraka? Do you need something? He asks when she stays put. Sensei? She twists her hands nervously. Is it allowed for the students to get a job? I read the handbook, but I didn't see anything about it. Why would you need a job? He asks bluntly. It's not strictly against the rules, but it is. Highly discouraged given how many classes magic course students take. Particularly for those like Uraraka, who is also taking business classes. Well, I know the dorms are free, but I still need to buy food and necessities and my parents can't afford to send me money. She confesses. There is a food and necessities budget provided to dorm students. He informs her. You don't need to pay it back. Oh. She brightens. Then I don't need a job. Thank you, sensei. Don't mention it. He tells her. Thanks is unnecessary. Father. You said the Yamazawa Duo are good adventurers? Shudo opens a conversation with Enji, a rare thing. He knows they're good, because Enji respects them a lot, even if he won't exactly say why beyond I've worked with them a few times. Enji gives him a mildly interested glance. They are very knowledgeable and effective, yes. A bit impatient at times, but excellent at communicating necessary information. Haven't seen them for a few years, but they've probably just been out of the country again. So if I told you that Shouta Yamazawa is my homeroom teacher and the dorm manager? He fishes for the response he hopes to get. Enji does not disappoint. His father freezes for a moment. I'll talk to Nedzu about getting you into the dorms and getting extra training sessions with Yamazawa, then. I assume you aren't joking? Shudo shakes his head. Both Yamazawas are teaching this year, but going under their maiden names to cause less confusion to the students. Their sons are also attending this year. Enji blinks at him for a moment, then finally says, so that's why they disappeared. Makes sense. I wasn't aware that two men could reproduce, but I suppose anything is possible. His lips twitch against his will. The Yamazawas are most likely adopted, in his opinion, but that's a hilarious conclusion. Either that or each one slept with a woman and had a son and then took custody of the sons for a price. So instead of correcting Enji, he just nods. One of them has a divine rabbit, so there's probably a god involved in the matter. His father just nods. That would do it. I'm sure Nedzu won't mind you moving into the dorms, so go pack your things. Perfect. Ochako wanders down to the kitchen and stops to blink dumbly at Bakugu cooking up a storm. What you looking at, cheeks? Grab a plate. Take some pancakes. Toppings are on the counter. Bakugu orders. You're sharing? She asks, kind of blown away at the notion. He glowers at her. My kitchen. I cook. You eat and help clean up. Got it. She gives him a sloppy salute and detours around him to get to the plate cupboard. Just for today, or? Every morning. Unless I'm sick. And then you sheets can fend for yourselves as long as you don't burn the kitchen down. He clarifies with a huff, sliding another golden brown pancake on the stack. Ochako reaches out to grab a pancake and gets her fingers smacked with a spatula. How many do you want, cheeks? He demands. One? She asks, testing the waters of his generosity. He huffs. You're going to starve to death. He proclaims and slides 3 pancakes onto her plate. Go eat. She blinks at her plate, then looks up at him and beams. So he's that kind of cook. Still. Just in case they're terrible, she's going to drown them in toppings. Thanks. The pancakes are delicious. Perfectly done. Thick, fluffy, soft, just a little bit chewy and very slightly crisp on the outside. Drowning them in toppings hadn't hurt anything either. She wonders if all his breakfasts are this good. Hopefully. Ochako could definitely get used to eating full meals on a regular basis. Shouta raises an unimpressed eyebrow at Todoroki Jr. Why, exactly, are you at the dorms? The boy's lips twitch up slightly. My father decided I should live here and take extra training from you, Yamazawa-sensei. Of course that brat would. He huffs, seeing the boy's small smile grow at his words. If Enji is just a shithead, then his son is apparently a little sheet. An entirely different kind of problem. Fine. Magic use inside the dorms is limited to making ice cubes, filling ice packs, chilling drinks or foods and lighting the stove, relighting the heater or using a handful of fire that is to stay in your hand to light your way if the lights go out for some reason after dark. Yes, sensei. The boy says amiably. My things will arrive this afternoon and Nedzu has given me permission to remodel my room if I choose. So which room am I in? He considers for a moment and then shrugs. The building is built in a cube style with the bedrooms on the outside of the cube. Which direction do you want your window to face? North, if it's available. Todoroki replies without hesitation. Take the stairs to the second floor, turn right, go to the end of the hall, turn right again and it'll be the second room. It's next to Uraraka's. I'll have a key for you by this afternoon. He decides. The keys obviously aren't kept in the dorms near sticky-fingered teens. Kitchen, pantry, dining room, laundry and baths are on the first floor. Each bedroom has its own toilet and sink. There's a study room inside each occupied floor. Currently only the second floor study room is open for use. If you don't know how to do something or use something, ask for someone to show you. Bakugo and Uraraka are probably good people to ask. Okay, sensei. Do your sons also live in the dorm? Todoroki asks. No, they live with me. If you need them or me, we live 2 buildings to the east. He tells him, feeling tired at the very thought. Shouta just knows he's going to be seeing way too much of this particular kid. Honestly, what had Enji told this kid about them? Curfew is 8 p.m. Mostly because that's when the solar-charged magic lights run out of energy for the night during the shorter days of the year. You are allowed to use lamps in your room until 10 p.m., but then I expect you to be in bed sleeping. Between classes and curfew, you are allowed out into the city, but first years who want to visit the magic market must be accompanied by a teacher. Todoroki blinks at him. Understood. Are we allowed to go into the restricted magic section? No. Not until 3rd year. And only after you've gotten a permit to carry restricted magic items within a city. Shouta has the distinct feeling that Todoroki won't be the last stupid teen to ask him this question this year, even if he is the first. The boy looks vaguely disappointed. Shouta resists the urge to roll his eyes. What is it about turning into a teenager that seems to erase brain cells? Granted, he had been making restricted magic items at Todoroki's age, but he'd also had the necessary tutelage from his grandfather on the weekends to make that a relatively safe endeavor. No matter what his landlord had thought about it. He'd had to stick to weekend practices after moving into the UA dorms, though, because he wasn't allowed to make them on UA property. That had SCKED. The rest of the morning is, unfortunately, not as unremarkable as Shouta would like. He goes along with Yagi to work the surveillance system, mostly because Yagi's still nervous of working it himself, despite extensive practice. Says he's too old to pick up new tricks quickly. As if Shouta isn't approximately 4 times his age. But, he supposes, Yagi is old for a human and the elderly do tend to get that way about newer things. Yagi's lesson plan consists, apparently, of having the kids face off in pairs, with one pair playing rogues and the other pair playing adventurers who need to retrieve a civilian, i.e. a golem program to act as a victim. Which isn't a bad plan, per se, it's just that he would not have chosen the faux city as the setting. An open field would be a much less hazardous place to start. Shouta does put his foot down on letting the baby familiars participate, though. Not on their first day. The first match doesn't go too badly. Most of it is spent more in awe of the new tech than really watching their fellow students. The second match, however, goes wrong spectacularly. Both pairs split up, which is a shitty idea for inexperienced adventurers, though sometimes utilized by veterans to good effect. Uraraka goes after Ida, who is guarding the citizen. Not an ideal matchup for either of them. Less so for Uraraka after Ida clears the room of objects that could be used as impromptu ammunition. The real concern is that Katsuki ignores Uraraka when he sees her and storms off to find Izuku, who isn't exactly hiding. Uraraka finds Ida about the same time that Katsuki finds Izuku, who promptly books it. Ida finds the time ideal to monologue at Uraraka, though no one can hear what's being said. The tech isn't that advanced yet. The chopping arms give it away, though. Katsuki hunts Izuku until Izuku trips over nothing into a wall, allowing him to catch up. Things devolve quickly at that point. Katsuki halfway blows out a supporting wall with an explosion that misses Izuku by a hair. In turn, the shock startles Izuku into losing control over his power, and the ensuing earthquake threatens to bring the building down around their ears. The civilian golem breaks its binds, grabs Ida and then Uraraka in its arms and crashes out through the room's window, shattering its feet when it lands, but protecting them from anything worse than a few glass cuts and being thoroughly shaken. A large chunk of ceiling comes down on the room moments after they land safely outside. Meanwhile, Izuku panics and shifts to dragon form, stopping the earthquake, but effectively finishing off the damaged supporting wall, bringing the building down entirely. The last thing Shouta sees on screen is Izuku moving to cover Katsuki from the rain of debris. He closes his eyes and breathes for a moment, ignoring Yagi's exclamation of dismay and the student's screams of fear. "Dad?" Hitoshi asks, voice shaky. Indigo and Usagi shivering in his arms. "Are they Dash? Are they alive?" Shouta opens his eyes. "They should be, yes. Izuku's scales should protect them from the worst of it. Now all of you are going to get practice early in rescuing survivors of a disaster. Whether it be from rogue attacks, from a civilian's magic getting out of control or a natural disaster, rescue like this is a fairly common thing to have to do. Now let's get out there and start working." Aizawa is right. Yagi agrees. Rescue like this is unfortunately common. Now, listen as we walk. The first thing you do in these circumstances is send for help if it's available, and the second is to not remove anything that could be supporting a structure of debris protecting the victims. Now tell me, who do we send for help? Ida? And Todoroki? Yaoyorozu suggests. Exactly. Shouta praises. "Todoroki, please find Ainin Kuroze. She's a short, slender woman with brown, chin-length hair and should be in the teacher's lounge. Nedzu has possibly notified her already, so you might meet her on the way. She's a void dragon, so she'll have scales the same pattern and color on her face. She will probably offer you a ride back, since she can fly. You might be needed, so either fly back with her or come back on your own if she doesn't offer a ride." "Yes, sensei," Todoroki says in a clipped tone and takes off, skating on his ice as soon as they're out the door. When they get to the destroyed building, Uraraka is wading into the debris, with Ida a step behind, touching large pieces and then stepping aside to let Ida fling them out of the wreckage zone before releasing them and starting over again. Good instincts. Ida," he says when the boy releases the latest piece of rubble. Tenya looks up. "Sensei? Trade places with Shuji and Kirishima. I need you to go fetch Chiyo Shuzenji, the school nurse, and carry her back. Pace yourself so you don't run out of energy partway. Shuji, Kirishima, take turns so you don't wear out as fast, and if a piece is stuck or needs two of you, work together. Uraraka, make sure you don't move anything supporting anything that is keeping the roof from crushing them. If you get too tired, stop and wait for Kuroze-sensei." Shouta instructs. Yaoyorozu, Hitoshi, Denki, set up a medical station on the other side of that building so it's shielded from flying debris, and the rest of you do as they instruct? Take care of the civilian who just sacrificed himself to protect a rogue and an adventurer. He's badly injured. The golem doesn't need care, but it'll give them something productive to do. Ida zips off without answering. "Got it," Hitoshi says instantly. "Yes, Aizawa-sensei." Yaoyorozu, Shuji, Kirishima and Uraraka reply, voices overlapping. "Yes, Dadzawa." Denki salutes. "Yagi, you're with me." Shouta orders. They move over to work at an angle to Uraraka, Shuji and Kirishima, closer to where the boys actually are in the building. He can't use voids because he has to avoid interfering with Uraraka's efforts, but even if he isn't as strong as Yagi, dragons are strong. Between the two of them they can lift and move some seriously large debris and probably keep going even after Uraraka is worn out. Fortunately, they won't need to when Ainin shows up. Either way, he needs his son and son's best friend safe as soon as possible. It seems like forever until a black dragon drops down in the street and lets Todoroki slide off. Uraraka, Kirishima, Shuji, back out of the area. Hitoshi hears his dad call as the dragon shifts into a teacher he doesn't recognize. "Go get treated in the medical station." A couple minutes later, the three traipse around the corner looking exhausted. Todoroki trails after them. Hitoshi peeks his head around the corner and sees Dad and Yagi-sensei standing behind the other teacher, who is using a void to vacuum up large sections of debris. He watches as the roof and other debris gradually are pulled up and away until Izuku's battered form is revealed. Then Dad and Yagi rush around the petite teacher and start lifting the few remaining pieces off until finally Yagi-sensei is able to lift Izuku's limp dragon form out of the hole and go around to bring him towards the medical station. Incoming! He warns. Dad jumps down in the hole and emerges a minute later with Katsuki in his arms, looking wild-eyed. He's not struggling though, which is good for efficiency and safety but bad in that it's very much not a Katsuki thing to do. Katsuki, stay put. Dad instructs, putting him down in the chair Yaoyorozu had made just in case. He should be fine other than minor air deprivation and some scratches, but be sure to check in case there was something we didn't notice. He needs to sit there and breathe deeply for at least 5 minutes before he can be allowed to move. Yaoyorozu, do you need food? It would be appreciated, Aizawa-sensei. Yaoyorozu says politely. He pulls a bag off his belt and tosses it to her. Trail mix. Eat as much as you need. Then Dad goes over to where Yagi is gently checking Izuku over. What's the damage? Hitoshi pays attention to this rather than Katsuki. Katsuki is obviously fine. He's more worried about his brother. A few cuts and a lot of bruises on his scaled areas. He does have a bunch of abrasions and a small hole in one of his wings, though. I'm more worried about the concussion, though. He must have a serious one to still be out. Yagi says worriedly. Dad sighs. Yeah. Okay. I have a kit on me. So help me hold his wing so I can clean and stitch that hole and then I can start on the abrasions. I have more if you run out. Hitoshi says, walking over, because unlike a lot of his classmates' adventurer costumes, his is as practical as his parents' kits. Just no stitching supplies, because he doesn't know how to do that. We'll probably need it. His dad agrees. But let us get the wing stitched up first. It won't heal right otherwise. I could start on his other wing. Hitoshi offers. No, he might involuntarily flex or bait his wings when the needle goes in. Dad cautions. No need to risk extra injuries. Right. Hitoshi mutters and stands back out of wing range and waits until Dad gives the all clear. Izuku does sharply flex his free wing once, so the precaution was a good thing. It just doesn't make Hitoshi any happier about waiting. Alright, Hitoshi. Get Sato to hold Izuku's wing for you and you can start. Dad says. Okay. Hitoshi pivots. Sato, I need you to hold my brother's wing for me so I can clean the cuts on it safely. The kind of dumb-looking human nods and comes over. What do I do? Hitoshi lifts the wing into a workable position. Just hold it here for now. Sato nods again and pops a sugar cube into his mouth, before taking over the hold. In turn, Hitoshi pulls supplies off his belt and gets to work. He's working on the last one when Ida runs up with a tiny, old human in his arms and lets her down before going off to the side to pant. Which patient is priority? Shuzenji asks, but she's already walking towards Izuku. Kaken. Izuku's head JRKS up. Where's Kaken? Relax, idiot. Katsuki says and heaves himself out of the chair to walk over into Izuku's line of sight. I'm fine. Got a little squished, but you protected me. Yamazawa has a probable severe concussion. Yagi tells Shuzenji. Lots of bruises, lots of abrasions and little cuts. One hole in his wing, now cleaned and stitched. Wing abrasions have been disinfected. Still haven't gotten to the scales injuries. Katsuki squawks as Izuku picks him up by the front of his shirt and pulls him under him, between his paws. What the hell, idiot? Izuku sticks his nose on Katsuki's chest and then closes his eyes and passes out again. You fuckers. Quit laughing and help me out. Katsuki seethes. Shuzenji rolls her eyes at their antics. Definite severe concussion. She hobbles around until she can bend over and plant a kiss on Izuku's scaled head. There. That should do for now. I've only lessened the concussion, not healed it and nothing else is healed. She says. Now as for you, young man. I'll have to wait until I can reach you. Do your best to wake him up and keep him awake. What the F dash, old hag. Help me out of here. Katsuki screams as she walks away. She turns long enough to give him an amused look. The gods help those who help themselves. The screech Katsuki lets out is enough to wake Izuku. Kaken? What are you doing on the ground? He asks in confusion. You put me here, you idiot fucker. Let me up. Katsuki screeches. Izuku tilts his head and looks at him curiously. I can't be a fucker. I haven't F'd anything. Don't be silly, Kaken. The wordless shout of frustration Katsuki bellows out is enough to startle Izuku into rearing up a little, to back away from him, inadvertently freeing him. My. Youth these days are quite lively. Shuzenji remarks from the chair that has been brought over for her. Denki starts giggling so hard that eventually he drops to the ground, rolling around in mirth. Hitoshi goes over to see if he can get some more disinfectant from Yaoyorozu, since he's out and there's still the rest of Izuku's body to clean up. Yeah, they're going to be okay. Day 3 is something. Not a good something. Minorly less exciting than the day before, that had ended up with the entire class sleeping over in the dorms just to reassure themselves that everyone is alive and healing. He's pretty sure the girls have formed a coalition and everyone has trauma bonded to a somewhat concerning degree. Hizashi and he had slept over at the dorms too, just to provide enough supervision. Ashido and Uraraka had been tickled pink to find out that Yamada-sensei is the other half of the Yamazawa duo and had done their best to tease them about being such opposites. Joke's on them. Shouta doesn't care and Hizashi thinks it's equally amusing, so no one's embarrassed or more than minorly annoyed. But back to the subject of day 3. Someone had disintegrated the front gate and even gotten a couple of the cameras along the way. They still had the footage, though, of a dry-skinned, blue-haired young man who broke into the staff room and stole a copy of the class schedule off of Yagi's desk. Why Class 1's schedule specifically, since 1BS had been there too, no one knows. So Shouta's class is being targeted. Forewarned is forearmed, though. Extra teachers will be accompanying 1A to all activities out of the building for the next month or until the intruder makes his move. Nedzu's looking into an alarm system to warn them if something happens to the gates again. He is very much not pleased that the best security system in the country was bypassed so easily. The kids aren't being notified of the break-in, but most of them will probably notice the missing gates. So he might be fielding questions about it tomorrow. All in all, getting up this morning was probably an idea Shouta should have thought twice about before acting on. Alas, he hadn't been given much choice in the matter, given all the noise the kids had made waking up, Hizashi making him coffee and the fact that he still had homeroom to teach. Notes section. What Enji won't tell anyone is that Nedzu called in the Yamazawas about 40 years after graduation to take Enji's internship in first year, to knock some of the PSS and vinegar out of him before he gets someone killed. And boy, did they ever have their work cut out for them. His mom was kinda poor and a single mother, who raised him right, but he had a massive superiority complex from being a first-gen demigod with powerful fire magic. He had no concept of when not to use his magic or when he needed to control it carefully. No real sense of what not to say either. They spent the majority of the internship pounding into his head what he absolutely could not do as an adventurer if he didn't want to end up in jail and reviled as a mass murderer. It took a lot of cold comments and magic erasing from Shouta, who was notably less patient at the time, and a fair bit of yelling from Hizashi to get their points across. When he finally showed noticeable improvement at the end of the internship, they took him to the magic market and Shouta bought him a familiar. Enji eventually paid him back, but it took him a few years after graduation to be able to afford it. So Enji, not wrongly, accredits a lot of what he learned about adventuring and professionalism to them, because they were good teachers for him, if a little brutal about it. To be fair, anything less brutal probably wouldn't have gotten through to him. He actually mellowed out after that and proved to be a good student, to Nedzu's relief. He even started taking extra business courses, because he kind of got it into his head that he wanted to be as wealthy as Shouta someday. He was more respectful to those around him too. He also gained a healthy respect for the fact that pissing off a void dragon is a bad idea. Enji was very insulting, especially to Hizashi, and made some very ill-considered comments to begin with. There was a lot of "I could burn you to death" and "I could drop you into a void before you could manage it" back and forth between him and Shouta to begin with. He didn't really believe Shouta until they sparred with magic and Shouta opened a very small void suction that sucked in all his fire and dragged him towards it despite his best efforts at blasting away and only stopped because Shouta closed it before he could get actually hurt. And then Hizashi rattled his brain with his volume when they sparred and he learned it's almost impossible to fight when all you want to do is rip your ears off and bend over and puke from dizziness. Shouta, very happy that his manipulation worked and he now has an excuse to get away from Enji. Enji, now believing that the Yamazawa twins are biological sons. Shouta, I have my own conspiracy theory, but your assumption is too funny to correct. Also, I'm replacing you with Shouta Yamazawa. The Yamazawas are my new dads. Because Enji isn't as bad as canon towards his family, but he's still an a-hole. Shouta's blank personality is less outright canon spite and more to hide that he's a little sheet. Now he's going to be Shouta's problem. Enji's an equal opportunity a-hole, but he did learn early on how to be passably professional and works best with adventurers who act professionally. Katsuki, the old hag always kicked me out of her kitchen after she taught me to cook, but this kitchen is mine. But I'll be generous and let the losers teach themselves how to cook in the evenings. Ochako, can he even cook? But they look good, mmn. You know what? I don't even care if they're terrible. As long as he's feeding me, I'll eat it. Ochako tries a bite, by the gods. This is delicious. Nom, nom, nom. Ochako is a full scholarship student. Because UA sponsors poor students. Mia doesn't actually have any schools that can handle over 110% magic, so she was advised strongly to go to UA instead, even though it's in the next country over. Shouta has lots of practice recognizing little sheets. FML, teenagers, and FINGNG. Also Shouta, I'm responsible for the dorm. Don't burn it down. Or cause water damage. Or else. Shudo, yes, new dad. Don't worry, yet. I will wait at least a week before I start finding creative ways to push the boundaries you set. I'm such a good kid, aren't I? There are safer lamps than oil lamps available. They run off of being fed magic, either by filling a reservoir occasionally or by feeding them a constant trickle of magic. UA dorms utilizes a hybrid of the two with a switch that allows them to switch between modes, so dorm students with strictly physical magics can ask a classmate to fill the reservoir for them rather than struggling to maintain a trickle of magic outside their bodies. They can also request solar-charged battery lamps, though that requires remembering to charge them by putting them in the window every morning. Incidentally, Azuitsuyu, druid, with a spell that allows her to take on frog characteristics. Druids are considered a branch of humanity because they get their magic earlier than supernaturals. They do get their magic a little later than humans, at 8 rather than 4, and they live maybe 50 years longer. They can only do nature-related magics or calming magics. Most of them only ever master 1 or 2 nature magics and a calming type magic. Usually these are inherited from their parents and are semi-innate to them. There's also magic they can use to claim new territories once they have permission to settle in a spot. It's usually the youngest child who inherits the parent's territory, with the older kids going out, searching for a mate and eventually settling down with their own territories. Usually these territories are on the borders of human territories, next to whichever supernaturals the local humans have contentious relationships with. But they can also just be somewhere in human territories where the local humans need someone to act as a priest-magistrate kind of thing. Hopefully that's not too confusing. There are strict, no-fighting rules enforced in druidic territories. This gets interesting when the occasional druid decides to settle without warning in the middle of a war zone. A number of wars have been stopped this way. Sato Rikido, human with strength magic. Not exactly intended. I meant for them all to get out on their own, but the story disagreed, so we have trauma. Excuse any medical inaccuracies about wound treatment. I think I got it right, but couldn't swear to it. Makes it hard that this is a magic steampunk modern 1800s fusion type FIC, so I can't just look one thing up to check. At this point, they're just cleaning everything so infection doesn't set in. Bandages will be applied where required later, but most of them don't require being wrapped in bandages. 13 Ainen Kuros to the rescue. Recovery girl Chio Shuzenji only heals enough of his concussion to make him quit passing out, mainly because the time trap plus concussion did a huge number on his stamina. She did heal him again later after he ate a meal, allowing him to shift safely back into human form. Literally all the kids are laughing at Katsuki. Mainly it's relief that Izuku woke up at all. The adults are also chuckling at his expense, because at least his screaming and subsequent lack of wheezing proves his lungs weren't damaged at all. I wrote this scene before the last. Had to tweak it a little to fit, but didn't want to leave it out. A wild Shigaraki Shimura. He's actually a Shimura in this one. His dad was still an abusive, but that held his mom being an adventurer against her and hates adventurers and the world in general. Nana was a widowed human adventurer, who couldn't afford to raise a kid on her own without being an adventurer and couldn't find a way to keep her kid safe while being an adventurer, so she gave him up to an orphanage and supported the orphanage financially. Quite obviously, her son didn't appreciate his safety and education being put first. Tenko was 15 when his powers came in. His mom unknowingly has a little bit of supernatural recessive genes from like 30+ generations back, when he accidentally killed his dad and damaged the house and ran away from home. Since his parents' and sister's abilities came in at age 4, everyone thought he couldn't possibly have magic, so the murder was not attributed to him and in fact, it was concluded that whoever had killed his father stole him. His mom and sister are still alive and well and his mom has remarried since. His dog was also fine but passed away a few months ago of old age. Tenko has eked out a living since, but didn't know that he could have easily gotten into magic school, so he holds an irrational grudge against hero schools for excluding people like him. UA most of all, because that's where his grandma went. This is his first offense beyond shoplifting food, stealing clothes and living in uninhabited buildings since killing his father. So, yeah, trauma bonding induced dorm time. No one really paid attention in classes for the rest of the day because they were so shook. I realized while tweaking the scene that dorm night might deserve its own scene, so if you want me to do a short skip back in time and attempt to write that, I can. They have a French press-type coffee maker. The coffee is imported. Day 2, end of classes for the day? Ashido stands up, hand waving in the air, slightly before the last bell. Aizawa-sensei. Does the dorm have enough space for all 20 students? Yes, why? Shouta asks in puzzlement. Because I think we should all have a sleepover tonight. She turns to her classmates. I don't know about you, but adventurer studies really freaked me out. I thought Yamazawa and Bakugo were dead for sure when the building came down. I can't really get it out of my mind, so I thought being able to see for ourselves that they're alive tonight would help with that. That's not a bad idea, honestly. Alright, but only if your parents give permission and Yamazawa consents to it. He says sternly. All eyes turn to Izuku, who squeaks at the sudden onslaught of attention. I'm okay with it, I guess. Just for one night. Katsuki scoffs. You extras do what you want, but bring your own food. I ain't cooking for you. DMN. Uraraka mutters. Apparently Katsuki cooked breakfast for her and Kirishima this morning. Of course not, man. Your cooking is the best, but we wouldn't ask you to cook on a day you almost died. Kirishima reassures him. Speak for yourself. Uraraka grumbles. Whatever, you needy little sheets. Katsuki folds his arms, looking smug. Fine, I'll make breakfast. Yes. Uraraka fist pumps. I'm in. Shiro says, after watching the back and forth. The bell interrupts him, but he continues after it falls silent. If it means a home-cooked meal I don't have to burn myself, I'm all for it. Me as well. Truly my skills in the kitchen are small. Will there be cheese? Aoyama wants to know. I don't keep that sheet in my kitchen. Katsuki grumbles. That stuff is oily as sheet. It can be. There are less oily kinds, though. But not to worry. I'll bring enough cheese for everyone. Aoyama assures him, getting a snarl for his pains. Then the classroom turns into a riot of people deciding to come. Even Yaoyorozu. Shouta sighs and prepares mentally to deal with fully 20 teens being rowdy in the dorm tonight. It's not like he can send them to their rooms, because only 4 of them have assigned rooms. Hopefully Hizashi will be okay with sleeping over at the dorm with him tonight, because he really doesn't want to handle them all alone. He'd better pull blankets and pillows out of storage, too, so they have something to sleep on. And Shiro's and Aoyama's comments make him think he should ask Sakamata to prepare meals for them for tonight. Momo trails Uraraka around as she gives all the non-dorm students a tour of the place. The place itself is modern, open and airy, if smaller than she's used to. The bedrooms are. Well, Bakugo refused to show his. Todoroki's is a mess of crates and such since he hasn't unpacked yet, and Uraraka's is cute if a bit shabby. Is it normal for bedrooms to be so small? Half the class promptly chokes on their own spit. Uraraka looks her dead in the eyes and says in a patient tone, Yaoyorozu, these bedrooms are huge. Exactly how rich are you to think these are small? She considers for a moment. Very. Well, my father is, at least. There's a small huff from Uraraka. I would kill to be that rich. Momo winces. Please do not. Father says I can't frivolously buy gifts for my classmates, but I'd be happy to buy you anything you need that isn't covered by UA or your parents. Uraraka laughs. It was a joke. You don't need buy me anything. You sounded very serious. Momo informs her. Well, it's a poor people joke in Mia. A lot of people say stuff like that and don't mean a word of it other than to express a little jealousy. Uraraka explains. Sorry, Yaoyorozu. I didn't think about it not being a rich people joke or being in a different country. No need to apologize for an honest mistake. And please, all of you call me Yamamo. My last name is hard to pronounce on a good day. And this has not been a good day. Momo says. Todoroki comments. And please call me Shudo. I'm not fond of my last name. Momo blinks in confusion as this starts a flood of classmates reciprocating by offering to let the others use their first names. She doesn't know to do Shudo's reasons for his request, but surely it's a bit quick for the rest of them? Is this common? Should she have just offered Momo instead of Yamamo? Yay! Now I don't have to call you Yamazawa Green and Yamazawa Purple in my head. Mina cheers. Oh, apparently the teacher's sons, and hadn't that been a surprise when Yamazawa called Aizawa Dad in the wake of the building coming down on his brother, have also offered up their names. She missed that by being lost in her own head. Well, she can always listen and find out their names by what the others call them. She really doesn't want to admit that she hadn't been listening. How embarrassing. She trails the others into the study room, which is a little larger than expected, and then downstairs to find Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei depositing stacks of blankets and pillows in the common room. That is unexpected. Momo had, of course, brought a couple blankets and a pillow for herself, but she'd expected that she would have to make extras for the rest of the class. Apparently her forethought is a little lacking. She has much to learn from her teachers, it seems. Kids, how's it going? We weren't sure what you'd all manage to bring, so we got these out of storage for you, and there's casseroles in the refrigerator. Any of you know how to heat those up? Yamada-sensei asks. Of course I do. Baku, Katsuki grumbles, crossing his arms like the question personally offended him. But I ain't doing it. I do too. Tsuyu agrees. We do. The Yamazawa brothers proclaim, looking amused for some reason. Yura, Ochako huffs. I do. I swear we live on those at home. Are casseroles made of soba? Shudo asks. Aizawa-sensei snorts. Afraid not, kid. Momo wonders if casseroles are good. She doesn't think she's ever had one. Casseroles, as it turns out, are interesting. Tasty, but the texture is odd and the visual appeal is somewhat lacking, being roughly scooped out squares from a pan of the same, but nice and filling. She wouldn't be opposed to eating another casserole at a later date. After supper, Momo does her studies and helps others if they ask and contributes when she has something to add to the rambling conversations. Denki laughs and brings up her earlier words. I can't believe you offered to buy us anything we needed, Yamamo. That's dangerous, you know? What if we asked you to buy us all familiars or something? That'd be crazy and your dad would probably murder us on principle. She blinks at him. What a strange coincidence. I told father that only some of my classmates have familiars and he forbade me to buy everyone familiars and told me that boys need to earn their familiars or they won't appreciate them properly. So I asked about getting the girls familiars and he said that was fine because women are often paid less for the same jobs and imposing a debt like the price of a familiar on them would be cruel. The whole room goes silent. Did I say something wrong? She asks after a moment. Whoa, that's deep. Eijiro says after a pause. Aizawa-sensei clears his throat. Please realize that children from rich families require time and experience to gain a proper understanding of costs and pricing and do not take advantage of Yaoyorozu's ignorance. Momo droops. I'm sorry. Why? I went through the same thing as a child. I'm not sure my older sisters ever quite learned that lesson, to be quite honest. But as an adventurer, you need to keep the state of your funds and what you're willing to purchase for people to yourself or you can find yourself in dire trouble from thieves, fortune hunters, and false friends. Aizawa-sensei says bluntly, which oddly does make her feel better. I was lucky enough to find true friends, as I trust you will be able to as well, but there were a few things that happened before I learned to be careful. Fortunately, dragons are rather less squishy than the average being. I would prefer you learn this before you graduate, so I don't have to worry about you as much. Ah, you do care. Yamada-sensei teases him. Aizawa-sensei glares at him. I will hunt you for sport. Yamada-sensei's brows wiggle up and down. You promise? Her usually stoic homeroom teacher blushes abruptly. Shut up. You, flirt elsewhere, you gross old men. Katsuki complains. Yamazawa, the purple one, huffs in amusement. Be glad they're not kissing. Ugh. Disgusting. Katsuki opines. Wait. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei are married? Ochako asks. Obviously. Katsuki huffs, crossing his arms. Mina squeals happily and Ochako leans over to whisper with her. Why does she sense incipient teasing headed their sensei's way? Okay, but theoretically. Is it the girls taking advantage of Momo if her dad cleared the purchase ahead of time? Hanta asks, ignoring that aside. I'm honestly curious. That's an interesting question, kiddo. In this case, Yaoyorozu Sr. is an astute businessman, so I don't think it would be considered an imposition. Yamada-sensei says thoughtfully. If it was, he would have told her no, it's not okay. Shudo perks up and offers in a monotone, I could buy the boys familiars. Aizawa-sensei flinches. Not unless you want to make Enji very happy that he's able to do something for you. Oh. Shudo looks disappointed. Then I rescind that thought. Making father happy is not among my goals in life. Darn. Denki says, obviously amused. You know, kiddos, UA will actually let you take out a loan in third year to buy a familiar. You do have to pay them back, but it's a good option. Yamada-sensei advises cheerfully. Plenty of UA graduates never get a familiar, though, so don't feel bad if you decide against it. Momo feels relief at that. At least the boys would have aid as well. Yaoyorozu, if you're going to take all the girls to the market with you, you need to have 2 teachers accompanying you. Aizawa-sensei says tiredly. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. She says, perking up. Momo does hope the other girls agree to let her buy them familiar eggs. It's lonely being the only girl in class with a familiar. Day 3, end of classes for the day? Aizawa-sensei? Yaoyorozu asks, looking a little nervous. He replies absently, noting the fact that his sons, Denki, Katsuki and all the girls are still in their seats instead of rushing out of the room like normal. You said we needed 2 teachers to accompany us if I took the other girls shopping for familiar eggs. Is it possible for you and another teacher to do so this afternoon? Your sons, Denki and Katsuki have volunteered to come along and help ward off any creeps. She asks. Ah. That explains the anomaly. He considers for a moment, then nods. Yeah. I think Hizashi's free to go with us, but I'll have to check. While I do that, have everyone going change into casual clothes. She beams. Yes, sensei. Thank you. Shouta finds Yagi and Hizashi in the staff lounge. Hizashi, are you free for a few hours? The girls and our 4 boys want to go shopping at the magic market today. Actually, I have a couple students who asked for help with their Maizi and homework. Hizashi replies, looking regretful. Okay. I'll have to find a second teacher then. Shouta agrees easily. He's pretty sure Namuri or Oboro will be fine with coming along. I can go. Yagi volunteers. That? Well, he hadn't expected that. Very convenient. Do you have anything more casual to wear? You're kind of famous. Yagi smirks and sheds his fancy vest and the belt with adventurer supplies, then runs his hands through his hair, rumpling his 2 recognizable bangs. Apparently he wears 2 belts, because he looks pretty civilian now with just the one. Good enough, Aizawa-kun? Yes. Meet me in one's classroom in about 10 minutes. He instructs. And don't call me that. I'm older than you by a lot. Ah, my apologies. Yagi says, looking chided. Good. Maybe he'll finally stop doing it. Momo has been to the magic market, precisely twice. Once to buy her familiar egg. Once as a tot where she escaped her father's and his bodyguard's attention just long enough to get thoroughly lost in the crowd, become terrified of all the tall strangers crowding her and finally led to a quieter spot by a nice lady in yellow, where her dad finally found her. It has just as much pageantry as she remembers from her last visit, though the crowds are thinner for some reason. Still, she feels much safer knowing the boys are along. Eventually, of course, she'll not need any escort, because she'll be able to handle things on her own, but she's still a student and not a very experienced one at that. Personally, she makes sure to stay next to Aizawa-sensei. Mina stays at Yagi-sensei's elbow, engaging him in a lively conversation. Katsuki is sticking next to Toru. Ochako is talking with Denki. Tsuyu is escorted by Izuku and Jiro Kyoko walks beside Hitoshi. She's finally caught the Yamazawa brothers' first names, thank goodness. She's not very sure where they're going, but they're in the weaving area now. Something in one of the stalls catches Mina's attention and she bounces over, picks up a bolt and shows it to Ochako. The price on this is insane, but isn't it amazing? Ochako looks torn. I try not to look at things I can't afford, Mina. I like it. Toru agrees. Katsuki scoffs. It clashes with your skin tone horrendously. You know about cloth, Blasty? Mina asks with an avid expression, nevertheless tidying the bolt and putting it down. More like I know clothes. My parents have a small clothing shop. Katsuki admits. Kyoko walks over and moves a couple bolts to pick up and hold up a pale purple cloth. How does this look on me? It's too light for you. Find a darker color. Katsuki advises. Aizawa-sensei nudges Momo's arm. You can look too, you know. Oh. He's not mad at the delay? Tsuyu holds up a green cloth. What about this one? Katsuki narrows his eyes for a moment and then nods. Yeah, looks nice with your skin tone. Momo hesitates. She doesn't really need Katsuki's advice, for one and for two, the cloth doesn't look like it's very high quality. What's wrong? Aizawa-sensei asks. Just seems like rather coarse fabric? She says hesitantly. Let's try the stall over there. He says and guides her over to a stall with less flashy fabrics. After a brief inspection, he seems satisfied. These should be up to your standards. Following his lead, she sorts through the various fabrics until she finds a dark red that is immensely appealing. Momo looks to Aizawa-sensei as she holds it out for inspection. That's a nice one. He says after a moment. I like it, but I probably shouldn't get it. I only came for the familiar eggs and I don't know if I have enough for this as well. She bites her lip in indecision. Aizawa-sensei turns to the vendor. How much for the bolt? 15 gold. The vendor replies. It has magic applied to make it fireproof and tough enough to resist casual stabbings. Despite a briefly raised eyebrow, Aizawa-sensei doesn't hesitate to open his purse and pay for it. Oh, you didn't have to. I'm perfectly fine with dash. She cuts herself off at his bored look. At least let me pay you back tomorrow. No, he says gruffly. But I dash, she protests. No. You deserve to be spoiled too, you know. Besides, it looks like Yagi is paying for the other girls. I wouldn't want you to feel left out. He says a bit flatly. Oh. Then thank you. She replies, feeling a bit abashed at how kind he's being. Isn't it a bit much, though? I mean, I could be wrong. Not really. It's actually a fine price for magic-enhanced cloth. He explains. But the others just got regular cloth, right? She pushes. No, actually. Those colors are too crisp and rich for the cloth quality to not be magic-enriched. I guarantee that the price is much higher than the material they could normally afford. Nor is the cloth quality that bad. It's just not up to what you're used to. He retorts calmly. Ah, if you say so? She accepts uncertainly. I do. He affirms. Let's rejoin them. How do you know so much about cloth, Aizawa-sensei? Momo asks curiously. My older sisters are weavers. They insisted on teaching me the basics of everything to do with it. He tells her. It's a surprisingly useful skill set. The elf who runs the stall with divine familiar eggs looks surprised to see him and his kids back with others. I see you have a couple other divine descendants with you today. Are you buying today? I'm not the one paying, but yes. Shouta agrees. I see. The elf's eyes rove over each of the kids curiously, finally settling on the cloth in Yaoyorozu's arms in enlightenment. Are you looking for silver eggs or gold? 1 gold for sure. He replies. Luff is a major god, he's fairly certain. Not sure on the other. What's the related magic? The elf inquires. Gravity. Uraraka answers him. Ah, perhaps Apocalypse, god of that which keeps things from floating away, ropes, knots, anchors, ships and airships and most recently gravity. He suggests. That's the one. Uraraka confirms. Apocalypse is powerful, but still considered a minor god, so you'll want a silver egg. The elf tells her. Which of you would like to go first? Oh. Me. Hagakure says excitedly. The elf cracks a smile. Just wait a moment while I retrieve the eggs from the back. Hands off the display, Denki. Shouta warns a couple moments later, making the electric blonde yank his hand back. There's no way these eggs don't have an anti-theft spell on them. I wasn't going to steal them. I just wanted to touch one to see what it felt like. Denki explains. Coming out of the back with a tray in his hands, the elf chuckles. You don't want to do that, boy. Not unless you want to be bright green for a week and detained by magic market officials. He sets the tray holding 3 golden eggs on the counter. Young lady, come and pull your magic out through your hand by a few inches and hover your hand over each egg in turn. You'll know if one of them is for you. Hagakure obeys, her magic creating a short, soft beam of light that touches the eggs one by one. There is no response. Ah? Indeed, how unfortunate. If I may see one of your market maps, I can circle the stalls elsewhere in the market that carry golden eggs. The elf remarks. Shouta volunteers his map. When it's handed back, there are only 2 other stalls marked on it. One in the food section and one in the restricted magic section. Yup. That's about what he expected. Oh well, looks like they'll be walking a lot today. After putting the golden eggs away, the elf comes back and gestures at Uraraka. Your turn, young lady. Again, pull your magic out through your palm by a few inches and hover it over the eggs one by one. I have several trays of silver eggs, so you have plenty to choose from. They go through an entire tray without response and then 2 and then 5 and it isn't until the 7th tray that the 4th from last egg responds to Uraraka's magic strongly. It's a pretty thing, with feathered detailing overlapping in such a way as to resemble a rosebud. That'll be 173 gold. The elf says, picking up the egg and sliding it into a small cloth bag meant to hang from one's wrist or belt. Yaoyorozu, to her credit, just nods and steps forward to pay. She only fumbles a little while counting out coins. Which is impressive considering it's probably her first time paying for anything. The elf is professional about it and writes her out a receipt, which she takes with a slightly puzzled look before putting it in her purse. If I may ask? Would you be able to circle the stalls on my map that cater to human or druid familiar eggs? She asks quietly. With only a blink of his pale green eyes, the elf smiles a little. Of course I can do that. At least the ones I know of. Those vendors come and go a little more often, so you can ask at other stalls you stop at as well, as they might know some that I don't. Thank you. Yaoyorozu says as he hands the map back a couple minutes later. It's no problem at all. I don't have a lot of customers, so I make a lot of referrals. The elf replies easily and watches as they depart. Before they get to the first egg stall on Yaoyorozu's map, Shouta spies a stall selling shopping bag-sized bags of holding, a 6-pack for 20 gold. He ignores the puzzled looks he gets from his companions as he walks over to the stall and purchases a pack. Shouta then distributes one to each girl. Put your fabric bolts in these. And don't lose them. Looking a little skeptical, they do, then exclaim in surprise when the bags swallow the entire length of the bolts with ease despite looking like they could only hold a third of the length. I should have thought about that. Yagi says quietly. I have plenty at home. Shouta shrugs. I didn't exactly give you time to go fetch them. The first egg stall on Yaoyorozu's map has nothing for them. Tsu can admit that she's disappointed about that. She'd been hoping to find one at the first stall like Ochako, Yamamo and Hitoshi had theirs, not run around the entire magic market looking like Izuku had had to do. They stop at a second stall, but this one is tiny. There's only 2 trays out and there doesn't seem to be any magic protecting the eggs, just the vendor's attention. She doesn't hold out much hope as Kyoka and Mina try all the eggs to no effect, but dutifully schemes her palm and magic over the eggs one by one when it's her turn. To her surprise, a pale orange egg with delicate lattices on it vibrates hard enough to rattle the nearby egg somewhere in the middle of the first tray. Oh, you found one. Congratulations. The vendor, a fairy of some sort, exclaims and picks up the egg to slip it into an egg bag. That'll be 42 gold. The price is startling, even after seeing how much Ochako's divine egg had cost. She sneaks a look at Aizawa-sensei, but he looks unsurprised and reasonably bored, and a glance at Yagi-sensei just shows a pleased expression. Karo, if this is the normal price for familiar eggs, no wonder druids rarely get one. Still, she finds herself feeling unreasonably protective of the egg now that she's found one that suits her. Maybe it's familiar magic so people don't abandon the eggs after finding them? She doesn't really care, though, as Yamamo pays and the fairy hands the egg bag to Tsu. Either way, she's grateful to Yamamo for funding this purchase, even though Tsu would never have asked that of her. Perhaps she can find something nice to do for Yamamo in turn. Tsu's quite good at sewing, so she can offer to help make her a garment from that lovely red cloth she got. Coming out of the 6th egg stall of the day, counting the elves that didn't sell human-aligned familiar eggs, Mina is feeling a little discouraged. This is turning into a full market search at this rate. Then she stops dead. Is she hallucinating? Aizawa-sensei? I didn't know you could clone yourself and gender bend. I can't. His gruff voice says from behind her. Those are my older twin sisters, Ruri and Ruka. Shouta. The one in a lavender dress exclaims. And adorable nephews. The one in a pale green dress adds cheerily. What are you doing here? Egg shopping for the girls, Auntie Ruka. Izuku replies. What are you doing here? These are your students, Shouta? Hi, Hitoshi. The one in lavender asks. Hi, Ruri. Hitoshi replies laconically. Yes, they are. Aizawa-sensei says bluntly. Well, we were just checking out cloth to see if there's any to bring to the mating festival, but why do the girls have shopping bags with them if you're only here for eggs? Ruka asks. Oh, Yagi-sensei and Dad bought them a bolt of fabric apiece. Izuku explains. Both twins' eyes light up at that. Ruri exclaims, oh, you have to let us buy them a second bolt apiece, Shouta. One is not enough. Or maybe 2 or 3. Ruka adds. Aizawa-sensei sighs. Fine. 1 bolt or 1 outfit apiece and then we split ways so we can finish egg shopping. The twins raise their fists in victory. Yes. I get that one and that one. Ruri says immediately, pointing to Kyoka and Yamamo. Why does Mina have the feeling it has to do more with Hitoshi and Aizawa-sensei standing next to them than Kyoka or Yamamo themselves? I get the ones with Izuku and Denki. Ruka replies. Do you want the pinkish one or the invisible one? The invisible one. Ruri decides after a short hesitation. That means I get you. Ruka says, pointing at Mina. Mina's not sure if she should be offended or not that she's the last pick, but decides that Ruka's enthusiastic enough to make up for it. Okay. Ruka claps her hands together. Each of you show me the fabrics you've gotten so far. She immediately pulls out the cool acid green material Yagi-sensei bought for her. Ruka looks taken aback. My. That's something. Very bright. I suppose it suits you, but let's find you something nicer as well. And by nicer, I mean better quality cloth. How would you feel about a bright purple? That's be cool. Mina replies. Ochako pulls out the bright dark pink she chose and Ruka grimaces as if in pain. That's, very pink. Is pink your favorite color? Yes. Ochako says, almost defiantly. Ruka just nods. Well, we'll find you a more subdued pink. That one's not suitable for anything other than casual blouses or maybe a sundress. Also, a much nicer fabric. Ochako looks peeved for a moment, but then sighs. Yeah, I knew that. But you don't have to splurge on the nice stuff for me, this is pretty nice fabric compared to what I'm used to. The dragon gives her a considering look, eyeing her clothes. I can see that. And it's not splurging to buy something that is better than that. I wouldn't inflict that low quality of fabric on anyone other than my enemies. Yagi-sensei winces. Okay. Ochako agrees reluctantly, flushing. Tsu shows off her pale green with outlines of lily pads on it with a bland expression. Ruka looks pleasantly surprised. Oh, that's not bad. Would you like a darker green to go with it? That would be nice. Tsu agrees. Excellent. We're looking for stall number they had passable to excellent quality and a good selection of brighter colors. Chemical dyes rather than magic enhanced, but most of their goods have some kind of enhancement on them for things like stab resistance or whatnot that Shouta prefers. Which direction are we headed? Ruka asks. Hitoshi snorts and points. And then they're off. Mina does notice, however, that the other group going in the same direction. Maybe having Katsuki and 2 dragons along is a little overkill, but it's not like their group is any less overkill, what with having Izuku, Yagi-sensei, and a dragon along. Shopping with Ruka is an experience. Mina had no idea that there were that many things to look for in quality fabric. Tight weave versus loose weave, fiber density, fiber quality, like whether it breaks easily or not, cloth thickness, cloth texture, pattern, dye quality, magic enhanced dyes versus other things enhanced, quality of enhancement, overall appeal. Is that all of them? She's not quite sure, but she does know her head is spinning by the time Ruka pauses in chattering about it all to approve the silky, bright purple cloth that Mina is currently holding. Oh nice. Good color on you. Great cloth quality. And enhanced with acid resistance. I mean, you're unlikely to need that one but Ruka comments. My magic is acid creation. Mina interrupts. She can have the inventor's course turn this into an adventurer's outfit. This is perfect. Oh, that's rare. By all means, let's get that one, then. Ruka agrees, then turns towards Ochako. What have you found? Ochako holds up a deep pink that lacks the neon tint of the other bolt. And then a second bolt in a much paler pink. I'm not sure which one is better. Ruka considers. Hold them up separately, please. The pink-cheeked girl holds up the deep pink and then exchanges it for the lighter pink. That one. The other is a little too dark for you. Ruka decides. What are the enchantments on it? Ochako squints and then gives up and holds it out for Ruka to read. Sorry, my Higoian isn't that good. Not to worry. Stain-proof and opacity. Nothing flashy, but excellent ones for a paler color to have. Should make some nice outfits. I'd say a dress and a pantsuit. Maybe a light jacket and some blouses as well. Ruka recommends. Oh, and a couple bras. Your melons are big enough you should be wearing one for support. It'll help with the back pain. Denki wheezes and Yagi-sensei and Izuku aren't much better. Off, both flushing in embarrassment. Ochako blushes so hard that she resembles a lobster. Okay. I like this green. Tsu says, drawing attention away from Ochako. It's a dark bluish green that, if Mina's not wrong, perfectly matches the lily pads on the other bolt of cloth. Oh, you have excellent taste. Ruka praises. What are the enchantments with that? Water resistance and stab resistance. Tsu says promptly. Not bad. Ruka observes. Do you want it? Yes. If you're willing to get it for me. Tsu responds. Absolutely. Ruka beams at her. Mina purposely tunes out the price the vendor asks for all 3 bolts of material. Her parents aren't poor like Ochako's, but some things need not to be heard to prevent heart attacks. Like, she's uncomfortable with being bought so much, but Mama always told her not to argue with a dragon if they want to buy you something because they won't listen and you might end up with something outrageous if you do. After that, they track down the others at stall number 204 and Aizawa-sensei points the twins in the right direction when they part with them. Believe it or not, they aren't actually directionally challenged when they're not overly excited. Aizawa-sensei says drolly. Strange. There's an egg stall next to the fabric stall Ruri's group had been at, so Mina asks, is that one of the stalls on your list, Yamamo? Yamamo pulls out her map and studies it. Yes actually. We did miss a couple egg stalls, though. Let's do this one and then go back so we don't miss the others. Mina suggests. This stall has a wider selection than the previous one, with various displays labeled with the type of magic each egg is purported to have an affinity for. It even has a single tray with a few eggs in it that is labeled Acid Affinity. Mina is pretty jazzed about that. None of the other stalls have assigned anything with that amount of precision. She tugs at Yagi-sensei's hand. Look, they have Acid Affinity. It seems they do. Yagi-sensei agrees with a smile and walks over to the counter to request that the vendor bring them out so she can try them. The vendor is a pretty lady who acquiesces with a soft smile. Mina's confidence wanes, though, when she tries the 6th of the 8 eggs. Is this stall going to be another dud? The 7th egg doesn't react either and she hesitates before moving her hand over the 8th egg, a pale violet thing with little overlapping circles all over it. To her delight, it starts vibrating as soon as her magic touches it and after a couple seconds almost leaps into her hand. Slightly embarrassed by actually holding the egg without permission, she offers it to the lady. The lady vendor just smiles and puts the egg tray back where she got it from. Bring that over to the counter. Are any of your friends egg shopping too? Yeah. The one with the purple hair is looking for a sound-aligned egg. Mina says excitedly. She obediently walks over to the counter and sets the egg on a little egg rest they have there as the lady goes over to Kyoka to help her. Today is a great day. Ruri crosses her arms. Fabrics. Show them so I know what I'm working with. Kyoka pulls out her deep purple and black mottled cloth for inspection. Oh, that suits you well color-wise, but let's get you some nicer cloth as well. Much nicer cloth. Ruri says. Maybe a little brighter to give you some variety. How about a light red? Maybe? I like some reds. Kyoka answers uncertainly. Toru shows off the nifty light orange with black designs that she picked. Invisibility is probably light magic. Can you draw all your magic away from your head for a couple moments? Ruri asks. Maybe, Toru answers. It takes a few minutes, but she manages it after that, for like 30 seconds. Her hair is light blonde with pale pink accents. Oh dear. Ruri says. You're beautiful but those colors are a travesty on you. Don't ever wear it if you're visible, okay? Pink or blue should work much better. Okay. Toru replies, shoulders slumping in defeat. Yamamoto hesitantly shows her the bolt of deep red cloth Aizawa-sensei bought for her. Ruri grins. Shouta must have bought that one. Lovely cloth and excellent quality. I approve. How do you feel about a green similar to the one Ruka is wearing? It's nice. Yamamoto replies after tilting her head to study it a moment. Great. Ruri says and pulls out her map. We're headed to stall 204, because I know Ruka will take the others to 190 and frankly, that's way too many people. 204 has better cloth overall anyways. Shouta, which way? Aizawa-sensei rolls his eyes and points. At least it's not a long walk to still longer than Kyoka would like, of course. She really needs to work on her stamina. Once she gets there, she starts looking through the available bolts, looking at the brighter reds unenthusiastically. Finally, she settles on one that doesn't make her cringe too much and holds it up for inspection. What about this one? Ruri eyes Kyoka. No. Too bright. Try this duller red one. Oh, that works well. Do you like it? Yeah, actually. I just thought I was supposed to choose something brighter. Kyoka confesses. Oh, I suppose I may have phrased it that way. Sorry about that. She peers at the tag on the end of the bolt. Slash and stab resistant. That should serve you well in the profession you're going into. You are trying to be an adventurer? Or did I get that wrong? No. I do want to be an adventurer for a few years. Hopefully I can save up enough for a nest egg so I can open my own instrument shop. Kyoka tells her. Well, that's good then. Ruri nods. If you want this bolt, I'll get it for you. Yeah, I think I do. Thanks. Kyoka answers. Toru clears her throat, drawing Ruri's attention. How about this one? She's holding up a nice medium blue with dark pink squares on it. It has affinity attunement. Whatever that is. Ruri's face lights up. Oh, that's perfect for you if you don't want your clothes visible. It'll align to your light affinity. Nice colors and the cloth is more than decent too. We have to get that one for you. Awesome. Toru replies, sounding relieved and little rays of light bouncing off of her invisible form. Now I don't have to go naked when I want to be stealthy. Kyoka draws in a sharp breath at the insanity of that thought. What the hell? Excuse me, but what the F dash, Toru? Katsuki breathes in ire. What? Hitoshi asks blankly. No. Yamamoto gasps in horror. You can't. Go naked, I mean. Aizawa-sensei looks pained. Absolutely not. A naked adventurer in the field is usually a dead adventurer. The inventor's course can definitely come up with a more refined version of affinity alignment for your adventurer costume. Okay, thank you. Toru says in a grateful tone. Kyoka is absolutely certain that her classmate is avoiding all of their gazes at the moment. She pats her on the back. No, too pale on you. Aizawa-sensei says to Yamamoto, who is absently holding a very pale, slightly neon green cloth. Try this one. He reaches over and picks up a beautiful leaf green fabric embroidered with dark emerald leaf design outlines. Ruri looks at them and nods. That's an excellent choice. Not quite as good of quality as your red, but you don't need to wear that kind of thing every day. What are the enhancements on that? Yamamo rewraps the bolt and peers at the end of it. Single direction waterproofing? And fireproofing. Single direction means you can still wash it without problem, but the waterproof side will repel rain and such. Very stain resistant. Ruri explains. It's a nice thick cloth too. You could probably make a jacket and coat for rainy days out of it. Or whatever you like, of course. Do you like it? She nods. Yes, please. Kyoka only winces a little at the total the 3 bolts of cloth comes to. At the 5th egg stall of the day, after they've parted way with Aizawa-sensei's sisters, Mina finds herself an egg. Honestly, Kyoka is very happy for her, but also jealous when none of the sound affinity or air affinity eggs accept her. Then they have to backtrack so they don't miss a couple of the egg shops, and Kyoka is genuinely discouraged by the time they reach the 7th egg stall of the day. Unlike the previous stall, absolutely nothing is labeled other than a small sign claiming they sell human-aligned familiar eggs. Which means Kyoka is going to have to try every single tray for a likely net gain of 0. How many FING egg stalls are in this market anyways? Because she has the feeling she's going to have to try all of them. The vendor at this stall is a polite damper, who at first seems to think they're here for Hitoshi for some odd reason. But he brings out the first tray without even being asked. The first egg is a pale yellow thing with an almost fur-like pattern to it. And as soon as Kyoka hovers her hand over it, the egg starts shaking violently. Oh. I thought for sure that was a light affinity egg. Yours is air, right? The damper comments, guessing wrongly. Well, this is why I don't try labeling my stock. That'll be 46 gold unless you're also looking for someone else in your group. He places the tray on the counter and plucks the egg out of the tray and slips it into an egg bag. No, Aizawa-sensei says shortly. The vendor looks further surprised when Yamamo pays instead of Aizawa-sensei. Which kind of makes sense, since sensei is a dragon and they're notoriously rich. At least he doesn't make a fuss over it and wishes them a good day after Yamamo finishes paying. With over half of the girls taken care of now and Jiro and Izuku looking distinctly tired with all the walking around, Shouta looks at his map thoughtfully. Hey, Yagi. How about you take Ashido, Azui, Jiro, Hitoshi, Izuku and Denki back to the dorms, and I'll take Hagakure, Yaoyorozu and Katsuki with me to look at the other 2 divine egg stalls. He suggests. Yagi smiles. Alright. Sounds like a plan. I forgot how tiring simple shopping can be. Izuku pouts. I wanted to see the magic section of the market. Another day. Shouta reassures him. Frankly, if something happens, you're the most intimidating of the boys with your earthquakes and plants. I need you to stay with Azui. His son blinks and looks baffled. Me? Intimidating? Hitoshi ruffles Izuku's curls. Only when your power slips. Otherwise you look cute and harmless. Hey! Izuku pouts at his brother. Just saying the facts. Hitoshi teases, then adds, besides, you look even more tired than Kyoka and you're still healing up injuries. We need to get you home sooner than later. Izuku wilts a little. Fine. Shouta gives him an amused look. Hitoshi, take him by Shuzenji's office when you get back. If he's still awake after, take him home. If not, Shuzenji will let him sleep in the infirmary a couple hours. Hitoshi gives him a super sloppy salute. Okay. They have to cut through a couple of the smaller sections of the market to get to the food section, which is enormous. Shouta eyes the thronging crowd as they enter and sighs. Alright. Are any of you hungry or thirsty? I could use something to drink. Katsuki admits. I am hungry. Yaoyorozu says primly. Oh man. I could really use some ice cream. Hagakure says hopefully. So they stop and get some lemonade, soup and ice cream before continuing on. Unlike the other egg stalls they've stopped at, this one is huge. It also has security guards. A brief glance at the spell-protected shelves of eggs in glass cases is enough to reveal that they carry all kinds of eggs. It must do a brisk business. Oh, this is the place father took me to in order to get my familiar. Yaoyorozu says in recognition. Oh, so it has a really good reputation as well. That's nice. Sirs and ladies, how can we help you today? As you can see, we have eggs of all kinds and some of the more special ones in the back. The vendor greets them cheerfully. He's obviously a human with a partial bear mutation. We're looking for golden eggs today. Shouta explains, gesturing at Hagakure. How unusual. Not to worry though, you're in luck. We have 7 currently. 2 just came in yesterday. Let me just go get those. The vendor replies. Where does he get all that pep? It's exhausting. It's a good 2 minutes before the man returns, carrying a small tray mostly filled with golden eggs that he sets on the counter. Do you know how to use your magic to test the eggs, young lady? Yes. The elf vendor told me how. Hagakure replies, vibrating in excitement. Good, good. He's very good at explaining, unlike some. Well, go ahead, young lady. The man urges. Apparently there's only one elf in the business of divine eggs? Makes sense. Hagakure's shoulders slump a little more with each egg that doesn't respond. But on the 6th, an egg that has a hammered gold pattern, there's a strong response. The squeal of joy makes Shouta wince a little. The vendor claps a little and then moves the egg into a velvet bag. Now then, that will be 289 gold. A little discount for you since that particular egg has been with us for nearly 15 years. Now. Hagakure gasps at the price. Shouta glances at Yaoyorozu to make sure she has the requisite funds, but she looks unbothered as she steps forward to pay. Ah, the young lady who was here a few months ago. What kind of familiar did you end up getting? The vendor inquires. Shouta narrows his eyes. It's probably just innocent curiosity, but... Yaoyorozu hesitates. Is that something you need to know? No, no. I meant no offense. I'm just being nosy. Do an old man a favor and ignore me putting my foot in my mouth. The vendor backtracks. She looks puzzled at the expression, but finally shakes herself a little and pays before picking up the velvet egg bag and handing it to Hagakure. Here you go, Toru. I can't thank you enough. Hagakure tells her quietly. A thank you is plenty. It was lonely being the only girl in class with a familiar. Yaoyorozu replies kindly. Shouta stares at the human vendor a bit longer until the man shifts his weight nervously. Is there something else I can help you with, Sir Dragon? The man asks politely. He steps up to the counter and leans over it a bit and says quietly, if I ever find out you're in the business of familiar trafficking, I will destroy you. The vendor blanches. No, no. I would never. I swear by Benzaten. I just asked because it makes repeat customers feel like I care about them. Which I do. But not like that. Studying him for a moment, he decides the man is being honest. Oaths invoking gods are serious business when the god can and sometimes will punish the offender if they break one, and straightens up. Good. Now, he could tell him he's with UA and he may be getting repeat business from them, but he doesn't feel like it. What was that about, old man? Katsuki asks as they walk away. That question he asked about Yaoyorozu's familiar is one that should always put you on alert. It can be simple curiosity, but it can also be a warning sign of someone working with a familiar trafficking ring. So take note of people who ask it. He explains. How does that even work? Katsuki asks, looking disturbed as he well might. Familiars separated from their person can be forced to cooperate through a variety of threats and punishments. He tells him grimly. And sometimes they kidnap the person along with their familiar, holding them hostage to their cooperation on both sides. His hand snakes out and clamps down on the wrist of a would-be thief angling for Yaoyorozu's purse. Prying the small knife out of the cutpurse hand, he keeps a firm grip on the thief, taking note of the slightly too baggy clothing and hollow cheeks. Stealing from necessity, then. Younger than him, no, she looks, too. Sensei? Yaoyorozu asks in confusion. The cutpurse struggles a little, but then gives up, looking resigned. A little lesson for you. The magic market, like any other market, has thieves. So keep a sharp eye on your purse or bube trap it against wandering hands. Notice she went for your purse, not mine, because dragons routinely bube trap their purses. He tells the kids. Oh, mine is bube trap too. Father made sure of it. Yaoyorozu says with a little nod. Good. Now this is a case of intended theft driven by necessity. Notice the clothes that don't fit quite right and the too thin cheeks. He points out. Oh, leave off. I get it. You're turning me over to the market authorities. You don't have to be insulting too. The thief spits. Yes, that would be the usual procedure. Shouta agrees. However, as UA students and later as adventurers, you have a second option if you believe the thief deserves a second chance. You haven't received any as of yet, that's in next week's lesson plan, but you will be given UA tokens to give to those you feel need a helping hand out of their current circumstances. He hands the little knife to a slightly startled Katsuki and digs into a pocket on his belt to fish out a UA token. Here, little thief. Take this to the UA charity. This authorizes them to help you with accommodations, food, and other necessities as well as helping you find a job which will allow you to support yourself without resorting to cutting purses. Don't waste this chance. It's not one I commonly give. Shouta presses the token into her trapped hand and curls her fingers over it, before releasing her. She stands there, staring at him and then her hand, switching back and forth several times before tears spring to her eyes and she bows deeply. Thank you. Then she disappears into the crowd. So, we help every thief who is driven by necessity? Yaoyorozu clarifies. No, he shakes his head. Quite a lot of thieves are driven by necessity. However, many of them are in those circumstances of their own doing. Either they think they deserve to leech off of others or they don't feel like putting enough effort into checking out other options. There are plenty of those willing to do whatever they have to in order to get out of their circumstances, though, and those are the ones we try to give second chances to. There are other factors to take into account as well, since we cannot judge them without knowing them. How old do you think she is? 20-something? Hagakure ventures. He shakes his head. She's probably only a year or two older than you at best. What else did you notice about her that could have influenced my decision? Katsuki scowls. She wasn't wearing a corset or anything, but she had her BRSTS wrapped with something knotted in front. I don't know why, though. Very good. He praises. In fact, she did so because she's lactating. You couldn't smell that, of course, but observing the lack of bra or corset in tandem with a wrapping is a clue. Of course, it could just be that she's modest, but showing nipples under a blouse isn't taboo in our society like it is in a few, and the wrapping isn't tight enough to make her look like a boy. So the more likely option is that she's wrapping to prevent stains from leakage. Which means she has a baby at home and is stealing so she has enough money to keep her baby alive. Which means that either she has no husband and family to help or that they aren't able to support her sufficiently. There are many reasons that could be the case for that, ranging from death to being deadbeats. Now why do you think I gave her a token instead of silver or gold? Hagakure hums. Because someone could accuse her of stealing it if they know her circumstances? Or the money could run out and then she'd be back to stealing again. Exactly. He's pleased with his students' deductions. Also, she can't spend the token on frivolous things, only turn it over for help or sell it to someone who will use the help to improve their lives. Sell it? Yaoyorozu asks, a little scandalized. Like I said, not everyone wants out of the lifestyle the honest way. And they can sell the tokens to those who do want out for a month or two worth of income. He explains. Many, maybe even most, do want out of course, but that's why you have to be careful about who you offer a token to. The ones who just want to con you will feed you very believable fake sob stories about how awful their lives are, so in general it's best to go off of other clues without asking. You will have classes on what things to look for in upper years, but you can start learning to look for clues now. Yes, sensei. The girls chorus. Katsuki nods shortly and glances away. Well, he's not the best person to give lessons on how to pick things out, but hopefully he hasn't made too much of a hash of it. Day 4? Tenko scratches at his neck as he contemplates the section of wall in front of him. Honestly, he'd thought the wall only was around the gates area, a deterrent to the casual passerby. But no, UA, being the rich beach top-of-the-line snooty adventurer school it is, can afford to encompass their entire campus in a 6-foot stone wall. He grimaces as dried sweat rolls itself under his nails. The recent streak of bad luck he's had with cards lately means he's working a heavy labor job and still the next thing to homeless, living in a hovel without even a tub and only a trickle of running water and only able to afford one meal a day. Mostly because he's too exhausted after work to try digging in the trash of the local eateries for more semi-edible food. Even Tenko doesn't know what pushed him over the edge into revenge on the adventurer school. Is it because they have everything he doesn't? Is it because Yagi Tashinori is teaching there this year? Is it the insults thrown his way by the slob of an overseer? And by slob, he means the a-hole's personality, not his appearance. What business is it of his that Tenko will never be an adventurer? He doesn't even want to be an adventurer. He just wants a FING bath with hot water. He hasn't had one in 5 years. Is one bath too much to ask? Ugh. Too much introspection. He has some students to terrify and a famous adventurer to put in a world of pain. Without further thought, he pulls off his worn gloves and tucks them in a pocket before placing his hand against the wall and watching a good section of it fall to dust. If the world is going to force him to be a villainous rogue in hiding, then he'll show them rogue. Nito Monoma is not curious as to why 1B's schedule was changed to a joint training with 1A, that's a lie, or as to why the green-haired boy with a divine rabbit familiar is sitting out the exercise, firmly situated where any of his classmates can see him with a casual glance. Did something happen or is he just the teacher's pet? It's just a rescue exercise involving digging civilian golems out of the wreckage of a few buildings, a couple of which are minorly on fire. They are divided into teams to work on separate buildings, with Nito, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu acting as floaters between the groups. Nito himself has copied a couple of his classmates' magics as well as Uraraka's and is literally the most useful person there despite A, not getting the experience of searching through the rubble the normal way and B, struggling to contain the sheer strength of Uraraka's magic enough to use it. It's like trying to control a rampaging horse that doesn't know you, not that he's ever tried that, ahem. Fortunately, the actual mechanic of the magic is very simple and easy to use. Kendo stops him. Why don't you take a break? You look like you have a headache. Maybe drink some water. I'm F-, he protests. One as purple-haired girl with the funny earlobe scoffs at him. Even I can tell you need a break and I don't even like you. He glowers at her. It's mutual. But fine. I'll go sit with Greenie over there for a bit. Izuku Yamazawa. Funny earlobe supplies. Like he asked? With a huff he stalks off to sit beside Yamazawa, who hands him a glass of water without asking if he wants one. So, what? You think you're too good for us? Is that why you're not joining us, 1A? Nito says aggressively after downing the water. Yamazawa blinks at him. I'm injured. Ms. Shuzenji hasn't cleared me for participation yet. Nito looks him over skeptically. You don't look injured. Yeah, the scrapes and stuff are healed, but I still have a partial concussion. Yamazawa says. How stupid is 1A to get a concussion on the first week of school? Nito scoffs. That gets him a slight frown, which makes him unreasonably happy. A building fell on me. I took a beam to the head. He gawks for a moment. How are you still alive? Yamazawa shrugs. Dragons are tough. I told the teachers that I'm fine for just lifting and carrying stuff, but they and the entire class was very insistent that I sit out practicals for a few days. My brother threatened to brainwash me to sit still if I tried to help. Nito tilts his head a little in curiosity. How are you a dragon and your brother has hypnotism? Oh, we're adopted. We don't even look alike. Hitoshi's the one with the purplish hair standing on end. Yamazawa points. Huh? I had him pegged at Aizawa's kid. They look alike. Nito admits. Izuku Yamazawa giggles. Well, you're not wrong. Aizawa-sensei is our dad. But that just means he pushes us harder than the others. Still. Nito blinks in astonishment. How was he allowed to have his own children in his class? MMN? I don't know. He might have made it a condition of his teaching contract? It's better for us, though, because he has erasure magic as well as void magic, so if our control slips, he can cut off the magic long enough for us to calm down and regain control. Yamazawa explains, refilling the glass of water and handing it back to him. The second glass is enough to ease his minor headache. I see. What kind of dragon are you? I can control plant growth. Yamazawa says. Not real useful. But then again, Shiozaki is using her vines to good effect. Maybe he can do the same. He sets the glass down again, then stands. Thanks for the water. I'll get back to work now. I guess you aren't too bad despite being in 1A. Thanks? Yamazawa looks puzzled. Nito claps the boy on the back. I'll just bore dash. Raging power burns through his body, crumpling him to the ground. It feels like his blood wants to burst out of his veins and grow. Like his bones are shaking apart. Distantly, he thinks he hears someone screaming, but he can barely hear it over the sheer agony ripping apart his body. Yamazawa bends over him and says something he doesn't hear, then Ken-sensei and Aizawa-sensei, but he can't make out what they're saying. Purple blurs into his vision. Oma. Mo, can you dash? Monoma. Wa dash? He gasps out. His mind goes blank and distances itself from the pain. Let go of Izuku's magic. A voice orders. Nito lets go and almost passes out at the cessation of utter misery. DMN. A raspy voice says. I came to torture some UA students, but it looks like UA already does that. Who are you? Ken-sensei demands. Someone sighs tiredly. For future reference, Monoma, if someone has a divine familiar, do not copy their magic. I should have said something earlier. You got lucky that Uraraka's only an 8th minor divine. Unfortunately for you, Izuku is half major divine, and that's far more power than even a full-blooded mirror fairy can handle without burning themselves out. Someone who's sick and tired of elitist institutions like UA who take all the rich kids with pretty magic and leave people like me stuck scrabbling to exist or forced to become rogues. The raspy voice says in ire. You're the one who disintegrated the gate. The tired voice states. Yeah, I am. A stuck-up school like UA would never take someone with a villainous magic like mine. The raspy voice accuses. The ground begins to tremble, making Nito's head swim with nausea. You're wrong, you know. Yamazawa tells the raspy voice. Do you think earthquakes is a heroic magic? No. How the hell did you get in? Raspy voice demands. The same way you could have. Your magic must be powerful, right? There's a preliminary test to the exams to see how high your magic percentage is. If it's over a certain percent, UA has to accept you as a student. I bet you're well over that threshold if you can destroy UA's gate on your own. Yamazawa says as the trembling ground slowly settles down to blessed stillness. There's a pause as raspy voice processes that. Finally, he asks, "You're not lying? What about the tests? My education isn't good enough to pass those." Ken-sensei clears his throat. No, he's not lying. If you're over the automatic acceptance threshold, the tests are only to place you. It's not used very often, but UA has a program specifically for older students wanting a magic license. I'd be happy to walk you through the application process. Even if I murdered my own father? Raspy voice asks suspiciously. Why did you murder him? Tired voice asks. That's probably Aizawa-sensei, isn't it? It was an accident. The BSTRD was beating me again when my magic came in. I ran away after that, because I didn't want to hurt my mom or sister. Raspy voice says defiantly. Another tired sigh. Not even the police could blame you for that. It's clearly a case of self-defense mixed with magical manifestation gone wrong. But answer me this, do you even want to be an adventurer? Raspy voice scoffs. No. Then you only need the magic control classes and law and ethics classes from the adventurer's course, and your other classes can be geared to whatever civilian job you'd like to get. Tired voice Aizawa-sensei explains. There's a pause and then, can I get a bath? After the magic measurement. Aizawa-sensei decides. There are facilities for students to use, but you have to be a student first. I can escort you to that. Ken-sensei says. Aizawa, look after Monoma for me. Will do. Aizawa-sensei replies. Deciding that the drama is safely over, Nito gives in and passes out for real. He's not convinced that the whole conversation isn't a pain-induced hallucination. Tenko blinks at the magic testing station and then looks at the UA teacher for clarification. So, I just stand here? No, you have to put your hand on it. Do I need to touch it directly or can I wear a glove? He asks. The UA teacher frowns. Either should work. He nods and puts his gloves back on before placing his hand on the testing station. A circle pops up on the screen and then changes to 101% and a message appears. Congratulations, your magic level results mean an automatic pass into UA. Please take the written and practical exams anyways, however, as it will give us a way to measure where you are currently. Tenko squints. What's automatic mean? Automatic means that you pass no matter how you do on any of the placement tests. There's other uses for the word, but that's what it means in this context. The white-haired, Fang teacher explains. UA is the only school in Hegui equipped to handle magic that hits 100% or higher, so we actually don't have a choice under law. We have to enroll you if you want to attend. So now what? Can I get that bath now? Tenko asks, the siren call of a hot bath luring his attention. In a bit. We actually need to go see Nedzu now and get you a placement test. We don't have the practical exam set up, so there's no need to do that, but we do need to see if there's any gaps in your education that we'll need to remedy. After that, we'll set you up with classes and a dorm room of your own. You're okay with living on campus, right? I assume you're currently homeless if you don't have access to a bath, and the dorms are free to any student who needs them or wants them. You can have hot baths 3 times a day if you want in the dorms. The teacher rambles. 3 times a day? Color him sold. Even if it is a bit annoying that the teacher thinks he's homeless instead of just having a shitty week. The dorms sound good. What's your name? He asks. Great. Oh, I'm Sekijiro, Kansas head teacher for Class 1B of the Adventurer course. And you are? Never heard of you. Tenko Shimura. Am I going to be taking classes with you or with the guy who looks like he just crawled out of bed? He wonders. Ken-sensei wilts the slightest bit. That's actually up to Nedzu. You might be with one of us or you might be with one of the 2nd or 3rd year teachers, depending on how good your current control of your magic is. And the guy who looks like he just crawled out of bed is Class 1 as head teacher. He's Shouta Aizawa of the Yamazawa Duo. Tenko blinks and then blinks again. Holy shit. Shouta Yamazawa of the Yamazawa Duo? He's like my favorite adventurer ever. He's so cool. I thought the Yamazawa Duo died or something, since they quit adventuring when I was like 6. Ken-sensei opens his mouth, closes it and then says, no, they just retired to raise their sons. Nedzu managed to lure them out of retirement this year. Makes sense. Little kids can't be adventurers. Tenko says after a moment of being blown away by the fact that there are Yamazawa children. When he was little, he daydreamed that the Yamazawas adopted him and took him on adventures with them. Now he knows that was an unrealistic hope, but that doesn't mean he's not jealous of whichever kids they did adopt. He follows Kensensei to a door where Kensensei knocks. "Come in." A voice calls. They enter and Tenko stiffens a little. He doesn't know how he knows, but he's positive that this isn't a human with mutant magic, this is something more. "Ah, our intruder. I take it you want to enroll in our magic license course for older students? Do you want to be an adventurer or a civilian with a license? Also, how did you get in this time? I would have been alerted if you had come in through the gate again." The man asks in a cheerful tone. "Through a wall. Yes, I want to enroll. I've been promised hot baths. And I want to be a civilian with a license." Tenko answers, slightly overwhelmed. "What are you?" "Sheet." He didn't mean to ask that. Nedzu smiles. "I'm a minor divine." "Good job spotting that. Not many do." He rummages through a desk drawer and brings out a packet of papers that he slides across the desk. "This is the placement test you need to fill out. Just answer what you can and you can either attempt to answer questions you don't know or leave them blank. I assume from the mention of baths that you plan to take advantage of our dorm program." Tenko takes the papers and the pen that Nedzu also slides across to him. "Yeah. Excellent. Besides hot baths, the dorm's program provides furnished bedrooms, laundry, and a kitchen as well as a stipend for food and other necessities such as clothing. The stipend rolls over from month to month, so if you don't spend all of it, you can save up for more frivolous purchases. You do not have to pay the stipend back at any time unless you go beyond your budget, and then you'll have to pay back whatever amount you went over budget, although I doubt that will be a problem, given that the stipend is rather generous." Nedzu explains. He stares at him in shock. Finally he gets his mouth to work. "Holy sheet." Kensensei chuckles. "I'll take him to one of the smaller study rooms to work on the test, Nedzu." Nedzu nods in approval. "Good idea. Make sure he writes his information on the back of the test. I need that for records." "Will do." The test is, well, not easy, but a lot easier than Tenko had thought it would be, considering UA's reputation for only taking the best. And apparently what Nedzu meant about the back of the test is the form on the back of the last page of the test. "What's your name?" "Tenko Shimura." "What's your current age?" 20. "Are your circumstances such that you need to be assigned a dorm room?" "Yes." "Do you need any special considerations to accommodate your magic?" "Gloves." "Do you want to be an adventurer?" "No." "Do you want to be a civilian?" "Yes." "If applicable, do you have a civilian career in mind?" "I want to sell games." "Do you plan to travel extensively, minorly, or settle down in one place?" "I plan to travel, but I don't know how much." "What are your races?" "Human, but I got my magic at 15, so there must be something else in there somewhere." "Both parents and my sister got their magic at age. Do you have a familiar?" "No." "Do you wish to apply for financial assistance to buy a familiar egg of your own in third year?" "Yes." "Do you or your parents have any preference of teachers?" "Shouta Yamazawa of the Yamazawa Duo." "Is there anything else that you need us to know?" "I don't think so." He finishes writing his last answer and looks over at Kensensei, who looks bored. "I'm done." "Right. Let me just drop off the test with Nedzu and I can show you the dorms for first-year civilian students. I think we only have 3 or 4 this year, so they're all in the same dorm." Kensensei says, taking his test. Finally. Nita wakes with the headache from some hell or other. He groans. "Finally awake?" An elderly female voice asks. Prying his eyes open, he sees that it's the school doctor, Ms. Shuzenji. "What happened?" "I should be asking you that, but from what I was told, you were told Izuku Yamazawa is a dragon and forgot to inquire if his other half was human or something else. Unfortunately for you, the answer is something else. Although I can't say copying dragon magic is something advisable for mirror fairies." She scolds. He frowns and flinches when that hurts and then mmmms in pain as his entire body protests the flinch. "I haven't had any trouble with Tetsutetsu's magic. And that's normal, for a juvenile dragon, that is. When dragons grow into the full potential of their magic, you will experience a lashback if you try to copy and use their magic. As I said, I don't recommend it." Aizawa left a list of which 1A students you should absolutely avoid copying and a few recommended avoidances as well. Shuzenji tells him. She hands him a list by dropping it on his chest. "I can give you some pain medication, but I don't think it'll help much. Unfortunately, my magic doesn't do anything for the side effects of magical exhaustion, so you'll be in pain for the next several days. Your parents have been contacted to make sure you have help getting home. You're excused from classes for the next 2 days. If the pain does not abate or gets worse, come back to see me immediately. Under no circumstances are you to attempt to use magic of any sort for the next week and a half. You are very lucky that you didn't kill yourself or burn out your magic trying to copy major divine magic like you did. The magical exhaustion is extremely serious, and if you attempt to use your magic before being cleared, you could damage your ability to use it permanently. Fantastic. He says sarcastically, even though the information scares him quite a lot. Lifting the list with trembling hands, he reads it. Students in the first-year adventurer course that you should never copy their magic. Izuku Yamazawa, half major divine, half fire dragon. Shudo Todoroki, quarter major divine, half Yuki Anna. Momo Yaoyorozu, quarter major divine. Denki Kaminari, quarter thunderbird. Toru Hagakure, part major divine. Kanoko Komori, part divine. First-year adventurer course staff you should never copy their magic. Tashinori Yagi, magic percentage on par with a half major divine. Ainen Kuroz, void dragon. Shouta Aizawa Yamazawa, void dragon. Ken Ishiyama, earth dragon. First-year adventurer course students that it is recommended that you should avoid copying. Ochako Uraraka, part powerful minor divine. Yuga Aoyama, part major divine. Eiji Kirishima, earth dragon. Tetsu, metal dragon. First-year adventurer course staff that it is recommended that you should avoid copying. Hizashi Yamada Yamazawa, harpy with sound magic that would likely deafen you permanently. Namuri Kayama, sleep magic would likely knock you out if you attempt to use it. Other staff that you should never copy their magic. Nedzu, full divine. Ask Ken for further recommendations on which 1B students, second and third-year students and staff to avoid copying. Well, that's comprehensive. How in 9 hells did 1A rate so many divine descendants? He wonders, dropping his hands back on the bed, not caring that the list ends up on the floor. Shuzenji laughs. Oh, apparently he said that out loud. It's because the teachers take turns choosing who they want in their classes. You were one of Kan's first picks, as was Komori. Aizawa had Yamazawa and Kaminari written into his contract and agreed to take on Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Aoyama and Uraraka when Kan expressed that he didn't want to be in charge of them. And Hagakure got chosen because Aizawa was short on girls in his class. Shuzenji surprisingly explains. So 1A isn't considered better than 1B. Nito crows. Shuzenji laughs again. No, indeed. In fact, it's quite likely that for the majority of first-year your class will be ahead of 1A because most of you have more experience with your magics. After that, however, you'll have to work for it, because 1A does have a lot of powerhouses who only need to learn control. Nito's not sure how he feels about that. Oh. With another chuckle, Shuzenji advises, why don't you go back to sleep until your parents arrive? The rest will do you good. Without consulting him, his body decides to comply with that recommendation. After a few tired, defiant blinks he gives in and lets sleep take him. Mina is so excited about her familiar egg. Maybe it's cliché, but Yamamo is now on her list of forever friends. Some might say she bought Mina's love, but that's not true. Mina wouldn't accept a gift like this from just anyone, and she knows Yamamo is just naive enough that her offer is entirely sincere without any expectation of anyone being closer to her or catering to her. Honestly, the gesture just makes Mina feel super protective of her. Aizawa-sensei's warning about false friends had been like a kick in the gut. It was obvious he was warning them against being one, but Mina's pretty sure it's not because he thinks any of them would actually do that. Honestly, it was a good reminder to not be selfish. She knows that she and some of the others don't mean to be selfish, but sometimes very much are. Mostly in little ways, from what little she knows of any of the others, but it would be unfair to Yamamo to treat her that way in response to her generosity. Anyways, enough dwelling on that. For the last week, she's been religiously feeding her purple egg magic as often as possible. It's a little hard to separate her magic from her acid, but Aizawa-sensei had informed her that as long as she kept it to the weakest possible acid, it shouldn't do anything harmful to the egg. So sometimes, like when she's exhausted from the day, her egg ends up slick with acid that she has to wash off before she puts it back in the repurposed casserole warmer that she's keeping her egg in when she doesn't have it in her hands. Picking up her egg, she cradles it close with the intent of feeding it more magic, but it suddenly shatters in her hands, giving her the mother of all heart attacks before she sees a small, wet-looking bug sitting in the ruins of the shell. Well, big for a bug. "Mom!" she yells. Her mom comes running. "What is it, honey?" Then she takes a look at the mess. "Oh, did your egg finally hatch? What kind of familiar did you get?" "I don't know. It looks like a wet bug." She half wails. "Let's see." Her mom says practically and peers into her hands. "Oh, a butterfly. Don't worry, in a few hours its wings will spread and dry out." "I'm an insect, not a bug," the butterfly says in a high-pitched voice, sounding mildly annoyed. "What's my name?" "Oh, sorry." Mina apologizes. "Your name is Queen." "Excellent." Queen agrees, sounding pleased. A few hours later, Queen's wings are open and huge. Also, extremely pink. Which Mina thinks is awesome. She can't wait to bring her to UA to show her off. Kyoka loves her parents, she really does, but honestly, they've spent more time cooing over her familiar egg than she has spent feeding it magic. It's almost like they think it's a new child instead of her familiar. Oh honey, your egg is vibrating. You should probably take it. Her mom calls. She rushes over and snatches the egg from her mom's outstretched hands and then curls up on the couch with it in her lap. Just in time. A moment later she has a small black and purple fawn in her lap. Its base color is black with purple spots, purple inner ears and purple hooves. And bright red eyes. Oh, aren't you beautiful? Her mom gushes. The fawn flicks an ear at her mom but keeps staring at Kyoka expectantly. It hatched. Oh my. Kyoka, you're going to have to get one of those bright familiar hernsses for him, so no one mistakes him for prey. Her dad advises. Are you a boy? Kyoka asks finally. No, the fawn answers, still staring at her. She feels relief at that answer, probably more than she should. Kyoka gets mistaken as a boy a lot and it would be like a kick in the gut to know her soul is a guy's, too. Your name is Jackie. Jackie nods. I'm hungry. I think I've got cabbage in the cooler. Her mom volunteers and rushes off to check. Her dad sits down beside her and reaches over to pet Jackie without asking permission. Jackie just flicks an ear at him instead of objecting. Yes, she loves her parents, but Mina's idea about everyone moving into the dorms is sounding better by the minute. Sue opens the letter from her parents, a little surprised to get an answer back so soon. There must have been a courier going to the village her parents live near for it to be that fast. Dearest Sue, moving into the dorms sounds like an amazing idea, as long as you're sure you won't be stigmatized for it. We worry about you living alone. While we have no doubts as to your competence to be able to be on your own, you're not used to being isolated from family. It definitely makes us feel better that you're making friends who like you well enough to want to share a living space with you. Love, Mom and Dad. Her lips turn up in a small smile. It's the answer she expected, but it's still nice to get approval. Aizawa-sensei? Shouta looks up at Azui curiously. Yes? You said to ask for a dorm key ahead of time. This is me asking. I'd like to move in this afternoon or tomorrow. Azui says. He sighs. Shouta was really hoping the parents would say no, but it makes sense that druids would want to save money as long as their kid wouldn't be ostracized for it. Alright. See me after classes and you can pick which room you want. I'd like room number 12, if it's all the same to you. She replies politely. In that case, stop by the teacher's lounge at lunch. I'll have the key for you. He corrects himself. Thank you, sensei. She says politely, a gleam in her eyes. You're welcome. He grumbles. Tsu is happy for Kyoka and Mina, she really is, but it doesn't make having to wait more time for her own familiar be any easier. Thankfully, moving to the dorm and getting her things arranged properly takes up some of that time. Also, UA provides a better egg warmer than the second-hand one she's been using. Which is a relief because hers is so beat up she was constantly afraid it would fail. And if there's one thing she knows about eggs, it's that cold eggs are dead eggs and too hot eggs are cooked eggs. She really doesn't want to have her egg warmer kill her familiar. Aizawa-sensei apparently shared her concerns, because he'd taken one look at her old one, grimaced and fetched a new one, all without a word. He'd gone so far as to transfer the egg himself and then toss the old egg warmer in the nearest trash can. She loves him a little bit for that. A sharp crack makes her look over at the egg warmer and her eyes widen a little when she sees a tiny forest green piglet shaking off shards of the pale orange egg. Hurrying over, she scoops up her new familiar. I bet you're hungry. The piglet snuffles her fingers but doesn't reply. Fortunately, she knows that pigs can safely eat most anything, so it shouldn't be hard to feed it. Her? Him? Tsu takes it downstairs and sets it on the counter while she cuts up an apple and then she feeds it the apple slices. It gets mostly done with the apple before shaking its tiny head. What's my name? Oh, it's a girl. I was thinking Froppy. She admits. But if that's not Dash. That's fine. I'm sleepy. Cuddle me. Froppy demands. Of course. Just let me clean the knife and apple up. She says calmly, even though inwardly she's squeeing in glee. Tsu pops the last few bits of apple in her mouth and washes the knife a bit hastily, setting it in the rack before drying her hands and turning to pick up Froppy. The piglet curls into her hands and before she's gotten out of the kitchen, starts snoring softly. Ha! She sits down on one of the common room couches, lowering her hands to her lap and cuddling Froppy against her belly. Honestly, she's really happy that her familiar seems to like her. Not that she had any reason to think she wouldn't, but she'd heard a couple rumors of familiars who'd hated their people on sight. Tsu doesn't think they're true, but what if they were? The fear had lingered despite all logic arguing against it. Rikito, you've been thinking about something for a couple weeks now. What is it? Rikito Sato's ma asks kindly, sitting beside him on the couch. Oh. It's just that my class was talking about maybe all of us moving into the dorms so we could be together outside of classes. He admits. Her eyebrows raise. Interesting. And what do you want to do about it? Honest, ma? I'm really tempted. The bedrooms are huge and the stove they have is large and high-tech. I've only known the rest of the class like 2 weeks, but I think they're the best friends I've ever had. They don't make fun of my face or act scared of how big I am, and they actually include me. He confesses. Sounds like you've made up your mind, then. I don't have a problem with it if it's really what you want to do. She winks at him. Bring me some of the things you make in that fancy stove and tell me all about how it was to cook with it, okay? He grins. Thanks, ma. Aizawa-sensei? His sensei squints at him, obviously not fully awake yet. What is it, Sato? Ma gave me permission to move into the dorms. He tells him. Aizawa-sensei grunts. Do you have a room in mind or do you want to choose after school? Is room number 5 still open? Rikito asks. It is. I'll have the key for you at lunch, so stop by the teacher's lounge then. Sensei instructs. I will. Thank you, sensei. He says gratefully. No problem. Aizawa-sensei says in a long-suffering tone and goes back to staring into space. Rikito pulls a little box out of his bag, sets it on the desk and goes to sit down. Hopefully, Aizawa-sensei will like the brownies he made for him. Notes section. Queen's wings are a variety of striking pinks. And since butterflies hatch at full size, she's absolutely huge. Between the colors and size, there's very little chance that she'd ever be mistaken for a natural insect and chased down by an avid collector. Her wings are also significantly tougher than a natural butterfly's and can repair themselves given time if injured. I don't know if it would be possible for her to wear any gear or wing accents or not. Maybe something along the lines of a thermal suit for winters? Kyoka, my parents keep trying to steal my familiar. I am now seriously thinking about running away from home. The discussion that the readers were not shown. Mina, let's all move into the dorms so we can be together. Like seriously, this place is nicer than my house and the bedrooms have twice the space my bedroom has. Everyone. Shudo, and better yet, I don't have to interact with my father. Everyone, not sure why that's the selling point, but you have a point. Parents are so embarrassing at our age. Ochako, and Katsuki makes breakfasts. He's a fabulous cook. Katsuki, dmed right I am. Doesn't mean I want to feed a bunch of leeches, though. Denki, can you teach me how to cook? Katsuki, hell no. I've tried. You just SCK major but. Have you even kept track of the number of times you've set the Yamazawa kitchen on fire? Denki, hey. I'm not that bad. Hitoshi, sorry, but you really are. Denki, betrayal. Ochako, the dorms provide a food and clothes budget. I find that pretty nice. Tsuyu, that's actually tempting, and I am not used to living alone. I need to discuss it with my parents first, though. Everyone. You have a point. We are now considering this a bit seriously. Besides, if Shudo and Ijiro can live here and everyone knows dragons and the Todorokis are rich, then no one can say shit about us being too poor, right? Aizawa, problem children, the lot of you. Just make sure to ask for a key prior to showing up with all your things in tow. So one's dorm is arranged in a hollow square, with the hollow being a study room. There are 2 rooms on the east side, 4 on the south, 2 on the west and 4 on the north. The southern east room is number 1, the one next to it on the south side is number 2, etc. Ending with the northern east room, the 3rd floor is also built like this, leaving a few extra rooms for in case the class ends up larger than standard. So, if the rest of the class moves in, there will be 7 extra rooms. 3rd floor currently isn't open, due to the small number of students dorming. Katsuki is in number 1, Ijiro is in number 2, Shudo is number 10, Ochako is in room 11 and Tsu will be in number Katsuki obviously claimed number 1 before he even moved in, to the Yamazawa's amusement. Ijiro, Kirishima, is in the dorms because he doesn't really care about his reputation and told his parents, we're dragons. Nobody is going to think we're poor. And this way you can stop fussing about me having no supervision. He's in room 2 because he met Katsuki before Ochako and wanted to be next to him. Shudo wanted a northside room and 10 is closer to the stairs than 8 or no idea why Ochako picked 2 wanted 12 because it gets the morning sun. Someone, probably, don't pigs eat frogs? Yes. Yes, they do. Having that be the case was actually a coincidence. I asked a friend for recommendations and he said Ino Shikacho. Butterfly seemed to fit Mina the best, and I thought with her sensitivity to sound Kyoko would fit best with deer, and pigs tend to be unbothered about life, the ones I've met, that is, so that kind of fits with Tsu's matter-of-fact approach to life. Someone afterwards suggested that I pick something that eats frogs. I had to smile at that. Rikito wanted a room that caught as much sunlight as possible, thus going for the room that has both south-facing and west-facing windows. He has a dad too, but his mom makes most of the decisions regarding house stuff and Rikito. His dad is a very quiet person who prefers this arrangement. He did weigh in when Rikito and his ma were discussing whether he should go for the adventurer's course or not. He thought it was a good idea. If you have ideas for shenanigans they should get up to, let me know. Next chapter should have Ochako's and Turu's familiars hatching, and the class is gradually going to move into the dorms now that a trend has started. Almost half the class is living on campus now. Also, I'm going to have to come up with a substitute for the sports festival, where adventurers can come to observe students and choose if they want to offer them internships. Obviously, it won't be televised because that tech isn't out there yet. I don't know if the other courses should compete or not. On one hand, the parents might like seeing them involved in games. On the other, there's no real point for anyone other than the adventurer courses or a few who might want to try transferring in. I feel like the inventors department would have something along the lines of a science magic tech fair instead, because that department is more than a simple adjunct to the adventurer's course. UA is a leader in tech within the country as well as supplying a steady stream of competent inventors. My brain is not kicking out what the business or gen ed departments would do to show off. Having it all be at the same time is a bit of a problem because there are hybrid course students. Shouta, have a seat. I have a new brand of coffee to share with you. Nedzu says brightly and pushes a mug over to him. Shouta sips. Not bad. The beans have a sweeter, lighter flavor than he's used to. You special ordered this? No, surprisingly. The UA order somehow wasn't sealed properly and molded in transit, and as compensation, the captain sent an entirely different order of luxury goods that had been defaulted on. I must say, I still prefer tea to coffee, but this Kaldi brand is more appealing than other coffees I've tried. If you like it, I'll give you the rest of the bags of it, but I think I'll keep this bag for the office. Nedzu offers. Why are you bribing me, exactly? He asks in mild suspicion. Nedzu laughs. I simply thought it might put you in a better mood when I tell you that we're having a radio host recording the Quest games this year. A what? What's a radio? Right. You wouldn't know. It's a device that was invented 3 years ago and allows those with a device to listen to audio recordings of events, stories, and interviews. Being as it's so new, only some of the rich have one, but demand is expected to grow sharply as soon as the price comes down a bit. As such, UA built a bare-bones recording studio with a view of the game grounds. It has been requested that several students do interviews after the games as well. Nedzu explains. As such, I need you to pick a group of 3 students to do the interview. Sekijiro will be choosing 3 of his own class to do a separate interview. They may also interview a student or 2 from the other courses if they make it past the first round. Shouta grunts. So, we're going with the information gathering, rescue, fighting format still? No, I changed that years ago. It's now information gathering, fighting, rescue. Since this is the more likely progression of events within adventuring. The event is in 3 weeks, so you can warn your students to pick up the rate of their training so they can show off. Nedzu denies. Makes sense. I'll have to have Uraraka and Hagakure hold off on magic training until their familiars are hatched, though. He warns. That's perfectly fine. I'm sure you can help them with physical training instead. Nedzu agrees. Do you still make familiars participate? He wonders. The idea of newly hatched familiars participating gives him a bad feeling. No. While the information is available to the viewers, it was decided about a decade ago that seeing the familiars in action was prejudicing viewers' opinions of the candidates. Nedzu contradicts. Good. He says approvingly. As for the 3, Kirishima, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, I think. I'm not disagreeing, but can I hear your logic for that? Nedzu asks curiously. Todoroki because he's a Todoroki. That? Brat Enji will both love and hate that. Kirishima because he's very open and friendly and he's a dragon. And Yaoyorozu because she'll be able to explain anything about the games that the interviewer asks and she needs experience handling awkward questions. Shouta answers. Not because she's a Yaoyorozu? Nedzu inquires. Shouta snorts. I doubt her father wants her to have a lot of exposure right now, despite allowing her to go into the adventuring profession. True. I'll mark those 3 down, then. So, the coffee? Not my favorite, but a nice change. Could keep it in the teacher's lounge. Shouta suggests. Nedzu looks amused. Very well then. Ochako is dozing with her egg in her lap when something rudely smacks her chin. She jolts, sitting upright, then looks down at her air. Large kitten? Its fur is gray and pink for some reason. Cute but weird. I just know you're thinking something rude right now. No. He says. If you're wondering, I'm a lion. Jorov. She blurts and mentally facepalms. He can never know that her favorite musician, before he died last year, was named Jorov. Pardon? He asks, looking at her suspiciously. Your name. I can change it if you don't like it. She says hastily. He stares at her for a long minute before huffing. I suppose that's fine. Shouta stifles a yawn. He really needs to remember not to stay up grading papers past midnight. Okay, class, you have a new battle to get ready for. He pauses for dramatic effect. Quest games are in a couple weeks. As you probably know, the events are different every year, but there are always 3 events. One to test your information gathering skills, one to test your rescue skills, and one to test your combat skills. Take this time before the games to review rescue techniques and polish your battle moves. Uraraka and Dash. He pauses again, just now noting the very large kitten on Uraraka's desk. Never mind, Uraraka. Hagakure, you're excused from magic training until your familiar hatches. If you like, I'll help you with your hand-to-hand instead. You all can train alone or in groups. If you need help, ask a teacher. Keep in mind that while the winners of the event get a medal, showing off your skills is the true point of the games. In first year, this is generally just for the families of students, but some adventurers do attend and you could gain an internship if you impress one of them. Yes, Yayorozu? Aizawa-sensei, are we expected to compete with our familiars along? I don't think most of them have enough experience for that to be safe. She asks pointedly. No. Your familiars are not to participate. While participating with your familiar in tow is more likely to gain you an internship, it was decided that it isn't fair to students who don't have one. He explains. It's probably not fair to those who do have one, either. She sighs in relief. Probably more on her classmates' behalf than her own. Her raven can definitely take care of itself, even if it's still a juvenile. Aizawa-sensei? Hitoshi asks. Yes, Yamazawa? Shouta hides his amusement at the little grimace Hitoshi gives at being addressed like that by his own father. Can we wear our adventuring costumes in the quest games? He asks. Not unless it's an item that prevents your magic from getting out of control. Even then it has to be approved by Higuri and Nedzu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair for those few Gen Ed students looking to use the games as a chance to get into the adventurer course. Shouta explains. Hitoshi makes a face. Yeah, only Aoyama and Izuku stand a chance of getting those approved. Aizawa-sensei. Mina chirps. He pins her with an annoyed look. What? Oops. She lowers her volume a little. I want to move into the dorms. My parents said I could. And can I have the room next to Ijiro? He's like, the only one I really know, you know. Aizawa-sensei sighs but seems less annoyed. Sure. I'll have the key for you at lunch. Just stop by the staff lounge to pick it up. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei. She replies and Mei bounces her way to her desk, Queen fluttering past her. Shouta looks at Ida and Shiro standing by his desk despite the bell having rung and sighs deeply. Okay. What room numbers do you want? Can I have room number 3? Shiro asks, smiling broadly. No. Ashido just asked for it. Shouta says. Shiro smile dimmed slightly. Oh. Then how about the room next to her? Is that still open? Yes. Shouta replies, then looks at Ida Jr. What about you? Ida Jr. bites his lip uncertainly. Is the room next to Shiro open? No. Sato has that room. Shouta dashes his hopes. Oh. Then room number 6. Tenya asks. Yeah, that's open. He confirms. I'll have the keys for you at lunch. Stop by the teacher's lounge. That's 3 kids just this morning. He's going to end up with the entire class in the dorms, isn't he? Briefly, he envies Sekijiro, who probably has about 3 kids to look after instead of 20, but then he shrugs it off. The way his kids are bonding means they're going to be amazing at teamwork. Sekijiro will seethe in envy, because teamwork is usually his gig. Never mind that Shouta has been a team with Hizashi for around 200 years and that they work fine with others. Well, listening to him whine ought to be entertaining. He really doesn't envy Class 1B for the hell Sekijiro will probably put them through in an effort to catch up with 1A, though. And people think Shouta is the hard butt. Well, he is, but he'll wait on that until his kids get a decent grasp on their magic. He has plenty of patience. Kyoka feels like crying. It's not that she doesn't love her parents and her familiar. It's that she kind of, very strongly, feels like her parents are replacing her with her familiar. Jackie bumps her shin with her nose. You know, you could just ask to move to the dorms. Then we wouldn't have to deal with this. I don't mind some cuddling, but this is excessive. She sniffles. That's not really fixing anything. Yeah, but we wouldn't have to deal with it. And it might give them time to get their sheet together. Jackie points out. Kyoka coughs out a laugh. Don't let Mom hear you say sheet. She'll blame me. Noted. Jackie says, sounding amused. Though I actually heard your dad say it. A chuckle slips out. Yeah, she'd hate that even more, weirdly enough. So, are you going to ask to move to the dorms? Jackie prods. I guess. Though I need a couple good arguments first. She admits. Then what arguments can you use? Jackie asks. Well, financial help. That's not enough. On its own, though. Maybe that UA can get food for you easier. She starts. Is that enough? Jackie looks as curious as a fawn can. Unfortunately, no. She grimaces and stares at a wall, trying to think. What about that some of your class is already moved in? Talk about wanting to be with your friends. Jackie suggests. Kyoka startles a little and stares at Jackie in wonder. You know, I think that might actually work. Aizawa-sensei? He looks up to see Jiro looking unaccountably smug. Shouta abruptly feels the urge to lay down and take a nap on the spot. Let me guess, you got permission to move into the dorms. Which room do you want? The smugness changes to surprise. I hadn't thought that far? What rooms are still open? 7, 8, 9. He replies. She blinks. Was that a joke? You can't prove it. He backhandedly confirms her suspicion. Also, those are the rooms left open at the moment. Jiro smirks. Okay, I know Shudo is in 10, but who's in 6? Ida. She groans. Yeah, that about sums up his feelings about Tenya, too. I'll take 8, then. Stop by the teacher's lounge at lunch. I'll have the key for you. He tells her. Shouta is already sick of telling students that. Toru has her egg with her in class, not because she's supposed to, but because her little brother keeps trying to steal it if she leaves it at home. Little brat. See crack. A bright glow blinds her for a moment, and when she's done blinking spots out of her eyes, she sees that her egg is now her familiar, sitting in the egg warmer with shards of egg all around. It's a bird of some sort, with dull yellow feathers with little tufts of down sticking up between the feathers and dull blue feathers around the face. It stares at her unblinkingly. Which is something she does when people aren't paying attention or if she just doesn't want attention or wants time to think. Finally, she says, welcome to the world, Elazia. Elazia jumps out of the egg carrier and waddles over to press against her hand. Well then. She gently scritches the tiny feathers. Hopefully Elazia is a girl or that'll be embarrassing. But at least there was no objection to the name. Score. Okay, I got stuck on writing this, so I'm just going to write out what the events are and then go to the radio interviews after the quest games. Game 1. There's a large, relatively complicated maze that the people in the bleachers can see pretty well, but those in it basically have to do trial and error to get through. Then there's a machine at one spot with a riddle. Over hill and underfoot? I can be shorter than a finger or taller than a house. Choose me and follow my path. Dirt, stone, grass. All of 1A chooses grass. Most of 1B chooses stone, but a few choose grass. Most of the other students random guess and most of them picked stone or dirt. Though some just followed whatever path they saw an adventurer student take. On the other side of the machine, where each kid who gets there has to tap a button on to answer, there are 3 paths. Dirt path, stone path, grass path. The kids, once they answer, take their chosen path out of the maze. Dirt is a fail because dirt is the hill. Stone and grass are both a pass. This cuts down the contestants to maybe a 50 to 100 or so. There is a break at this point to remove the maze and let people participate in other games. These other games are mainly aimed at friends and family attending the event, so they don't end up super disappointed that their kid didn't make it past the first stage. Game 2. Multiple arenas with 1-by-1 battles going on. This is a kind of busy stage where the audience just follows the fights they find interesting because following all of them is too much. This is probably the longest stage. Kids who don't want to fight can forfeit, but those who do fight have to engage in an actual fight once. Sometimes twice if not enough people forfeit. Losing is not a fail unless there are more than 50 students who get to this stage. If there are more than 50 left eliminating fails, then it triggers a second round. This is only to drop the number of participants down to if it drops it below 50, then X amount of losers can choose to fight each other for the remaining spots. Forfeiture can also occur after winning a fight, if the student just wants to show off. There is a break at this point to set up the ruined houses and trapped golems for the next game, while the kids rest and eat. Game 3. There are 10 ruined houses with golem victims, with semi-realistic makeup on the wounds, to add to the drama, trapped under the rubble. The remaining 50 students are then split into teams of 5 each. The 10 teams, or fewer if too many people forfeit, are each assigned a ruined house to rescue golem civilians from. Teams are mixed between classes. The team who rescues the most civilians in the shortest amount of time is given medals. Uncommonly, if a second team rescues all their golems with a slower time but then turns around and helps the other teams, the second team is also given medals. These secondary medals are called helping hand medals and can be awarded to more than one team. Naturally, 1A immediately turns around and starts helping as soon as they finish, and 1B students go along with it because they don't want to be outdone, and the few students from other courses kind of go along with it in confusion. Also, Team Uraraka wins by a fair margin. Basically, Game 1 is information gathering parsing, Game 2 is a very limited opportunity to show off one's magic skills, and Game 3 is focused on rescue skills and teamwork. Overall, providing a limited picture of the adventurer students and possible transfers, skills. Mostly this is aimed at the adventurers who attend on the thought of maybe taking an intern. Radio interview with 1A representatives. Today, we have with us Shouta Todoroki, Eijiro Kirishima, and Momo Yaoyorozu. Wow, you're all rich kids, huh? Is that why you were picked for this interview? No, Shouta says flatly. Sensei said it's because I'm friendly. When I asked, Eiji volunteers. I don't think so, Momo demurs. Actually, my father would have preferred that I not be put on the spot, so to speak, before I've graduated and begun my career. And why is that? The radio host asks eagerly. Well, I'm his baby girl. He's very protective of me. He only agreed to let me have an adventuring career after mother talked him into it. You know how fathers are, yes? Momo says with a half smile. Radio host laughs. Ah yes. Fathers everywhere are. The same when it comes to their precious daughters. I'd love to know how your mother talked him into it. We're here to talk about the quest games, aren't we? Shouta asks flatly. Yes, you are right. I'll contain my curiosity. Todoroki, since you don't think you were chosen for being a rich kid, why do you think you were chosen? The radio host prods. My father is a famous adventurer, Shouta intones expressionlessly. And how do you feel about that? I'm not surprised. UA is famous for its adventurer course. Of course they'd use a legacy student to be a representative, Shouta says blandly. Oh, that makes sense. So, are you the only legacy student this year? The radio host asks. No. Oh? Who else is a legacy student? The radio host asks excitedly. The Yamazawa brothers, sons of the Yamazawa Duo, Momo replies as Eiji opens his mouth to respond. He closes it again. Are we here to discuss the quest games, or is this gossip hour? Shouta asks a little sharply. We're definitely here to discuss the quest games, but the audience likes to know a little about our guests' lives. But yes, we can move on to the games, the host soothes. Kirishima, what did you think of the opening game? Oh man, the maze part of it was really hard. Figuring out those kinds of things is just not how my brain works, you know? I actually followed one of the 1B students who figured it out, Eiji says easily. You didn't find the riddle hard, though? The radio host inquires. Nope. That was super easy. Why was that? For the listeners, the riddle was, over hill and underfoot, I can be shorter than a finger or taller than a house, choose me and follow my path. And the choices were dirt, grass and stone. I noticed that all of 1A chose grass as the correct path, while most of the others who passed chose stone. Why did you think grass was the right answer? The radio explains. Eiji laughs good-naturedly. Our classmate is a nature dragon. His brother told us about how he accidentally grew grass taller than their house when he first got his magics. Not to mention bamboo is a grass and some types of it are as tall enough that groves of it are called a forest, Momo interjects. Wow, really? The nature dragon makes sense. Those are pretty rare. And that's a funny story. But I've never heard of Babu. Where does that grow? Shirgua, Shouta says flatly. It's a country to the southwest of Hegawi, Momo explains. A couple of our teachers have traveled a lot, so they're very serious about having us knowing geography. Interesting. Why do you think most of the others chose stone? Wouldn't large piles of dirt be more reasonable? The radio host prods. Well, I don't think I can speak for others, but there are house-sized boulders in some of the mountain areas of the world. Momo explains. That's amazing. Todoroki, you won your fight in the second round. I bet that was satisfying. Not particularly. Why not? I didn't mean to turn my opponent into a popsicle. I'm disappointed at my lack of control. Shouta unbends enough to clarify. I see. It makes sense that you have less than perfect control, though, given that you've only had your magic for about a year, the radio host says placatingly. Less than a year. Right. It must be quite a challenge to control your magic, given how powerful it is, the radio host prompts. Yes. The radio host looks aggravated but gives up. Miss Yaoyorozu, how did you find the third round game? Was it difficult working with people who weren't in the same class? It seemed like a rather harsh exercise to inflict on first years. Was it scary? Well, no, it wasn't scary. And those of 1A and 1B have had training in house rescues, so that's why the teams were mixed, so any students of other classes wouldn't be at a disadvantage. We've also had practice working with 1B, so while it was harder than working with 1A classmates, it wasn't really a challenge in that aspect, she replies. Why didn't you consider it scary? And what was the challenging part? Well, our first week, a building actually collapsed on top of 2 of our classmates during a battle exercise. That was scary. No one knew if they survived until we dug them out. Fortunately, they did, and their injuries were relatively minor. The challenging part is what's always challenging about this kind of rescue. Not only are the rescuers on a time limit to save people before they run out of air or possibly bleed out from injuries, but we have to be terribly careful not to crush or further injure the victims as we remove rubble, Momo tells the borderline obnoxious man. Yeah, Eiji agrees. Sometimes the thing you think is just on top is supporting a pile that will shift and come down on the victim if the support is moved. Yikes. That sounds like a lot of responsibility. The radio host sounds disturbed. Being an adventurer isn't fun and games. It's mostly hard, dangerous work or being bored from nothing to do, Shouta says in a monotone. That's why UA doesn't joke around with our training. Well, UA and Shiketsu are considered the best for a reason, I guess, the host says cheerfully. What's your favorite part of UA so far? Aizawa-sensei, Shouta says promptly. The dorms, for sure, Eiji answers. My classmates, Momo replies. Wow, those are some varied answers. Can I ask you about them? Sure, man. Eiji replies. Shouta closes his mouth and looks annoyed. Thank you. Miss Yaoyorozu, why are your classmates your favorite part of UA? Because they've all become my friends. As a rich man's daughter, it is hard to find people who aren't out to use me, Momo says in a slightly strained tone. Good to hear. Sounds like 1A has some exceptional people in it this year. Yes, they all are, Momo says with a smile. Todoroki, why is your teacher your favorite part of UA? Is he really nice? No. He's actually pretty strict. I like him because my father actually listens to him and respects him enough that he let me move into the dorms once he found out Aizawa-sensei is the dorm manager. Shouta explains with a gleam in his eyes. Wow. Didn't expect that answer. He must be something else if Enji Todoroki respects him. This is the second time the dorms have been mentioned. You live there? Aren't they for poor kids only? That's a misconception. Any student can choose to live in the dorms, Shouta rebuts. Why did you choose to move into the dorms? Shouta opens his mouth and then closes it when Momo rudely elbows him. He pouts a little. It's nice to live with others my age. There's no one my age at home. That makes sense. The host looks between Momo and Shouta in open confusion, but doesn't comment on the elbowing. Kirishima, you also mentioned the dorms. Do you also live there? Yeah. It's great. My folks weren't really sold on me living alone, you know? I've always had the clan there to look out for me. So having the dorms is a blessing. Plus, I get to live with my best friends. It's really neat, Eiji enthuses. Wow. I never considered that aspect of it. Miss Yaoyorozu, do you also live in the dorms? Momo shakes her head. No. My father and I are still discussing it. As in you want to and he doesn't want you to? Or? No. There are several issues involved that neither of us have come to a conclusion on just yet. If he was set on me staying at home, I would respect that. Momo demurs. I see. Can I ask about the issues? Well, I can give you an example. On one hand, it would be nice to spend more time with my friends outside of classes, but on the other hand, I've never lived apart from my family and I don't know how I feel about that. I don't really want to discuss this in depth, though. This is rather private, she answers. Yes. My apologies. One last question. This year, 8 of the teams got helping hand medals in addition to the first place medals the winning team got. How do you feel about that? Shouta shrugs. It's fine. Eiji beams. I think it's really great. Momo looks puzzled. I don't think really anything about it. It's to be expected. In a real scenario, adventurers who were done with one building would help any team still working on their buildings or just move on to the next building if there were more collapsed buildings. Not working together in this profession is just sabotaging everyone. I'm sure the last two teams would have also gotten the medals if they weren't struggling to finish. Wow, that's deep. Well, that's all we have time for. I want to thank you three for being willing to represent 1A and join us on Pated Radio today. It's been a pleasure, the radio host says chirpily. Likewise, Momo says politely and gives Shouta a stern look. Yeah, thanks for having us. Eiji enthuses. Same, Shouta says with a very grudging look. The radio host hits the button to stop the recording. Whew. I thought we'd never be done. But really, thanks for doing this, even if you didn't want to. Sorry for being so nosy, but the producer practically requires it. It's alright, Momo says politely. It was fine, man, Eiji encourages. It was not fine, Shouta grumbles. Pated Radio is a stupid name. The radio host laughs a little. No argument there. I personally think it's short for Twitter Pated Radio. That draws a slight smile from Shouta. Anyways, you kids go eat or whatever got interrupted by this. I've got to interview 1B next. Who have you got from 1B? Eiji asks. Oh, Kendo, Komori and Monoma. All three kids groan. You poor soul, Eiji sympathizes. That idiot, Shouta complains. The girls are nice, but Monoma likes the sound of his own voice, Momo tells him. Good luck steering the topic. He'll want to talk about how great 1B is. Radio host looks tired for a moment, then perks up. Well, at least he'll be easy to get talking, right? Yeah, just. Good luck getting him to stop talking, Eiji says a little mournfully. Thanks for the warning. There's really nothing left to say, so they leave for the dorms. Even though not all of them live there, they're staying overnight, just to avoid people. 1B is doing the same despite only a couple of them living in the dorms. Radio interview with 1B representatives. Joining us now, we have Itsuka Kendo, Kanoko Komori and Nito Monoma. Thanks for joining us and being willing to answer some questions. Can I ask some personal questions? Thanks for having us. We're glad to answer questions, but we reserve the right to refuse to answer anything too personal, Nito answers. Reasonable. Okay, first question. I noticed that you, Monoma and Miss Komori, have familiars. What is that like? It's shroomtastic, Kanoko answers cheerily. The radio host looks blank for a moment. It's like having a best friend who isn't human, Nito says. I've always known what familiars are like because my dad has one, but it's really an experience to have one of my own. I bet. Miss Kendo, how do you feel about not having a familiar? I noticed that all the girls in 1A have one, the radio host prods. Oh, those pric-. Monoma. Itsuka glares at him threateningly. Nito breaks off and folds his arms with a grumble. Sorry for interrupting. Sorry about him. He's really serious about viewing 1A as our rivals. As for the familiars, I don't feel bad about it. Komori and Monoma are the only ones in 1B with familiars, so it's not like I feel left out. 1A has its own circumstances. And if I really want a familiar, it's UA policy to give financial aid to students in third year who decided that they want a familiar. I honestly don't know if I want one, though. No offense, but they're a lot of work and they aren't work animals or pets, but their diets and care are reflective of their apparent species. They will definitely let you know if they're unhappy, because they're just as intelligent and have a similar vocabulary to their person, she explains. Wow, I never thought of that. It seems like everyone would love to have a familiar. The radio host says. Well, they're a lot of responsibility and not one you can shove off on other people. Familiars are with you for a lifetime, Itsuka points out. Makes sense. Monoma, can I ask you why your rivalry with 1A is so strong? Itsuka sends him a warning look. He grimaces. I'm not sure. Right now it feels like most of them don't have the magic skills to have earned their spots. But on the other hand, I know that's because most of them, like me, are very new to their magics and I'm lucky that my magic comes as instinctively to me as it does. Some of them are very high and mighty. Except that Yamazawa kid. He has all my respect. And why is that? Nito laughs. Oh, boy, where do I start? First, the kid has a building collapse on his head and manages to come to class the next day despite having a concussion. Second, well, you know I'm half mirror fairy? I copied his power and it nearly killed me. I don't know how he even begins to contain it. I'm sure it takes a lot of willpower just to keep it inactive. And third, while he still has a concussion, he turns around and talks down a dangerous intruder and convinced him to change sides. Dangerous intruder? The radio host asks. Nito opens his mouth and closes it in realization. Well, an intruder with strong magic. More dangerous to himself than anything, I think, Itsuka intervenes casually. She definitely doesn't mention the disintegrated gate. He's actually a student here now to get his magic under control. Apparently, it's not well known that UA will help those with magics that are considered scary, too. UA isn't prejudiced like that, and if anything, this incident proved it beyond a doubt. Wow. That must have been stressful. I didn't know that myself, actually. It's good to hear, the radio host replies. Is he an adventurer student now? No, actually. I believe he went into the business course and is simply getting magic training on the side so he can get it under control, she answers. Wow. I had no idea that is an option. A lot of people don't know that UA is one of the few schools that offers a dual course for the adventurer course, Nito cuts in. In most school years, at least half of the adventurer students plan to only be adventurers for a few years to gather funds and then go into a less dangerous career. It's a lot harder to do a dual course, but it's worth it to those who don't want to be adventurers long term. There's none of this silliness about having a strong magic forcing you into the career. It's on the application forms that one can apply to the other courses and apply for magic training on the side, Kanoko adds. You just have to check the box asking for it. Shiketsu and a couple other schools have that option too. Wow, that's really amazing to hear. The radio host enthuses. Have any of you had scary incidences beyond the ones you mentioned? Nito looks away. Kanoko laughs. Itsuka smiles. On the first day, Monoma was talking and didn't notice our teacher, Mr. Kan, come in until he cleared his throat because Monoma was blocking his path to the teacher's desk. Monoma nearly died of surprise. Nito glowers at her but doesn't tempt fate. At least she hasn't given out the details that he jumped in shock, smacked a classmate in the process and screamed like a little girl. The radio host chuckles. Happens to the best of us, I'm afraid. Are there a lot of you in the dorms this year? The kids exchange confused looks. No. Usually, kids only use the dorms if they're foreigners and don't feel comfortable finding a neighborhood in our country or if they can't afford to rent an apartment and live too far away to transit every day, Nito explains. We've only got 2 in the dorm this year, and no, I'm not telling you who. Understandable. Moving on. What did you think about the first quest game this year? For the listeners, there was a complicated maze and a riddle. The riddle was, over hill and underfoot, I can be shorter than a finger or taller than a house, choose me and follow my path. And the choices were dirt, grass, and stone. The maze was challenging, but Mr. Kan told us a story of the boulders in the mountains on a trip he took once, so the riddle was pretty easy, Kendo confides. Not to mention that 1A has a literal nature dragon, Nito adds with a caustic note to his voice. Who is that? Izuku Yamazawa. Shroom. Nice guy, Kanoko answers. The radio host looks confused. I've heard of the Yamazawa Duo. This is one of their sons, yes? But I thought they were a void dragon and a harpy. I mean, it's been a while since they were active as adventurers, so I could be wrong. How does that result in a nature dragon? The kids blink at him for a moment before Nito starts laughing. Itsuka gives him an exasperated look. Both the Yamazawa parents are men. Their sons are adopted. Oh, my mistake. Silly question. How was the second round for you all? Kanoko gives a little smile. It was a challenge. My opponent was really strong and had good control of her magic. Itsuka looks uncomfortable. Honestly, I don't think that my opponent thought I could fight, so it was really easy to just smack him out of the ring. Nito looks at the ceiling, seeming annoyed. I didn't even do anything. They just surrendered. I see. And the third event? It seems like having to do house rescues like that is a little brutal for first years. Nito looks him in the eye. Why? The civilians in there are just golems. And the adventurer course has had training in house rescues. That's why those from other courses were mixed in with us, so they had someone who knew what they were doing. Sure, we're not great at it yet, but they were simple collapses without a lot of things balanced weird, making it hard to move rubble. We didn't even have to set up a treatment station, just had to get the golems out without further injuring them. That's like the bare minimum. Interesting. Do you normally have to treat the golems' wounds too? Yes, Itsuka answers. 1A had a scare on their second day, so they're actually a bit ahead of us in patient treatment, but we're learning it too. We won't ever be doctors, but we need to be able to patch people up enough that they survive long enough to get to the doctors. Wow, that's a lot of responsibility. It's a tough job. That's why the government subsidizes us along with us being paid by clients. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it to get all the schooling, fight rogues, do rescues and more, because we literally wouldn't be able to afford to live otherwise, Kanoko puts in unexpectedly, then seems to remember her brand. Shroom. A very valid point. I remember learning that in school. Now, can I ask what is your favorite part of UA? The radio host asks cheerily. No one tries to talk me out of being an adventurer, Shroom, Kanoko answers promptly. No one teases me about my choice of career, Itsuka says. My classmates are very encouraging because we all plan to be adventurers. Both those things, of course, Monoma ponders. But I think being taught by Sekijiro Ken is probably my favorite. He's very knowledgeable about being an adventurer and he goes out of his way to teach us things to help us and tell us where to find resources. He really pushes us to do our best. Wow, he sounds like a great guy. Thank you for taking time to join us on Pated Radio today to answer our questions and represent 1B. He hits the button to stop the recording. Really, thanks. The listeners will love this. You go get lunch or do whatever you're missing out on to do this. I'm going to wrap this up now and take it to the main studio. Itsuka smiles. Sure, Mr. Radio host. Have a good day. I want a nap, very much, Kanoko. Adds. It was a pleasure, Nito assures him and escorts the girls to the dorm. The cafeteria manager, Kojiro Sakamata, is providing extra meals for anyone planning to stay the night in the dorms to avoid mingling with the masses while exhausted. Which is probably a quarter of the student body, to be fair. Those who'd gotten out in the first round and some of the others had participated in mini-games so they could show off for family, so everyone is tired. Odin leaves his circlet at home, because as much as he likes to brag about his granddaughter, he knows she won't want the attention of being related to a god king. She's such a shy little thing. It's not hard to find UA and fortunately one of the humans comes up and directs him to the seating area. It seems to be an artificial version of the Roman stadiums. Odd, but at least it provides a good line of sight and no one sits in front of him, which ensures a good view. Perfect. Unfortunately, no one sits near him either, which is annoying because it's hard to brag when there's no one to listen. No matter. He can cheer loud enough for everyone to hear if he has to. Eventually, people fill in the area at the edges of the area around him and one bold human with red hair actually sits much closer, apparently appreciating the distance from the others. A half-god. Interesting. Good. At least he can converse with one person. My granddaughter is the girl with the black hair in a ponytail, he offers, ignoring the fact that describes several girls among the gathered students. Which one did you come to watch? The red-haired man throws him a neutral look. Probably irritated at being spoken to, but at least he isn't showing it. The boy with red and white hair. There's two of those, but Odin kindly doesn't point that out. Excellent. We shall see how they do together, he says amiably, though he really means against each other. The redhead nods sharply, obviously thinking the same thing. Good man. The competitive sorts are always fun. A human, or well, no, probably a harpy, given the head crest, with sound magic keeps up a loud running commentary for the benefit of those watching. Unique. The first game seems to be some sort of maze. Clever, these humans. Of course, Momo finds the metal box quite quickly and follows the grass path out of the last bit of the maze without hesitation. Odin cheers for her. Not long after, one of the red and white boys finds the box and does the same thing. The redhead beside him doesn't cheer but he looks satisfied, so that's probably his boy. The next bit is one-on-one fights with no weapons provided. Silly that. Momo does the smart thing and materializes a sword and proceeds to chase her opponent around the ring while Odin yells encouragement. Her opponent throws magic at her, but water doesn't do much against a sword. Eventually they just run out of the ring to get away, which is cowardly if smart. Sadly, Momo only fights once. A few of the losers fight twice, the ones who had almost won their first fights. Not that he cares about them. Odin is unhappy at only having one chance to see his granddaughter win. The redhead seems exasperated when his boy wins by freezing his opponent. Why? Maybe he expected finer control of the ice? Well, it's not his place to judge. The next bit is teams of 10 and collapsed houses? Very strange. After a few minutes it becomes obvious that the teams are rescuing fake humans out of the rubble. Ingenious. Momo helps lift pieces of rubble and move them off the fake humans. Golems? He thinks that's what they're called. Then she switches to treating the fake wounds of the golems which have been moved out of the rubble. Her team is not first to finish. That honor goes to the team with the girl who can float things. But he cheers just the same when Momo's team finishes and goes to help one of the other teams. Apparently, the generosity to aid another team is rewarded by the judges, because Momo's team also gets medals when the event is finished, as do several other teams who aided their opponents. Including the redhead's boys team. The redhead doesn't look satisfied, but that's his problem, not Odin's. He's always going to be proud of Momo as long as she does well. Of course he'd like it if she'd won outright, but Momo had explained to him that the point of the games wasn't to win, it was to catch the attention of adventurers who might extend a temporary apprenticeship and she's obviously done well enough for that. Showing off her smarts and winning her fight were the important bits anyways. The team's bit only shows that she can work well with others, which it seems most of the kids can do. A good skill to be sure, but not particularly eye-catching. As soon as it's announced that the games are over, Odin makes his way down and joins his granddaughter and the children around her, presumably her classmates, among whom is the redhead's red and white boy. Momo, he says at a reasonable volume. Congratulations. When she turns, he snatches her up and spins in a circle, making her grip his upper arms and giggle. Grandfather. Momo, a man's voice booms close by, startling all of them into turning around. A very tall, sturdy man with flowing white-streaked blonde hair with narrow braids and a beard halfway down his chest is striding up to them. Congratulations. Then he picks Momo up and spins her in a circle. Judging by the giggles, this isn't a stranger. Grandfather. I was watching your games. You did well, he compliments her, setting her down with clear reluctance. I didn't win, though, she counters, shoulders hunching, clearly disappointed in herself. You told me the point was not winning but to get noticed. You were the only person smart enough to make yourself a sword. Some of your adventurers definitely noticed you, he retorts. I dare say that any who didn't notice you are blind in both eyes. Her shoulders square at that affirmation, which Hitoshi is pleased to see. He's right, Ponytail. Quit talking down your achievements, Katsuki scoffs. Momo's grandfather turns to Katsuki and eyes him up and down. You're the explosion boy. No sheet, Katsuki snarks. We're going back to the dorm. You can come or not. The man, who Hitoshi is sure is a god, based on his magical pressure alone, bellows a laugh. How could I refuse such a kind invitation? Katsuki flushes and stomps off and the rest of them follow him like a waddling of ducklings. Hitoshi ends up walking by Momo and her grandfather, listening to them chat about how various people have been doing since they last saw each other. They're almost to the dorm when the god turns to him. I'm Odin. And who are you, classmate of Momo? Hitoshi Yamazawa, he answers in a lazy tone. One of my fathers was announcing the games. My brother is the green-haired one. That nets him a glance at Izuku and then a curious stare. You have some sort of voice allure magic. But your father is a harpy? He shrugs one shoulder as they enter the dorm. We're adopted. My other father is a void dragon. Not a WYRM, grandfather, Yamamoto interposes quickly. Odin blinks a couple times and then nods. One of the sort who can wear human form, yes? Yes, Hitoshi agrees. There are dragons who can't change form? Indeed. They are beasts called WYRMs. It takes a great warrior or the effort of many to slay one, which is being a problem, Odin informs him, apparently pleased at the question. Maybe knowledge is part of his domain? They like to feed on cattle and sheep because they're easier to catch than deer, so when they move their nests near humans, it often becomes an issue. Hitoshi nods in understanding. Dad prefers his steaks well cooked. And he'd pay for it if he wanted to eat a cow or sheep. Wise of him, Odin smirks. So your fathers are a harpy and a dragon. And what are you? We don't know. My magic works a lot like vampire allure, but it's stronger. It also gets stronger when I'm touching water, so it could be siren instead, he admits. Or both. And your brother? Well, we're pretty sure his mother is a major divine with domain over plants and earthquakes and we think his father was a fire dragon, he explains. Odin gives Izuku another glance, looking considerably more impressed this time. Interesting. He gives Yamamoto a significant glance. She promptly cringes. Grandfather. I'm not going to marry him just because he's powerful. The god sighs. Yes, yes. Just don't marry a weakling. That never turns out well. Yamamoto looks mildly offended by this and Hitoshi supposes that despite being rich, her father might be considered a weakling by a god's standards. Had that relationship ended badly? Yamamoto never talks about her mother, after all. He decides against asking. Yamamoto, I never pegged you for having a blonde in the family. Denki says cheerfully. She smiles at him. Yes, this is Odin, my mother's father. Grandfather, this is Denki Kaminari. Greetings, Denki, Odin says politely, eyeing him thoughtfully. Nice to meet you, Odin. So, your mom has blonde hair too? Denki asks. She did, yes. Yamamoto's tone is subdued. Did? Oh. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up, Denki apologizes. You didn't know, Yamamoto replies. Odin pats her shoulder. She was a good daughter and mother. She was my favorite daughter. Don't be sorry for bringing her up. She doesn't deserve to be forgotten. Yamamoto nods. Yes, true. She got sick and the doctors and healers couldn't save her. We miss her. I usually don't talk about her except with grandfather, because father loved her so much that it hurts him when she's mentioned. Denki looks back and forth between them uncertainly, then says earnestly, you can always talk about her with us, Yamamoto. We're your friends. What he said, Hitoshi adds. You can talk to us about anything, Karo, Tsu declares. Thank you. I think I'd like that, she replies with a smile. And who are you, young lady? Odin asks, taking a seat and gesturing to them to sit. Everyone finds a place to flop or sit, even those who Hitoshi is reasonably sure would rather be taking a nap in their rooms. Since Odin is Yamamo's grandfather, it's more than likely that they'll run into him again, and it's always best to be introduced to a god when said god is in a good mood. Tsuyu Azui, but you can call me Tsu. I'm a druid. Odin's brows raise briefly and he looks pleased. Druids make for formidable friends. Pleased to meet you. Likewise. What pantheon do you belong to? Tsu asks bluntly. I am the chief god of the Nordic peoples, Odin answers amiably. Unsurprisingly, Tsu's expression does not change. Nordic peoples? That's a long ways from here. It is indeed. I'm surprised you know of them, Odin praises. I like geography, she replies. Hitoshi makes a mental note to ask her or Yamamo about the Nordic peoples when he has a chance. Or maybe just the pantheon. It must be a relatively informal culture since Odin has yet to take offense at their manners. The conversation moves on, with Odin being introduced to all of them one or two at a time. To some of the familiars too. When he meets Queen, he stares for a long moment and then congratulates Mina on having a beautiful soul, which makes her blush. At some point, Odin calls Shouta that red-headed half-god's son, and Shouta makes a face and replies, unfortunately, which is moderately hilarious. Eventually, Odin mentions he needs to get back before his wife becomes angry at his absence and bids them a good afternoon before disappearing like he was never there. There's a long moment of silence, then Toru throws herself across the laps of people sitting on one of the sofas and huffs, well, that was stressful. I'm glad my god ancestor doesn't bother visiting us. He was nice, though, Denki points out. Yes, but overwhelming, Kuji retorts quietly. I think he was doing it on purpose, Izuku posits. There's no way he couldn't rein in his power better. My control is as shaky as a ship in a storm and I can rein it in. He probably was, Yamamo admits. He usually reins it in much better when he visits me. He probably wanted to see if you had the guts to converse with him. I think it's safe to say he was impressed with all of you, though. Oh, yay, just what I wanted. A god to be impressed with me, Hitoshi drawls. What would happen if he wasn't impressed? That would depend on how unimpressed he was. If it was just average unimpressed, probably nothing. But if he was extra unimpressed, then he might have stuck around to talk to Nedzu to pressure him into either moving you to 1B or dropping you from the course entirely, Yamamo says in a thoughtful tone. I don't think Nedzu would agree to dropping someone from the class, of course, but he might decide to transfer between classes for possible safety reasons. Annoying a god isn't always survivable if one has to interact with them, after all. So it's a, he wants you to have worthy companions thing? Masareo asks. I believe so, yes. Nice. So, a major god thinks we're worthy. Cool, Hanta says. Anyone else up for a nap? The class is about evenly divided on whether to take a nap or to work on homework, so they split up to do their preferred thing for a while. Personally, Hitoshi takes a nap, because A, he needs one and B, he's actually caught up on homework. Katsuki, Tenya and Yamamo are coerced into heading study groups even though they're caught up and Izuku takes it upon himself to start making supper for all of them. Hitoshi is barely conscious when Dad comes in a bit later and joins Izuku in the kitchen and within a few minutes he slips entirely into sleep. Aizawa-sensei? He opens his eyes, shaking himself out of his semi-nap at the sound of Hagikure's teary voice. She's cradling her familiar close to her chest protectively, but he catches sight of bright blood on its neck. Yes? I'll need a key for a room later today. My parents agreed to let me move in after my little brother ripped out a few of Elazia's feathers. She sniffles. She's bleeding. Not a lot, but I can't get it to stop. Do you, Dash? Do you know how to get it to stop? I'm really scared that it won't stop. I'll get you a key. Which room do you want? And no, I don't, he lies. He's had reasons over the last couple hundred years of adventurer work to have treated me as wounds, so he knows how. Hizashi's better and quicker at it, though. But Yamada-sensei will know. I'll excuse you from homeroom. He should be in the teacher's lounge now and if he isn't, he will be soon. Thank you, sensei. I was wondering if I could have the room above Tsuyu's, she admits, looking less discouraged. He thinks about saying no, that she has to pick between rooms 7 and 9, but then he remembers that Ashido is well on her way to convincing the rest of the kids to move into the dorm and he'll more than likely have to open the third-floor rooms anyways. Sure. Scribbling his signature and her name onto a hall pass, he hands it to her. Don't lose this. She tucks it into the blouse pocket of her uniform. Thanks again, Aizawa-sensei. Then she rushes out of the room, familiar held tight against her chest. Given that the familiar isn't protesting the treatment, she's obviously being careful with her grip, so he's not too concerned about it. Hizashi will have her taken care of in short order. Stopping blood feathers from bleeding is tricky, but not particularly complicated. The worst bit will be making sure that there aren't feather pieces broken off in the wound. At least it's neck feathers that got ripped out and not wing feathers, which can bleed lethal amounts. Hizashi will probably want to teach a class on bird care, given that several students have birds and one has a winged rabbit this year. Best that they learn now than in the field without help nearby. He'll talk to Nedzu about it, because the other kids probably need to learn from experts as well. Again, because having a hurt familiar is terrifying enough without not knowing what to do to help. It isn't unheard of for rogues to target familiars, and accidents do happen. Particularly during fights or in disaster conditions. The bell rings and everyone takes a seat hastily. Shouta eyes the kids and almost sighs when he sees a raised hand. Yes, Ida? Sensei, Hagakure is absent. Oh, yay, he gets to deal with Tenya's rule following obsession again. She has permission to be absent. Ida? Sensei, why does she have permission? Tenya asks nosily. This time he does sigh. Ida, that is none of your business. If she wants to tell you later, she will, but don't be nosy and ask her about it. Yes, Sensei, Tenya says in a subdued tone. Then he yelps when his black eagle leans down from his attached to the desk perch and nips his ear. Niam. What was that for? I told you so, the bird familiar answers smugly. You should listen to me more often. Tenya scowls at him, but has enough sense to not reply and further disrupt the class. Thank the gods for small mercies. He picks up a large stack of folders and sets a smaller stack on the front desk of each row. Take yours and pass the others back. He waits until they do, then clears his throat. You all did well in the quest games. Each of you has at least one offer. You can choose one of the offers on your list to intern with, and if your offers don't suit you, then there's also a list in the back of adventurers that you can ask the school to contact to take you on for a couple weeks. The ones that work with the school are not necessarily high profile, but they all have good reputations, which is an important aspect of successful adventurer work. Take care to consider the pros and cons of each offer carefully. A high-profile adventurer who specializes may not have much to offer you if you plan to specialize in something very different, whereas a generalist can teach you a bit of everything, even if they're low profile. Ojiro? Are you going to make sure Hagakure knows this? Ojiro asks in concern. Yes. I'll speak with her when she returns. Ashido? So we should choose a generalist even if a specialist gave us an offer, she asks. Not necessarily. Think about what the specialist specializes in and then decide if you think that's something that will benefit you or if you wish to explore it as a possibility. If either of those are true, then the specialist may be the better offer, he explains. Think of it this way. If someone specializes in guarding airships or ships but your magic makes those dangerous places for you, such as Enji Todoroki's fire magic makes those places disasters waiting to happen, then that specialist is a bad match for you. However, if someone specializes in dealing with wildlife issues and you have magic like Kudas that allows you to speak with animals, that would be a very good match for you. Siro? Are there adventurers who deal with wildlife problems, then? Siro wonders. Yes. Because those often require being able to track and set traps. Not all adventurers have those skills. There are also those who deal with animal rescue in disasters, man-made or otherwise, but those also need to be able to rescue humans. There are those who specialize in combat, such as Shinya Kamihara, and those who specialize in rescue like Ainen Kuros, and those who specialize in disaster relief, such as Kojiro Sakamata. There are even those like Chiyo Shuzenji, who specialize in healing. Todoroki? What did you and your husband specialize in? He asks with the slightest lift to the corners of his mouth. Troublemaker. We were more generalists, but Yamada-sensei is good with crowd control due to being able to be heard over a lot of noise, and sometimes we were called in to deal with particularly lethal rogues with a death warrant out on them. Voids are very lethal if not used in a precise manner to avoid that result, and loud noise can deafen or confuse one's senses or even kill. Oh, the looks on their faces. But death is a part of adventurer work that they'll be required to deal with occasionally. Kuda? You've killed people, sensei? The boy looks like he'd really like the answer to be no. I have. There are rogues who can't be stopped short of lethal measures or those too dangerous to allow to live and have the possibility of them escaping. If it comes down to choosing between your own life and a rogue's, I expect you to choose your life. Likewise, if it comes down to allowing a rogue to live or to allowing citizen lives or livelihoods to be lost, you'll be expected to choose to save the citizens at the expense of the rogues. He pauses to study their faces. Even if you specialize in rescue or healing, you may find yourself one day forced with that scenario. If you can't handle that, then you should switch to a split course where you only need to learn to control your magic and be a citizen instead of an adventurer. Are adventurers not citizens? Hitoshi asks, as if he doesn't know. Yes and no. Normally adventurers are citizens with a license, but they also fall partially under military forces and can be called on for that purpose under the right circumstances. It's a large part of the reason that most dragons and other peoples choose to live on their clan grounds rather than among humans where they are required to get a magic use license for any strong magics. Those who live on clan grounds can only be called on by draft if the country is being invaded and is losing ground, because they are technically allies, not citizens, even if they have mostly the same rights day to day. There's no harm in explaining that. Shuji? Since clans are allies, did you ever get asked to negotiate with them? Shuji asks. Yes. It's rare, but it's preferred to have a member of the same species or at least a friendly species negotiate with clans. It shows respect and avoids the hazard of one side trying to screw the other over ridiculously. Or that's the thought behind it, at least, he explains. While the government prefers to send politicians, if they don't have an appropriate one, they resort to adventurers. So, I could be asked to negotiate with Vorith clans? Shuji clarifies. In theory. In practice, there's currently a Vorith ambassador, so it's unlikely to be anytime soon. They would also handle negotiations with Vorith allies if there's not someone of that race available. I see. Shuji nods, looking relieved. Shouta makes a mental note to go over this topic with Hagakure after school. The kids are sure to mention it, but secondhand information can get garbled. Mashireo Ojiro is a little surprised that Toru decided to move into the dorm after all. As far as he knew, she wasn't planning on doing it, despite liking the idea. Only a little, though, after seeing how Elazia is injured and learning it was her little brother's doing. The younger boy's jealousy turning dangerous like that is an excellent reason to change her mind. It gets him thinking, though. What if Dash? What are you thinking so hard about? His mom asks in amusement. Oh, just Toru moving into the dorm. Her brother injured her familiar, so the dorm is safer for them, he explains. Ooh, Toru, as in the girl you can't stop talking about? A smile starts growing on her face. His cheeks warm a little. Yes. Let me guess. You're thinking you could move in to be near your crush, she teases. Well, it crossed my mind, yes, he admits, turning red. As long as you keep your grades up and don't engage in any hanky-panky, I don't see any harm in it. So, do you want to? She asks. He blinks at her. Really? Yes. Your dad and I have been expecting something like this since you first mentioned your friend's idea for everyone to move into the dorms, she tells him. Oh. So? What will it be? She prompts. I'd like to, yes, he answers. That's fine, then. Make sure you talk to your teacher first and don't just show up with your stuff unannounced, she warns. Mom. I wouldn't, he protests indignantly. She smirks at him. I know. Aizawa-sensei? Masareo ventures. He'd come in early, specifically for this. The dark-haired man looks up from the papers he's perusing and eyes him for a moment before sighing. Which room do you want? What? He's confused. You came to tell me you're moving into the dorm, right? Which room do you want? Aizawa-sensei clarifies. Oh. Room 13, if that's okay. It's fine. I expect you to stay out of Hagakure's room and vice versa after curfew, the man adds in a serious tone, which isn't really much different from his normal tone. He turns red instantly. Yes, sir. Good. I'll have your key for you after lunch. Or you can find me after school, Aizawa-sensei offers. Oh. After school is fine. Is it fine if I move in this evening? He asks. Yes. You can ask for assistance from your classmates, if needed, Aizawa-sensei adds offhandedly. I don't think I'll need help, but thanks for letting me know, he says politely. Sure. Was that all? Yes, sir, he replies. Aizawa-sensei nods and drops his gaze back to his papers in silent dismissal. Well, that went well. But seriously, how obvious is he that everyone knows that he likes Toru? Notes section. Forgive my, looked it up briefly on Google, lack of knowledge on bird care. I suspect that neck feathers would, indeed, bleed less than wing feathers simply because they are small feathers. Whether they'd keep bleeding without treatment, I don't know. Will Shouda's lie backfire on him at some point? Most likely. Toru will be said, but willing to forgive once he explains that Hizashi is much better at treating birds than he is, and Oboro would be his second choice of someone to treat a bird because he has a snowy owl familiar. Shouta is, of course, an expert on cat care and has treated many cats over the years. Shouta and Hizashi are an effective adventurer team, but you can't tell me that both they and their familiars have never gotten seriously roughed up in a fight or because a disaster zone had something shift at the wrong time over the course of 200 years. The hall passes are printed slips that have a space for the name of the student excused and a teacher's signature. I've been reading in the Harry Potter fandom the last few weeks and the magic system is so very different to this, haha. It's nice to find fics I haven't read before, though. I'm a very fast reader, so I plow through content at a startling rate. I also don't like horror or dark stuff or stuff with too much teen drama or tension. So, between the two, I've been reduced mostly reading one-shots in the BNHA fandom with a side of new chapters from longer fics lately. Which is what happened in the Naruto fandom while I was writing in it and a large part of why I switched to BNHA fandom. Since I'm not ready to be done with writing in this fandom, I'm reading in a fandom I don't want to write in. So far, so good. We'll see if the strategy holds out over a longer time. PRD. Meet Niam, a black eaglet with blue markings. He's more socially aware than Tenya and not afraid to tell him so. Tenya often doesn't listen, caught up in his own opinions. Hopefully that will change some as they grow older. A basic perch is attached to the desks of the students with bird familiars for convenience's sake. The birds can move around and stand on the desk or perch on their person, but they often do use the perches. Aoyama's parrot likes to use his to do tricks on. The classroom has the room to spread out the desks to accommodate familiars, but this is the first class that's ever utilized this much space in first year. In fact, it's not uncommon even for graduating classes to have less than half the class with familiars, given that they're expensive and a commitment for life. Ken Sekijiro is going to finance familiars for any in his class in third year, but UA offers loans to fourth-year graduating classes. For years because college isn't really a thing for most professions. There's a few, like doctor or lawyer or airship designer engineer that do get college classes, but they can also go the apprenticeship route, which is much cheaper, if maybe not as thorough. Those who go the college route tend to get better positions, though, unless they're prodigies of their craft. Internships upcoming. Which POVs should I follow? And who should intern with who? Honestly, it's not that uncommon for a rogue to end up dead or seriously injured. But adventurers run that risk too, by the nature of their job. Yeah, so the clans have slightly different rules than the average citizen, but that's because they're allies, not regular citizens. This isn't always apparent, because a passport will mark them as a regular citizen if they travel. This is so they are still backed by the government rights-wise. It's for their protection. Does that make sense? They're still civilians that live in the country. They still have representation in the government. Over half the council is made up of races other than human. Still working on what qualifies a human for a place on the council. It's rare for councilors to negotiate with one of the clans they represent, because they're supposed to represent all the clans of their species. They negotiate for their race, not with their race. Humans outnumber individual clans, but they don't outnumber the clans as a whole. Human lands are more or less a neutral place for clans to interact, so it's not uncommon to see them in the markets. People like Shouta and Hizashi, who choose to live among humans, are uncommon but they live a lot longer, so as a result a fair percentage of the human population are supernaturals or have supernatural blood in them. Oh yes, after advice from friends, I've decided on a council-style government. The head of council is titular head of the country, which is particularly important when dealing with other governments that don't have the same system. In practice though, important decisions go through the council vote. If he/she tries to circumvent the system, he/she will be removed from their position and if it's a major offense, removed from the council altogether. So, several signatures are needed for trade agreements and the like, probably from senior councilors, which is a position not dictated by age or length of time on the council but by knowledge, wisdom and reliability. Mainly so that foreign governments aren't looking at 30 or 50 signatures and thinking, let's bribe these people next time. But the agreements have to first pass the council at large's approval. I think laws, on the other hand, would require a lot more signatures, everyone who votes for the law. I'm not entirely sure this works. I don't remember a lot from school on the matter of governments. I feel like being closer to Toru would be his motivation for moving into the dorms, as he doesn't seem the sort to be discontent with his current situation. Obviously, I'm playing on their fanon? Relationship. They like each other and they are not subtle. Toru picked room 24 and Mashirao picked room number. They are on opposite sides of the stairwell, but otherwise next door to each other. Those are the two Middle East-facing rooms on the third floor. Rooms 7, 9 and 14 to 23 are open rooms. Like the second floor, there's a study room in the middle of the hollow square of rooms. A month prior to current day, Momo stares at the lush plant in mild dismay. It's always been a healthy plant, green with white spots, fed with houseplant food and a monthly dose of magic from her father. But since she's gotten her magic and gotten the hang of directing it properly, she's taken over the monthly magic feeding. It's a plant her mother left her, after all, a type of ivy. Not real ivy, apparently, as its leaves are less stiff, but she doesn't really know what it is. Her father says he's never run across another example of the plant, so he doesn't know either. His best guess is that it's a gift from Grandfather Odin and thus a divine realm plant. The point is that, since she's taken over the feedings, the plant has grown. It spills carelessly down the plant stand and is creeping across the floor. And changed color. Its leaves are now a rich blue and the white spots glow a little, like little stars. Apparently, it had been blue when it had still been her mother tending it, so the color change isn't concerning. That had been a relief. At first, she'd been afraid that she'd broken it somehow. The plant desperately needs trimming, but she neither wants to throw bits of it away, nor give it to someone who won't cherish it. Maybe she can pot up the trimmings and see what her advice her teachers have on what to do with the new plant. Surely the gardener can instruct her on how to do that. Don't step on me, you oaf, a low voice scolds. That was one time. Yagi-sensei protests, holding the door open for a very large blonde cat. With a mane to walk in ahead of him. It was 16 times at last count, the lion retorts. Over the course of 40 years. I haven't stepped on you in more than 2 years. Which just means you're due for it. Hello, kids. I'm Mighty. This clumsy lunk's familiar. He tells me that a bunch of you have familiars, so I thought I'd come see if any of you have potential. The lion addresses them. Yagi-sensei sighs. Sorry about him. Don't apologize for me. Mighty snaps. You don't have to be negative just because you're bored, Yagi-sensei retorts. Who said I'm being negative? Mighty asks. Hi. I'm Indigo. Hitoshi's kitten volunteers, jumping down from his desk to stroll up to the larger cat. You're tiny, Mighty observes, then licks Indigo from head to tail with one swipe of his tongue, flattening the fluffy fur along the top of his body. You're just saying that because you're huge, Indigo returns, not deterred at all. Can you tell us stories of your adventures? Mighty laughs. I can do that. Nice to meet you, kitten. The laughter wakes Jorov, who looks around sleepily before his eyes widen as he takes in Mighty. Stumbling to his feet, he rushes over and exclaims, You're like me. I am indeed. Tashinori, why didn't you tell me there was a lion cub here? Mighty accuses. I did. You yawned and went back to sleep, Yagi-sensei defends himself. What's your name? I'm Jorov, the cub blurts. I'm Mighty. Mighty wraps a paw around Jorov and holds him while he starts grooming him. Jorov splutters. Stop that. No. I can clean myself. Jorov protests. I'm sure you can, Mighty acknowledges. After a moment, Izuku giggles and asks, Yagi-sensei, what are we doing this class PRD? Yagi-sensei perks up? Running an obstacle course. Meet me at field beta. Everyone gets up and hurries towards the changing rooms, except for Ochako who pauses by Mighty and Jorov. Don't worry, we'll make sure he gets to the field, Yagi-sensei assures her. She nods and follows her friends, ignoring Jorov's wail of, save me. Ochako is sure he'll be fine. Kuji fidgets in front of Aizawa-sensei's desk and opens his mouth, only to close it again, unable to find words. Finally, Aizawa-sensei asks without looking up, can I help you, Kuda? Room? Please? He squeaks the last word nervously. His parents had urged him to take the opportunity to move in with his friends when he admitted that most of them have already moved into the dorm. Aizawa-sensei looks up. To clarify, you're moving into the dorm? He nods. Okay, what room do you want? Rooms 7, 9 and 14 through 23 are open. Air. 21, he decides haphazardly. Alright. Come to the teacher's lounge at lunchtime and I'll have the key for you, Aizawa-sensei tells him. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, he manages. The man merely nods and looks back down. He takes that as his cue to go sit down. Another pothering human, a scratchy voice says, startling Ochako a little. She turns her head to find a 1.5-foot metal mannequin standing on a desk, near a girl with tight, pink ringlets for hair. Hair that's a bit longer than Ochako's. Aren't curls harder to take care of? It must take forever to style it in the mornings. As she watches, the mannequin turns and pokes the girl's shoulder with squarish metal finger. If golems had skeletons, the mannequin is what she'd expect them to look like. Only, larger. Do golems have skeletons? A question for the ages. Or for an inventor. Another pothering human. The girl looks up and her pupils are surrounded by little lines for some reason. They widen and then narrow on Ochako. Then she jumps up and crowds into Ochako's personal space. What kind of babies are you looking for? I'm not Dash, she begins. I'm Mei Hatsum, future leader of the Hatsum Inventions Corporation. I've got flaming sword babies, spring-loaded punch babies, steel-toed babies and Dash. Ochako takes a step back but Hatsum mirrors her with a step forward. Hatsum, what have you been told? A scolding voice asks. It comes from a very lifelike golem. It has a sculpted human face and its limbs, hands and fingers are tapered like real limbs and hands are. And if she had just heard its voice and not seen it, she'd have thought it a real person. Clearly a lot more effort has gone into its creation compared to the normal school golems. Or well, It's clearly intended to be male. To give customers space so I don't scare them off, Hatsum recites in a bored tone, then freezes for a moment before taking a long step back. If those don't suit you, I have a rotating chain baby and pen baby that also stabs. They have some KNKS to work out, but May, another pothering human, the mannequin interrupts. Thank you, Mecha Baby number 3, she answers. Sorry, that's my familiar. That's all he can say so far. He's a work in progress. Are you interested in Dash? Hatsum, the golem says sharply. The pink-haired girl snaps her mouth shut. Sorry about her. She hasn't learned social graces yet, the golem says in a remarkably wry tone. I'm Pal, my Jima's familiar. What can we do for you today, he asks. I'm Uraraka, nice to meet you. I'm looking for something that will help me with nausea when I use my magic on myself. It's not super bad, but it's unpleasant, she explains. Pal nods. Are you okay with Hatsum helping you or do you want someone saner? Hey! Rude. Hatsum protests. As long as she stays out of my face and listens to me instead of giving me a sales pitch, I'm fine with her, Ochako answers uncomfortably. Alright. He nods again. Hatsum, look up the wrist pressure points for nausea and come up with something to press gently on them. Preferably only when she needs them to. I can do that. Hatsum says, cheering up instantly. Are you comfortable with wristbands, bracelets or bracers? Those would be the best ones to use. I don't think I'd feel right wearing a bracelet. And bracers seem like a little overkill. So maybe the wristband, she replies uncertainly. Ochako absently notes Pal leaving them alone together. Sure. Baby number 93 can be a wristband baby. I can even add runes for additional functions. Are you interested in flames? Or, explosions. Or maybe Dash. Protection runes, Ochako interjects firmly. Party pooper. Fine. I can do protection runes. Any specific ones? Hatsum asks. No? I don't have anything specific in mind. Whatever you think best is probably fine. Maybe giving this girl free rein is dangerous, but she doesn't have any better ideas. Hatsum beams at her. If you don't like what I come up with, we can talk about it and I can make a new one with ones you like better. Sounds like a plan, she says in relief. I just need to get your wrist measurements and then you can come back in a week and they should be ready for you, Hatsum says practically. Alright. That seems simple enough. She holds out her arms and lets Hatsum measure her wrists, humming tunelessly to herself as she jots down the numbers. There. All done. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Hatsum says cheerfully and then promptly turns back to whatever she'd been working on when Ochako came in, effectively dismissing her. Thanks? There's no reply, so Ochako decides to leave. Welp. That was a bit more intense than she bargained for. Yamada-sensei? Hizashi looks up to see Yaoyorozu standing there, holding a pot. How can I help you? I was wondering if you could advise me. This plant is a cutting of an overgrown plant I have at home and I want to find someone who would cherish it and be able to take care of it properly. She sets the pot on his desk. He draws in a sharp breath in surprise. Where did you get a hold of celestial ivy? It was my mother's. Father thinks maybe grandfather Odin gave it to her. What is celestial ivy, she asks. It's a divine realm plant. Not rare there, but very rare in the mortal realm. I've seen maybe 3 plants of it in my 200 years as an adventurer. It's used for magical sight potions and loyalty or fidelity potions, he answers. Ateliers would pay well to obtain some. If that doesn't interest you, I think Izuku might be a good person to ask if he wants a plant, given his magic. Thank you. I'll ask Izuku, then, she acknowledges and picks the pot back up. Sure thing, he replies easily. Izuku. He looks up at the sound of Yamamo's voice. She's holding a small pot. Hey, Yamamo. What's up? I was wondering. I have a cutting of a plant that belonged to my mother and I would like to find someone who would cherish it, since it's important to me. Would you be interested? She asks politely. Honestly, he's stunned. You would trust me with it? Why wouldn't I? You're my friend and if you are willing to care for it your magic is uniquely suited for it, she replies. Oh, that's true, I guess. The magic part, I mean. Of course we're friends. I'd be honored. What kind of plant is it? He asks. She hands him the pot. The plant inside is blue with little white dots that seem to have an inner light and the leaves are mostly ivy-shaped. Yamada-sensei said it's celestial ivy, a divine realm plant. You need to feed it plant food and a little bit of magic once a month to keep it healthy. Human magic keeps it green, but divine magic keeps it blue. If you ever need to trim it, you can sell the trimmings to an atelier. They use it to make magic potions. Wow, that's super pretty, he breathes in astonishment. How much is a little? Well, I fed it about half of the amount I fed my familiar egg and it grew too much. So, I cut it down to a quarter on my gardener's advice and that seems to work well, she responds. It's been around a month since I fed that one, so you can try now. Okay. Izuku takes a moment to remember how much magic he fed Usagi's egg, then reduces that to a quarter and feeds it to the plant for a bit. Within seconds it starts to grow visibly. He pauses and asks, is it supposed to do that? How much magic did you feed your egg? She exclaims, then takes a breath and shakes her head. No, that's definitely too much. Either you have a lot more magic than I do or it's because your magic is plant-oriented, maybe both. They both watch as the plant proceeds to put out a full 5 leaves before slowing to a stop. Probably both, he decides. We're pretty sure my mother is a major divine and my father is a dragon. Just based on being a first-generation demigod to her second generation, he's probably got at least twice as much magic as she does. Add in that dragons are one of the higher-end supernaturals for magic and humans typically have low to medium magic and he's probably got more than that in comparison. Yamamoto nods in agreement. That makes sense. Maybe a fifth or a tenth of what you gave it this time? I'll try, he says dubiously, not sure he has that fine of control. You said I could sell overgrowth to ateliers? Yes, according to Yamada-sensei. I would think he would know, she replies. Yeah, he would. And it won't bother you if I sell pieces of your mother's plant? He asks. No, because it's your plant now. I don't want to do so myself, but I don't have a problem with you doing so, she answers. Oh, okay. That's good. I'm not sure how small a trickle my magic will cooperate with giving, he admits. She nods again, apparently aware of his control issues. Not surprising given that he creates earthquakes when his control slips. Are the white spots brighter than they were? Definitely. That happened when we switched mother's plant from dad's magic to mine, too, she affirms. The white specks have a noticeable glow now, almost like they're little stars in an evening sky. He can certainly see where the name Celestial Ivy comes from. Very cool. Notes section. It was Frigg who sent the plant to her mother, because she's one of the few illegitimate children Odin has had that she actually got along with. They had a sort of correspondence using Odin as their messenger. And Mighty proceeded to borderline heckle the kids about their performance in between telling stories. Yagi, meanwhile, mourned his reputation as a badass among the kids as Mighty proceeded to tell them all about the stupid things Yagi had done at their age. Jorov was thoroughly groomed and quite peeved about it. Ochako just didn't want to pick a fight with a cat bigger than she is. Not that she thought he'd hurt her or Jorov, just, a lick of caution. Kuji has been living on his own, which he dislikes, but his parents live on his father's mountain. He's too shy to make the decision to move in on his own, worrying that his friends might not accept him living with them, but his parents are worried about his prior lack of friends, so they jump at the chance once he admits to it. He hasn't been bullied in the past, just ignored and left out because he doesn't talk much and when he does, it's quiet. Not intentional shunning, but not very good for his mental health. The fact that his classmates actually intentionally include him and yet don't force him to talk unless he feels like it is still amazing to him. Dreads isn't a hairstyle in Hegawi, so May has tight ringlets instead, as that was as close as I could get to the same look. Needless to say, she has been taught hair care and probably spends at least an hour every morning getting her curls to behave. She couldn't care less, but her parents insist. Meet Mecha Baby number 4 and Pal. Mecha Baby number 3 is a bit revolutionary in the way of materials and structure. While golems have joints, they're made of heavy ceramic and animated by magic circuits. Pal, on the other hand, is a work of art. Maijima paid for the more lifelike face, since he's not capable of being that artistic. Like Mecha Baby, Pal is an eternal WIP. He has layers and layers of magic circuits and programming and even has pressure sensors in his fingers. Mostly so Maijima can send him out for grocery shopping if he's busy. Maijima's always busy, lol. I think the pressure sensors may have come from cruder ones meant for airships, but Maijima hasn't marketed the more refined ones. Or maybe he has. Whichever the case, there's not a wide market for them currently. I think that the biggest call for them would be for similar golems individualized for wealthy customers, which would mean selling to people like Spinner and Twice. He could probably create a market for more accurate scales, too, but I doubt that's occurred to him. Since Maijima makes the bodies for the school golems, that means the school has a rather large kiln for the purpose. He's not the one who programs them, though. Ochako's adventurer costume is very, very different than her canon hero costume. It's a lot plainer and more practical. It's not tight, not shiny material, doesn't have heels or a helmet, and it includes a utility belt. I originally intended for her not to get nausea at all from her magic, but I needed someone to go have a run-in with May. Haha. It's not as bad as canon by any means, but she still gets a bit of it when she uses it on herself. Kind of like getting on one of those older elevators that try to leave your stomach behind when they start moving. Blech. All the elevators were like that when I was a kid. I'm sure Ochako will end up with more May babies. XD. Ateliers are like apothecaries but also sell magical potions, mostly made with magical plants from the mortal realm. Apothecaries are far more common, however, because ateliers require additional study into potions and significantly more financial investment. Divine realm plants are very rare in the mortal realm and usually are the result of a divine parent giving a first-generation demigod a plant as a gift. Even the most common divine realm plants are at least a little magical. Thus, they are of use in uncommon magical potions. There are magical plants that originate in the mortal realm, though. The majority of magical potions use mortal realm magical plants, most of which can be sourced through growers. There are probably more uses for celestial ivy in rare potions, but as an ingredient it's so rare that temporary magical sight potions and loyalty fidelity potions of varying strengths are the only potions that most ateliers know of. Loyalty fidelity potions can vary from a life of a month's worth of effectiveness to a lifetime's worth. The longer-lasting ones are increasingly harder to brew with each time extension of effectiveness. The lifetime ones are not only extremely finicky to brew, but also include other rare ingredients. Needless to say, the most common variants of those potions are the 1 month to 1 year effectiveness ones, because it would be unusual for an atelier, the word atelier refers both to the shops and to the brewers and shop owners, to get their hands on all at the same time. I should clarify, loyalty potions are a different thing than fidelity potions, though they have much in common. There's much more call for fidelity potions, unsurprisingly. Also, most ateliers don't have divine magic in their genetics, so growing a start-off of one of the clippings of celestial ivy would do them little good, because it's much less effective when grown with regular magic. They might be able to make the magical sight potions if they used one of the stronger recipes and used 5 times as much celestial ivy grown with regular magic, but it would be nigh impossible to make a loyalty potion that lasted longer than a month, even with the strongest recipe. So, people like Momo and Izuku basically have a dedicated market. It can be dried for use, however, with a small trade-off of needing a slightly larger amount in recipes than when fresh. This would be common for an atelier to do unless they had an immediate market for the potions, since potions have a limited lifespan of maybe a couple years maximum and a few days minimum if kept cool. Without cooling boxes, the finickiest potions have a lifespan of mere hours. I would think that, in addition to common, pre-made potions, ateliers would also keep a changing list of potions that they can make to order with ingredients they currently have on hand or have a way of getting a hold of without too much fuss. Most of the list would be more expensive than the pre-made potions, some significantly so, depending on the ingredients and how finicky the brewing process is. Who will take care of Izuku's and Momo's plants when they're out adventuring? For Izuku, for the foreseeable future since they'll be working at UA, it'll be his dad's. For Momo, it'll be her dad. After that, it might be a friend, a neighbor, or Hitoshi for Izuku and probably a staff member for Momo. Neither Izuku nor Hitoshi plan to be adventurers long-term, though Izuku will probably travel more after retiring, since he'll be working with areas suffering from crop damages or famine, and Hitoshi will probably work as an adventurer longer to build up a nest egg due to his magic being less marketable. Momo, on the other hand, plans to make a career out of it. I'd say Momo's magic measurement is probably around 20-58%, whereas Izuku's is at 9,992%, which is nearly as strong as All Might Yagi's magic at 9,999%. Both of them are still growing, so they will get stronger. Momo's will probably grow faster, because she has sufficient control to be able to exercise her magic, but Izuku's will keep growing longer because dragons grow for a long time. Momo's magic is all about precision and creation of objects, whereas Izuku's is controlling forces of nature. There's a distinct difference in how easy they are to use with only a little experience. That plant is going to keep growing, just at a slower rate than 5 leaves in rapid succession as they watch. It's going to try to take over his room before he gives in and starts selling clippings to ateliers. Mezu Shuji opens his door in response to a knock and finds his landlord on the other side. Given the man's expression, it's probably not good news. "Do you want to come in?" The man grimaces. Probably a good idea. He lets him in and then closes the door. They sit at the 4-person table. "How can I help you?" His landlord rubs a hand over his face in frustration. "I hate to do this to you, but you're the only person living in a 2-bedroom apartment who I know for sure has another housing option due to being a UA student. I need you to move out by the end of the week. What happened? The man sighs. I'm just the manager. Our landlord told me to make space for what I suspect is his latest mistress and their new child. I just found out this morning and I know this short of notice is reprehensible, but it's the best I can do. 2 days' notice is awfully short. Fortunately, he doesn't have a lot of belongings here. I'll be out by tomorrow night, he promises. Vesta bless you. That will give me time to give this place a thorough go-over, so I can make sure there's nothing for her to complain about. The landlord manager looks relieved. I'll refund this month's rent so you have some spare money. Mezu frowns. You don't need to do that. It's almost the end of the month. Huh. No, I absolutely need to do that. The landlord won't even notice and it's the least I can do in exchange for you making this easy. If he can't be arsed to give me a month's notice, he deserves to lose a month's rent, the manager retorts spitefully. He gives the manager a small smile. Okay, thanks. Aizawa-sensei? Mezu ventures. The man flicks a glance at him and grimaces. Let me guess. You want to move into the dorm? He blinks. Yes, actually. I'm being kicked out of my apartment because the landlord wants someone else living there. Aizawa-sensei raises a brow at that. All right. I'll have a key for you if you stop by the teacher's lounge at lunchtime. Which room do you want? Rooms 7, 9, 14 through 20, 22 and 23 are still open. Can I have the northwest corner room? He asks. The teacher tilts his head in thought for a moment, then nods. That should be room 20. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Sorry for the trouble. Don't worry about it. Do you need any help moving? He shakes his head. Help would be nice, but I can do it on my own. Aizawa-sensei huffs. I'll send Izuku and Kirishima with you after school. They won't have any trouble with heavy items and it should lessen the number of trips you need to make. All right, thanks again. The man just nods and turns his attention back to the lesson plan. Taking that as dismissal, Mezu takes a seat at his own desk. With Izuku and Ijiro along, he can probably get everything in one trip with fairly light loads. They unexpectedly run into the manager, who looks over Mezu's companions, visibly noting the little lines of scales around the outside of their eye sockets and then smiles. Classmates? I'm glad you have help. I was going to ask if you needed assistance moving. Mezu nods in confirmation. Don't worry, we've got it covered, Ijiro assures him, flexing an arm. The manager laughs. I'd be worried if a dragon, a naga, and a vorith together couldn't handle it. Izuku wrinkles his nose in realization. I'm a dragon too. Oops, sorry for assuming. No worries. I think naga scales are under their eyes, by the way, Izuku tells him. I'll remember that. The manager accepts the correction easily. Shuji, stop by the office when you're done and I'll have that money for you. Mezu nods in acknowledgement. Fortunately, he's already 90% packed, so it's easy to finish and divide up. He ends up carrying his blankets, futon and pillow. Ijiro ends up with his clothing. And Izuku ends up with the food from the cooler and a few odds and ends. That's everything, so they stop by the office and exchange the key for the money on the way out. The envelope of money is thicker than he'd expected and he gives the manager a questioning look. The man smirks and winks at him. I made a big deal about how hard it was to convince you to move out before your contract was up and the landlord told me to refund 2 months' worth of rent. No need to thank me. Ijiro roars with laughter. I like you. Thanks. Mezu doesn't know what else to say. He's only been here a month and 2 weeks, so that's more money than he paid in the first place. The manager seems really happy about sticking it to the landlord, though, so he probably shouldn't protest and ruin his fun given that the man is really the only one put out of his way by the situation. I cleaned everything, so it shouldn't be too much of a mess. The manager gives him a look of thanks. That's nice to hear. Less work for me is always a good thing. They take their leave and Ijiro comments, your manager seemed like a nice guy. I agree, Izuku says. Mezu gives a little hum. Yes. But I'm pretty sure the money bit is just because he said at having only half a week's notice to vacate an apartment and get it ready for a new resident. Something about not giving him a month's notice. Wait, so when did you learn about it? Ijiro asks him, openly confused. Yesterday, after school. He only gave you 1 day to move out? Izuku queries incredulously. No, he gave me to the end of the week. That's not much better. No wonder you got a refund. Izuku shakes his head. Mezu shrugs. He gave me as much notice as possible and he picked me because he knew I could go to the dorms. Anyone else would basically be out on the street with that little time and it's not like he had a choice. I was thinking about moving into the dorms anyways. Good thing you didn't tell him that, Ijiro says. I moved in the middle of the month and the landlord kept my full rent because I broke contract. He shrugs again. I did tell him he didn't need to refund it. The month is almost up anyways, so it wouldn't have been a big deal. I would have given Aizawa-sensei more notice, though, if I could have. Dad doesn't mind. You're not the first person to ask the same day you want to move in, Izuku counters. Still, it's polite to give more notice, Mezu demurs. True, Izuku acknowledges after a pause. Aizawa-sensei. Shouta looks up as Yuga Aoyama flounces over to his desk. Can I help you? I'm letting you know that my parents approved moving into the dorm, so I will be moving in this weekend when my month's contract is up. Wow. 2/3 of a week's prior notice. Thrilling. He bites back a sigh because really, he expected this. Which room do you want? Whichever has the most sun. 14 through 17 get the most sun. 14 has morning light as well and 17 has evening light, he lists off. 14, then. Fabulous. Stop by the teacher's lounge after school and I'll have a key for you, he instructs in a dead tone. Merci, Aizawa-sensei. I appreciate it. Aoyama prances over to his own desk and flops elegantly. Right. Drama king. He's just going to pretend he didn't see that. Shudo considers. Aizawa-sensei has been retired for a while, so he probably doesn't know who all the adventurers are anymore. And he doesn't want to go home to ask Genji. Maybe Yagi-sensei will know? He's pretty good with names. Yagi-sensei? What's up, young Todoroki? The blonde asks. Please call me Shudo. I was wondering if you know who Sorahiko Torino is, he asks politely. A look of dread crosses Yagi's face. He's a former UA teacher. He took over my training after my mentor died. I think you could learn a lot from him, but he's pretty ruthless about training. He considers that, then shrugs. Thank you, Yagi-sensei. No problem, young Shudo. Glad to be of help. Yagi stumbles over his name, but Shudo appreciates the effort. Shouta flips through the kid's choices of mentors for internships and pauses. Iwabami? Really? Even as out of touch with individual adventurers as he and Hizashi have been since their retirement, he knows about her. Yayorozu. Front and center. The dark-haired girl full body startles at his tone of voice and scurries up. Aizawa-sensei? I thought you intended to be an active adventurer with a long career, he verifies. Yes, sensei. She looks puzzled. Then why did you choose Iwabami, he asks, tamping down on his irritation. He doesn't understand her choice at all. I thought it might be good to get a background in rescue work. Is there something wrong with that, she asks nervously. No, there's nothing wrong with that. What is wrong is your impression that Iwabami is an active adventurer. She retired 2 years after her graduation and works solely as a model. While she does help out with finding victims in the city if there's a housing disaster, I wouldn't bet on one miraculously happening during your internship. City building codes are pretty good these days. He tries not to be caustic but isn't sure he manages when she flinches. So, I should pick someone else, she finally ventures. Please do. He trashes her form and hands her a new one. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Her shoulders slump and she walks back to her desk, looking defeated. He winces a little at that, but it's better to be disappointed now than to waste an irreplaceable learning opportunity. Sekijiro can huffs out a breath of annoyance as he reads Kendo's selection of internship mentor. Kendo. A word, if you will. She comes up looking inquisitive. Yes, Ken-sensei? Iwabami? Yes, sensei. Are you sure that you want to go with Iwabami? He repeats. She frowns at him a little. Yes, sensei. It's a good opportunity. I guess you could call it that, he mutters, running a hand through his hair. He thinks this is a terrible matchup, but he's been wrong about students' goals before. All right. If you're sure. I am, sensei. Sekijiro bites back a sigh. I'll send in your acceptance, then. Thank you, Ken-sensei. She beams at him. Dear Shouta. Are you ready to marry me yet? Ha ha ha. I sent in an internship request for the purple Yamazawa kid I assume is your son. Could you do me a favor and take on a student of mine? Yurashi is a good kid, but he lacks a sense of time and place and honestly he's a bit overpowered for Shiketsu. He needs to learn to tone it down or I'm afraid he's going to end up alienating clients and being in debt over his head for damages caused. Your ability to shut down his magic and to get people to listen to you is just what he needs. Best wishes. Emi Fukakato. Fukakato. Never. I suspect my son is going to accept your offer, so I'll say yes this time, but don't make a habit of this. S. Yamazawa. Dear Shouta. You're such a kidder. That's awesome. I'll be sure to teach him a lot. Thanks a million. I'll bring Yurashi with me when I stop by to pick up your kid. No promises. Best wishes. Emi Fukakato. Hitoshi is looking forward to his internship with Ms. Fukakato, though he's not sure who the big kid with her is. Maybe someone else she offered an internship? And then she opens her mouth. Shouta, when are you going to marry me? I'm not. I'm happily married already, his dad says in a deadpan tone. Ha ha ha. Not a problem. I could be your second wife, she laughs as if his dad's reply is a joke. He steps in front of his dad with a scowl. Hey, that's my dad you're harassing. She grins at him. What? You don't want a bunch of mini Shoutas running around? His dad scoffs. Hitoshi gives her a look. I've met his sisters, so not really. Boo. She pouts. Fukakato. I know you're teasing, but you should probably stop before Hitoshi decides he hates you, his dad warns. Ah, okay. She perks up. Nice to meet you, Hitoshi. I hope you don't hold my teasing against me. It's hard to get a smile out of Shouta, you know? He raises a brow at her. Not that I've noticed. She looks surprised. DMN. You're going to have to teach me your tricks. Shouta, this is Inasa Yorashi. He has wind magic and can even fly with his whirlwinds. Nice to meet you, Aizawa-sensei. Yorashi shouts. Hitoshi flinches and his dad looks abruptly tired. A pleasure, I'm sure, his dad says drily. Ready to go? Ms. Fukakato asks him. Sure. He's not sure he likes her at all, but he can be professional. Yuga Aoyama blinks when Tsunagu Hakamata holds out a set of cotton clothing. Now, let it be known that Yuga generally despises cotton, preferring silks and linens. I'm not wearing that. Hakamata gives him a severe look. Everyone who works with me wears this. It allows me to keep you safe. You will wear it. He grimaces, but gingerly takes the plebeian clothing and goes to the nearest bathroom to change. This internship is already not going the way he expected. Katsuki fights the urge to fidget as Enji Todoroki stares at him assessingly. I want to make two things very clear to you. First, working as an adventurer has no place for your ego. I expect you to listen and actually pay attention to what I tell you. Yes, sir, he replies politely, eyes narrowing. Second, we will be traveling by airship to our assignment and you cannot, under any circumstance, use your magic on or near the airship unless you want to go up in a rather spectacular fireball that none of us will survive. He scoffs. I'm not that shitting stupid. Good. Also, watch your mouth. Using language like that will ensure that you don't get repeat clients, even if you get any in the first place. Katsuki opens his mouth, then shuts it. Really? You might get away with it as a caravan guard for one of the poorer caravans, but the wealthier ones don't like it and wealthy clients won't tolerate it at all in their bodyguards. I had a couple clients blacklist me after I slipped up fresh out of UA. It made it extremely difficult to take further bodyguard assignments, because client complaints and compliments go on your record that any client can request. I doubt you want to spend the better part of 20 years overcoming black marks on your record, Enji explains with surprising patience. He winces. No, sir. I'll try harder. Excellent. Fortunately for you, we'll be on caravan duty this time, escorting a middle-of-the-road caravan on their return from Mie. They might not like it if you slip up, but they're unlikely to blacklist you over it. They'll also take into account that you're still a student and not a licensed adventurer. Katsuki nods. Sir? Wouldn't you survive a fireball? Enji smirks. So you do have some intelligence. Yes, I would. I would likely survive the fall as well, if the explosion didn't knock me unconscious because I can use my flames for a limited form of flight. You might even survive. However, the civilians would not. And you would end up in jail for the rest of your life for inadvertent manslaughter of multiple people. And I would lose my license because as your sponsor, I am responsible for your actions. He blinks. Katsuki definitely doesn't want to end up in jail for life. Oh. Notes section. Okay, updated breakdown of who is what, and yes, there are several divine descendants in the mix. If there's a non-species mutation involved, it's almost always a human trait, as their magics are unpredictable and highly mutable. Also, unless stated otherwise, descendants' other side is human. Surname, first name, description. Aizawa Ruka, Void Dragon. Has a Visla dog familiar named Mika. Aizawa Ruri, Void Dragon, Ruka's twin and Shuta's older sister. Has a sassy, very short-haired cat familiar named Marta. Ashido Mina, human, not mutated, but her skin is very rosy, hair is pink and her eyes are yellow. She can produce acid in large amounts. Has a butterfly familiar named Queen. Azuitsuyu, druid. Has a pig familiar named Froppy. Aoyama Yuga, actually, a fifth-generation descendant of Apollo. His parents are rich and he has a black-headed parrot familiar named Lucarne. He can produce lasers from his hands and arms. Bakugu Katsuki, human. Explosion magic. Daigoro banjo, lariat energy whips. Some supernatural heritage. Does a lot of bodyguarding and cargo guarding, but also gets called in for things like crowd control and fighting rogues. He's about 150 years old. Laid back but likes a good fight. Feline 4, Wild Pussycats, a team of 4 who specialize in rescue situations, particularly natural disaster rescues. Sasaki Shino, telepath. Part human. Tsuchikawa Ryuko, earth-moving. Earth dragon heritage. Shiratoko Tomoko, search and monitor magic. Part human. Yawara Chat Aura, goes by Tora. Pliable body magic. Part human. All 4 of them have enough Hein's 57 supernatural heritage to have longer lifespans than humans, though only Ryuko knows what hers is. They've been a licensed adventurer team for 50 years and still look like they're in their 20s. They formed their group in high school. Hegawi sometimes loans them out to other countries to deal with wide-scale disasters. They are identifiable by the paw prints on their costumes. Fukukado Emi, Ms. Joke human adventurer with green hair and laughter magic. Harbors a minor crush on Shouta Yamazawa, but mostly likes to tease him to get a reaction. Hagakure Turu, she's a descendant of Luff, a Celtic god of light, largely human, though. Her kids will likely not be invisible due to automatic light manipulation, but they should still be able to manipulate light. Has a glitter divine bird familiar named Elasia. Hakamata Tsunagu, best genist human with a little divine ancestry way back. Thread magic. Works best on cotton fiber, which he can easily manipulate from a distance. Hatsum Mei, human. Inventor artificer. Magic is crosshair eyes, only a few people know enough to understand what the pattern means, with zooming abilities. Quite skilled. Built herself a mechanical familiar named Mechababy #, it's a work in progress. Ida Tensei, Ingenium, a messenger, Tenya's older brother. Has a frigate bird familiar named Jean. Ida Tenya, his family are messengers, a speedster race long known for running messages at the speed of a horse's gallop. No mutation. Has a black eagle familiar with blue markings named Niam. Ishiyama Ken, Cementos earth dragon. Can manipulate stone. Jiro Kyuka, human. She does have mutated earlobes, enhanced hearing, but most people don't know what they're supposed to be unless they're up to date on sound tech, which is pretty rare to be. Has a deer familiar named Jackie. Kaminari Denki, he's like a quarter thunderbird. Has lightning magic. Doesn't usually overload him, though. Can Sekijiro, Vlad King half vampire. Requires some blood but less than full vampires. Magic is blood kinesis. Has a chihuahua familiar named King. Kayama Namuri, midnight part succubus, part cloud fairy and part sandman, the myth, not the character. Has her canon quirk as magic. Has a red dark purple Seychelles fruit bat flying fox familiar named Midnight. Kendo Itsuka, human. Can change size of her hands. Very strong. Kirishima Ijiro, absolutely an earth dragon. In his dragon form he can control earth, but in his human form he can only harden his skin to a rock-like consistency. He does it reflexively if startled. Komori Kanoko, divine descendant. Has a Sitatunga spotted and striped antelope familiar named Agarika. Kutakuji, his mom is a mountain god. Magic is speaking to animals, not mutated. Has a Great Pyrenees type familiar named Anima. Kuro's Ainen, 13 void dragon. Has void magic. Maijima Higuri, power loader human. Inventor artificer. Magic is metal claws, but he's quite skilled at building super advanced machines and golems. Built himself a highly advanced golem familiar named Pal. At this point it has so many layers of magic. Circuits that just talking to it one would think it was human. Monoma Nito, half mirror fairy, the race is based on the mirror card from a Sakura card captor? I think. Can copy magic longer than canon, but only 2 at a time. Has a blonde spider monkey familiar named Laran. Nara Toru, snipe. I'm borrowing the name of his Japanese voice actor human. Skilled with a bow and arrow. Magic is perfect aim. He literally cannot miss, though if his target moves suddenly in unexpected directions he can miss. Sharp, unanticipated gusts of wind can also make him miss. He prefers a small, arm-mounted, rapid-fire crossbow since he has pinpoint accuracy rather than super strength. Nedzu, actually fully divine. His father is Ninkalim, listed variously as female or male, and his mother is Sarasvati. Despite his appearance, face of an anthropomorphic mongoose, paws, tail, rest is human, his magic is supernatural intelligence cleverness. Nishida Masakazu, ectoplasm. I'm borrowing the name of his Japanese voice actor half-elf. Magic is suited to magic programming, particularly golem magic programming. Ojiro Masareo, human with a tail. Sakamata Kojiro, lunch rush human. His magic is knowing perfectly what skis and ingredients will go together well or clash. top-of-the-line chef. Sato Rikido, fully human with strength magic. Seiki Tomokazu, Selkie, actually a Selkie, he specializes in water rescues and apprehending pirates both on the river and out at sea. A calm, kind and competent individual. Shiro Hanta, mostly human, has a touch of divine like 20 generations back, descendant of Clotho. Can shoot sticky thread of various thicknesses from his hands. Shimura, Tenko, Shigaraki, mostly human with recessive genes providing supernatural decay magic. Shirokamo Oboro, loud cloud fairy. Has cloud magic. Has a snowy owl familiar named Cloudy. Also, a new teacher, because yes, I belatedly realized I made him an egg merchant in the first FIC in this series. So, Nedzu lured him in recently. Shuji Mezu, is half Vorath, 6-armed race with yellow skin. Yes, I stole the name description from someone's homebrew Dan D. Has 6 arms but cannot change them into anything else. His skin is not noticeably yellow. Supernatural strength. Hearing insight magic. Shuzenji Chio, recovery girl human. Has healing magic. School physician, but it's not uncommon for hospitals to ask for her assistance with some of the truly serious injuries. Needs physical contact to heal, but she doesn't need to kiss people. She just kisses the students because it makes them turn red from embarrassment. Has a gray squirrel familiar named Hira, long eye and a sounds. Takami Kigo, Hawk's harpy Tengu human. Wings and sharp eyesight. Has feathers in his hair, but no crest that he can raise, unlike regular harpy males. Surprisingly amiable, extremely high energy, faster than even messengers by about 2 or 3 times. Does a little bit of everything, from delivering messages that need great speed, to guarding ships, caravans, airships, and individuals, to fighting any rogue causing trouble that others are having issues with or he comes across in the course of other duties. Willingly helps out with disaster rescues and even minor tasks like gathering herbs. Wears twin katanas, which he can use to take on multiple opponents at once. Almost as famous as Todoroki Enji and Yagi Tashinori, despite only being in his late 20s. Takashita Mat, Takashita Druid without a territory. Helps clients with suffering crops and takes bodyguarding contracts. Tarsha Keiji, elecplant human adventurer with electricity low-powered lightning magic that allows him to zap people in directed blasts without lethal consequences. Specializes in cargo guarding and taking down rogues who are nasty at close range. Todoroki Enji, Endeavor half divine, son of some major fire divine, maybe Pele, it would explain the temper. Fairly renowned adventurer. Rich from investments and payments for taking out nasty rogues the locals didn't want to or could not deal with and guarding high-profile government officials. Avoids guarding ships and airships for obvious reasons. Has a red wolf familiar named Endeavor. Todoroki Fuyumi, Enji's daughter and Shudo's older sister. Takes after her mother's side, but can use a little bit of fire magic. Todoroki Natsuo, Enji's second son and Shudo's older brother. Third child. Takes after his mother's side's magic but has his father's build. Todoroki Rei, Enji's wife and Shudo's mother. Yuki Anna. Loves her husband. Todoroki Shudo, second-gen descendant of a major fire divine, Pele, on one side and his mother is a Yuki Anna. Not physically pushed beyond his limits in the name of training like canon, but he still has daddy issues because his father is a prick with unrealistic expectations and is pretty vocal about it. His older siblings have left home, but Tuya is not injured by his own magic, it's just the same magic their father has, just a little weaker. Has strong fire and ice magics. His family is rich. Has a red and white fox familiar named Tasho, long O sounds. Todoroki Tuya, Enji's firstborn and Shudo's oldest brother. Takes after his father in magic and his mother in build. Not quite as powerful as Enji. Tokoyami Fumikage, half Tengu. No mutated head, but has wings. Has sentient shadow magic. Torino Sorahiko, Grand Torino human with some messenger heritage. Air speed magic. Friend of Nana Shimura, Tenko's grandmother, and mentor to Yagi Tashinori. A hard ass with an extremely questionable sense of humor. 6 feet 7 inches, did not shrink with age. Still works part-time as an adventurer. Uraraka Ochako, 3rd-gen descendant of the god Apocalypse, a god of gravity, ropes, knots, anchors, ships and airships, but also I thought it was hilarious when I tripped over it even though an ancient god of gravity is obviously a hoax, especially with a name like that. Her magic is her canon quirk, minus most of the nausea. Also has a knack for anything involving knots. She's from a neighboring country. Has a pink and gray lion familiar named Jorav. Usajiyama Rumi, Maruko Ayutu, a race with rabbit ears, tail and feet with great leg strength and extraordinary hearing, mostly peaceful and rarely roam far from their clan territories. Rumi is a rare traveling warrior, who can't stand doing nothing and loves a good fight to the point of searching out rogues to beat into SBMSN. The tougher the fight, the better in her opinion. Pretty famous for her skill and reputation for bluntness. Uwabami, a retired adventurer, who still has her license and occasionally helps out with rescues due to her hair snake's ability to detect people. Currently a posh dress model who gets a fair amount of publicity and always mentions becoming an adventurer without admitting that she's retired or saying outright that she still is one. She's still able to offer internships since she still has her license, but only offers them to the prettiest girls and introduces them to modeling instead of teaching them about being an adventurer. Yagi Tashinori, All Might Human. Famous adventurer known for his kindness. Pretty rich from taking out a bunch of nasties, guarding anything and anyone valuable who hires him and negotiating with supernatural groups who normally avoid humans. Also, from investments. New teacher. Strength general enhancement magic. Has a lion familiar named Mighty. Yamazawa Izuku, half major divine. Inko is Pachamama, an Incan goddess, half fire dragon. Hizashi is a curmudgeon. Plant growth earthquake magic. Divine rabbit familiar, Usagi. Yamazawa Hitoshi, part vampire, part siren, part human. Can control others with his voice. Kitten familiar, indigo. Yamazawa Hizashi, present Mike male harpy. His mother's flock loves to visit him and his family. Has sound magic, can perfectly control his voice volume. Has a Fimbirder large parrot-type bird familiar, Mia. Yamazawa Shouta, eraser head void dragon. Has void magic and erasure magic. On the lower end of rich. Cat familiar, Fuzz. Yaoyorozu Aichi, Momo's father. Human. Rich entrepreneur. Loves his daughter a lot. Yaoyorozu Momo, a quarter divine, 3/4 human, granddaughter of Odin. Can create any item she knows the specifications for, not atomic structure, just blueprints and material. Her mother died of illness. Her human father is rich and she has a raven familiar named Branwen. Yurashi and Asa, whirlwind magic he can use to fly. Tall, buff, hyperactive, very loud and enthusiastic, polite, jumps to conclusions, passionate, somewhat blind to social cues. Attends Shiketsu. Izuku, Denki and Shouta make their way through the crowds at the magic market to the airship dock. When they get near, they spot a group of 3 men waiting at the edge of the wait area. 2 of them are relatively average height, wearing practical adventurer clothing, one with short, thick bamboo rods sticking up behind his shoulders and the other with metallic lines sewn into his clothing. The third man with white hair is wearing a yellow half cape and loosely holding a cane that dangles from his hand without touching the ground. He stands as tall as Yagi-sensei. The third man spots them first and instantly changes posture so he's hunched over the cane that is now firmly on the ground. Denki and Izuku share a glance, but it doesn't look like Shouta has noticed the group yet, as he's still looking around. He does seem to notice the group about the same time the other 2 spot them. The one with bamboo rods, who must be Matt Takeshita, the druid Izuku is interning with, motions them over. Once they get there, the tall one with a cane addresses Shouta. Tashinori, I need you to take me to UA. Shouta looks briefly bewildered. Does he mean Yagi-sensei? Denki asks. Takeshita gives the tall man an incredulous look. I think so, Izuku agrees, though it doesn't make any sense because Shouta doesn't look anything like Yagi-sensei. You were a teacher at UA. Shouldn't you know the way? Shouta rebuts. I don't remember, the tall man says vaguely. Shouta stares at him for a full minute, then his lips quirk up in a half smile. All right, follow me. Don't lose sight of me, because if you get lost, I'm not looking for you. A scowl flits across the man's face and then his expression goes vague again. Show me the way to UA, Tashinori. Denki looks like he's watching a sport match. Shouta turns and heads into the crowd, with the tall man trailing him. Izuku and Denki and Takeshita and the man with metal lines in his clothes, who must be Denki's sponsor Keiji Tarsha, watch them go until they disappear into the crowd. Why is he pretending to be senile? Tarsha finally asks. Who is he? Denki wants to know. That's Sorahiko Torino, Takeshita answers. Oh. Yagi-sensei's mentor. Papa says he has a questionable sense of humor, Izuku exclaims, enlightened. I'll take your word for it. I haven't worked with him before, Takeshita replies. Tarsha shakes his head. Weird old man. Kaminari, ready to travel? Yes, sir. Then we better be boarding. Takeoff is in 10 minutes. Okay, Denki acknowledges. Izuku looks at Takeshita questioningly. We're taking the next one, he answers. So they'll be waiting a while. All right. Are you able to direct your lightning? Tarsha asks. Denki blinks at him. No? It just kind of zaps everything around me in a certain radius. That needs to change, Tarsha says firmly. First stop will be the inventor who supplies me with my outfits, to get you one of your own. The metal lines redirect my magic to my hands and makes it easier to aim. Okay, cool. Aizawa-sensei says I need to be careful of my output because full strength could kill someone, he ventures. Tarsha nods. That's right. Even I have to hold back on the power and you're more powerful than me. Were you holding back in the quest games? It was hard to tell since your opponent was just out of range and immediately gave up when they saw your magic. Yeah. I could have zapped them, but I didn't want to accidentally kill them. Alright. That's good. I know you haven't had your magic long. You can practice holding back on me, since I have pretty good resistance. It'll be easier, I think, once we get you properly outfitted, but it's good to know how to do it both ways. Awesome. Thanks, Denki says. No problem. And don't worry. Your outfit is on me and you can get further ones through UA, Tarsha reassures him. Oh. He hadn't even considered the cost. Oops. Wow, thanks again. That's a relief. Tarsha smiles at him indulgently. I know what it's like to depend on your parents' income and be worried about overspending. Who told you? Shouta looks up from his book at the annoyed man looming over him. He idly notes that the cane from earlier is nowhere to be seen. Told me what? His eyes narrow. You're a little sheet, aren't you? Well, he's been called that before. Shouta shrugs. I have an older brother who likes to get me in trouble. I know when I'm being lied to. Torino scoffs. I expect to see you out on training. Field beta in 10 minutes. Don't be late or I'll put you through hell. Ha. He means that. Shouta expects that he'll be put through hell anyways, as retaliation for not falling for his prank, but it's not like it's a hardship to jog down there. He doesn't even have to change first. Okay. Torino zips out of the room as fast as Tenya in a hurry. Shouta puts his book aside and walks out of the classroom before picking up his pace. Yamazawa, I'm surprised you went with me, Takeshita comments. I'm sure you got offers from better-known adventurers. Izuku looks at him in surprise. Dad recommended you. You're the only person who offered who has expert advice on my type of magic. Dad? Aizawa-sensei, my homeroom teacher. Well, that's what he goes by at UA. His real name is Shouta Yamazawa, Izuku admits. Oh. That makes more sense. I'd never heard of an Aizawa adventurer, so I wondered if he was an adventurer from another country to end up as homeroom teacher, but I have worked with the Yamazawas a couple times. Takeshita looks enlightened. Though I was under the impression that they had retired. Well, they did after they adopted Hitoshi and me. Nedzu asked them to come back when they escorted us to the entrance exams. I know they're contracted for the length of time we'll be in school, but I have no idea if they'll stay as teachers after that or go back to adventuring or go back to being retired, he explains. Takeshita nods slowly. They may not know themselves. What are you having trouble with your magic? Control mainly. I figured out how to grow vines from nothing, but my real problem is not making everything nearby grow and not causing earthquakes when I'm startled or upset. Sounds like a matter of practice, to me. Takeshita shrugs. We're headed to an area that is struggling to grow crops, so you can practice growing only the crops instead of weeds. The fields probably don't have much in the way of weeds, as farmers tend to keep them down when crops struggle, to prevent competition, so that should help. As for the earthquakes, I'll have to consider and maybe ask around. Do you know how far your radius is? Over a mile. Takeshita whistles. DMN. Okay. That's pretty big. How fast do you wear out? Generally, it takes all day before my magic quiets down if I'm not keeping it tamped down, Izuku tells him. That's unusual for a dragon as young as you to have that much power, isn't it? Takeshita asks. Izuku frowns a little. I'm half major divine. Oh. The pamphlet had you down as a nature dragon with some divine heritage. Really? Izuku blinks in surprise. No doubt to prevent people just trying to boast they'd trained a first-generation demigod. I imagine that girl who had a god show up to cheer for her got a lot of offers like that. Yamamo? Yeah, I think so, but we thought it was because her dad is Aichi Yayorozu. Odin's her grandfather, though. That would do it, too, Takeshita agrees. I assume the earthquakes are from your godly parent. We think the plant growth thing is too. She said my father had fire magic and I have a classic fire dragon shape. I don't have any fire magic, though, Izuku explains. Impressive. Not sure I've ever heard of that combination. Yeah, the one we think she is pretty far from here, Izuku admits. Like, on the other side of the world. Takeshita nods thoughtfully. Who's this little guy you've got with you? Izuku looks down to see Usagi peeking out of the bag on his hip. Are we there yet? Usagi asks. This is Usagi. If you mean, on the airship, yes, we are, Usagi. Good, I can sit on your shoulder now, his familiar says. He'd only agreed to go in the hip bag when Izuku had explained to him how large and crowded the magic market is. Nice to meet you, Usagi. I'm Takashita. A pleasure, I'm sure, Usagi replies absently as Izuku opens the bag further and lifts him out. Mama, he has a bunny. I want to pet it, a childish voice exclaims. Izuku turns and spots the kid and crouches down to his eye level. You can look, but don't touch. Usagi doesn't like being touched, and if you touch him anyways, he'll bite. He bites, the mother asks worriedly. You'd bite too, if random people were touching you, Usagi informs her. She looks startled. Oh. Honey, that's not a bunny, that's a familiar. Remember what we've told you about familiars. Don't touch them unless they give you permission first, 'cause they're people's souls, the little boy recites, peering at Usagi intently. Are all familiars bunnies? Nope. My dad's and brother's familiars are kitties and my papa's is a big bird. My friends Kyuka, Tsuyu and Mina have a deer, a pig and a butterfly. Wow. Mama, can I have a familiar? The boy asks. No, honey, we can't afford one, the mother responds. Tell you what, Takashita says, taking a coin out of a pouch. He offers the coin to the boy. You can start saving up now. By the time you're an adult, you might be able to afford one if you make sure you do chores to earn coins. The boy gives him a wondering look and takes the coin. Mama, I can do lots of chores. The woman gives Takashita a, thanks a lot, Buster, look. We'll see if the neighbors will pay you to do chores for them, honey. You only get paid for extra chores. Okay, Mama. The little boy looks delighted, clutching his coin tightly. Mama. I need a purse. The woman sighs. All right, I'll buy you a coin purse, but you have to be responsible and not lose it, because I won't get you another one if you lose it. Yay. I won't lose it and be responsible, Mama. Promise. Izuku chuckles and stands back up, now that the boy's attention is elsewhere, and tells Takashita, I think she hates you, now. Takashita shrugs. I give it odds that he'll forget within 2 weeks. Kids that age don't have any attention span. Maybe. Izuku has early memories of Kaken being very persistent in getting things he wanted. With any luck, Takashita is right, otherwise the poor woman is going to be hounded for coin for years to come. Kaken still plans to buy his own familiar. Momo notices 4 people enter the waiting room where she's waiting. She watches as they come over to her. They have paw prints on their outfits, so they're here for her. She stands up. You must be Yaoyorozu, the dark-haired man posits. I am. And you must be the feline 4, she returns. We are, the green-haired woman says chirpily. Please, call us by our names. I'm Shino and this is Ryuko, Tomoko and Tora. The dark-haired woman points to each as she says their names. In that case, please call me Yamamo, she offers in return. You ready to go, kitten? The blonde Ryuko asks. Well, okay, kitten works too. I am. Branwen, she calls and her raven familiar flutters up from where she's been pecking at something dropped behind a chair. She picks up her knapsack. We're going now. About time. I was getting bored, Branwen complains, coming to perch on her shoulder. Be bored while you can, Tora, the man, advises. We've got a lot of training for the both of you. Branwen caws in laughter. Being bored is boring. Bring on the training. Good attitude, kitten. Ryuko says peppily. Raven, Branwen corrects, staring at her beadily. My species is raven, not cat. Shino elbows Ryuko, who grunts, but reluctantly complies. Raven, then. Momo's just glad that Ryuko didn't PSS Branwen off and get stuck in a one-sided prank war. His internship sponsor is late. Fumikage Tokoyami ruffles his wings in irritation and his shadow writhes around his feet. Seriously, Kigo Takami is the fastest adventurer and one of the most reliable adventurers in the country. Is he making Fumikage wait just to see his reaction? As if in response to his thoughts, a windswept-looking blonde man with red and black patterned wings, wearing a hip-length, fur-lined leather jacket with a lot of pockets, opens the door to the waiting room, then stumbles and clings to the frame for a moment to regain his balance. His eyes scan the room and fall on Fumikage, then he walks towards him with a confident smile. Hey, Tokoyami, sorry I'm late. I got caught in a really strong updraft just outside the city and it took me up so far I almost passed out before I managed to get out of it. It was a hassle getting back down. I didn't mean to make you wait. I swear I'm not usually late. Fumikage blinks. You flew? Of course I flew. I wouldn't be here until evening if I took an airship. That would waste the whole day. Speaking of flying, how fast are you? Takami asks. Not as fast as you, Fumikage says flatly. Yeah, okay. We'll work on that. You ready to go? Takami says. Yes, sir. He has his clothes packed in a bag of holding on his belt. Call me Kigo. How's your stamina? I can probably fly to the next town without stopping, he admits. Oh, so a quarter hour, no, wait, half an hour? More like an hour, Fumikage corrects. He's not the best at flying, by any means. Takam, Kigo frowns. That can't be right. Tengu are faster than that. I'm a slow flyer. Wow, yap. Okay, definitely working on your speed. I thought we could get to Sakai today, but Oga is fine too. It'll just take longer to get to our assignment. Turning up early is always good, but we'll still be on time. I'll give you tips on increasing your speed as we fly. Alright, let's go. Kigo turns and leaves, with Fumikage trailing behind him, starting to dread this internship just a little. Nito Monoma straightens in his seat as the second leather-jacketed man in the last 15 minutes enters the waiting room. This one wearing leather pants and a pocketed sash across his bare chest. He's done his research. This is Banjo Daigoro, his internship sponsor, right on time. Daigoro scans the room, muttering, blonde, wrong blonde, gotcha. Ready to go, Monoma? He stands and picks up and puts on his knapsack. Yes sir. Respect, nice. I go by Banjo. Yours is Nito, right? You mind if I call you that? Banjo asks. I'm okay with that, he acquiesces uncertainly. Good. We're headed up north to the border to escort a caravan, so we need to hurry to catch our airship. Let's be funky. Nito stops dead. What? Banjo looks at him, then sighs. I mean, let's go. Right. He hurries out of the room behind Banjo. Apparently, this adventurer is quite the character. Well, hopefully that means a caravan escort job won't be totally boring. Even if he was hoping for a bodyguard assignment. Too slow. Torino crows, kicking him in the shoulder hard enough to spin him around. He uses his momentum to complete the circle and tries again. Too weak. Torino zips through a wave of fire like it's an illusion. Shudo stomps his foot, sending out a growing wave of ice. Too predictable. He ducks the foot aimed at his face, which he knows is Torino letting him, because the old man is too fast for him to properly react to. Good. Shudo ducks another kick and this time turns himself into a roaring pillar of fire as Torino flies over his head. There's a tiny yelp of surprise, then, now you're thinking. Torino stops and pats out the smoldering flames on his clothes. Alright. You're getting the hang of dealing with an opponent who overmatches you. Now you get to do it in a city setting. Without causing infrastructure damage or harming civilians. Put that brain of yours to work, you'll need it. Come on. Shudo follows Torino as he walks towards the fake city. He considers as they walk. According to Enji, throwing fire around in a city is about the dumbest and most destructive thing you can do, so either he uses his ice only, or he fights without magic. Not only that, but his ice waves get big enough that he could potentially damage buildings and civilians with them. Maybe he's thinking about this the wrong way. He's seen Mother freeze an entire lake as smooth as glass. Maybe he can do something similar? Civilians might slip and fall on it if they aren't careful, but anyone attacking him will be moving faster and thus more likely to slip, and icy ground shouldn't damage the buildings. There's only one problem. He has absolutely no idea how to do that. Inasa blinks as his whirlwind dies abruptly and tries again, to no avail. What the dash? Stop, a deadened voice instructs. Look around you. What did you do wrong? He looks at his instructor, seeing his eyes glowing red. Oh, he's canceling my magic somehow. Then he looks around and sees half the civilian golems nearby strewn around on the ground, one missing its head because a shutter broke loose from a building and went through its neck joint, and several broken roof tiles thrown about. What if that had been a real person? He shudders, feeling queasy. Inasa looks up and sees that the nearest buildings are missing tiles at the edge of the roofs and one gutter is halfway ripped off. Most of the rogue golems look basically unaffected, except for the one his wind threw through a large glass window. Oh. That's unfortunate. Inasa winces. But that's how I fight. Then find a less destructive way of fighting. As of 2 minutes into this fight, you owe over 500 gold in repairs and you're in jail for the next 20 years for involuntary manslaughter. Oh, and you've lost your license and won't be able to earn it back. Not only that, but the rogues are still causing mayhem, Aizawa enumerates. He blinks and the glow in his eyes dies. You've only made the situation much worse than it started out. He flinches and looks down at his toes, then gives a deep bow. I am so sorry. Aizawa sighs and looks up at the sky. Kid, have you ever heard of an indoor voice? His shoulders slump and he answers in a half-hearted normal tone, yes. Then use it. I get that you're enthusiastic. That's good. But when you're that loud, people think that you're yelling at them and they won't take it well. Save the volume for when you need to be heard. Okay, try again. Restart scenario. At the order, all the civilian bots, except the dead one, get up. This time the rogues have killed one person and are likely to start killing more very soon. However, you're out of your depth without your go-to way of fighting and you need to find a different way to defeat them. Without magic, he verifies. I didn't say that, Aizawa contradicts. Huh? Oh. I can use magic still. But how? Aizawa walks out of range and calls out, start. Die, puny adventurer. Your efforts are laughable. Ha ha ha, the nearest rogue golem calls out, managing to sound both ridiculous and menacing at the same time. Oh, sheet. No, that's the wrong mindset. I can do this. Bring it on, scoundrels. Itsuka Kendo checks the building numbers. No, not this one, this one. She stares up at the 3-story building with tall, narrow windows and stairs winding around the outside. Of course it's on the top floor. Well, at least she's here now. She starts climbing. The stairs literally wrap around the building, so they take her to the backside of the 2nd floor where she stops to blink at a small glasshouse filled with thriving plants. Okay, very interesting, but not what she's here for. She starts climbing again. She ends up on the front side of the 3rd story, faced with a grand door inset with stained glass. Itsuka stares at it for a full minute because it's just that fancy and worth looking at before she lifts the knocker to knock on the door. Does specializing in rescue really pay this well? Or does Uwabami have another income? Before she can speculate further, the door opens and Uwabami is standing there with the snakes in her hair tasting the air. She smiles at Itsuka. There you are. Then she looks past her. Where's the other one? Other one? I think it's just me, Itsuka says in confusion. Uwabami looks at her and gives a brief nod. I suppose she got another offer she liked better, then. Do come in. I'm glad you came. I have so much to teach you. Itsuka smiles in relief. Confusion aside, this is off to a promising start. They'd changed airships at the border and then taken a stagecoach for the last leg of their journey before taking rooms at an inn for the night. In the morning, they eat a meager breakfast at the local restaurant before going out to look at the fields. Izuku stares around at the plowed, barren fields, nary a plant in sight. Are they having a drought? No. They had a bug problem, then the eaten-on plants came down with a serious plant disease. The pests probably brought it with them. They had to burn the fields to stop its spread. Unfortunately, that left them with no crops. A couple other towns were hit too, but this is the one that was hit the hardest. They've replanted, but as you can see, the plants won't produce anything this year, Izuku concludes. The new seeds haven't even sprouted yet. Unless they get a growth boost from magic, which is what we're here to do, Takashita confirms. Who are you? They turn at the gruff voice to find several farmers looking at them with wary expressions. Druid adventurer Matt Takashita from Hegawi. Your country contracted me to help with your crop issue. This is my intern, Izuku Yamazawa. One of them scoffs. What crop? Nothing's growing. Yes, that crop problem. You did replant the fields, correct? What's planted in this field? Takashita wants to know. Yeah, a waste of seed. FING government busybodies, the scoffer grouses. Ignore him. This field is corn, another answers. Takashita nods. Thanks. Now, Izuku, watch what I do and see if you can get a feel for it. Okay. He crouches and lays his hand on the soil and an invisible ripple of magic spills out from his hand. At first, nothing happens, then sprouts peek through the dirt and start growing for about 10 feet around them until they're about a foot high, then Takashita stands up and dusts off his hand. Got it. I think so. Izuku replies uncertainly. There was a certain feel to the magic that spoke of new life and growth. Well, go ahead and try to replicate it. Don't worry about your power level for now. Start slow, Takashita instructs. Izuku closes his eyes and focuses on the sensation of new growth before gently pushing his magic past his barriers, searching for seeds. Whoa, I think that's enough. Takashita interrupts him. He pulls his magic back and opens his eyes and looks around. The entire field and then some is covered in plant growth about knee height. It looks like there's a lot of stuff besides corn, though. Izuku grimaces. Sorry about the weeds. I was searching for seeds. Several of the farmers laugh at that. Don't worry about that, Yamazawa. There's always weed seeds in the soil. If nothing else, they blow in on the wind, one informs him. We can pull weeds. We can't make plants grow. Don't apologize for doing your job, another says. Holy sheet. What the F, are you? Druids are supposed to be the best with plants, the grumpy one explodes in disbelief. Ah? Izuku blinks at him. A nature dragon with some divine descent? I thought those were extinct, he mutters. No, they aren't, but they are rare and most of them aren't inclined to travel off their clan lands, Takashita corrects. I do think you are correct that there aren't any in Tines, though. Izuku, do you think you can do another field? Maybe this time focus on growing corn rather than growing seeds. Yeah. I can do that, he affirms. So, they walk over to the next field and he tries again. He does a little better this time. The weeds are shorter than the corn, at least. Better. Good job. Now take a break while I work for a while. Sit down and meditate on how corn feels so you get a better feel for the plant, Takeshita instructs. Izuku's not tired, but meditating on corn is at least a new idea, so he sits at the edge of the field and pushes out the tiniest trickle of magic he can manage to feel the corn with. It has a sort of unique feel to it, now that he's paying attention. The tough but flexible leaves, the stiff stalk, the buds of seed heads. He pushes a little more magic into the seed heads, then pushes the idea of seed heads at the plant in general. An impressed whistle has him opening his eyes. The corn stalk he's been feeling is 8 feet tall and covered in half-grown ears of corn. I don't know what you're trying to do, kid, but I'm definitely saving those for seed stock. Do you think you can do that again on purpose? A farmer he hadn't realized had stayed behind with him comments. Oops. He's probably not supposed to be growing them past knee height. Probably. Please do. Izuku blinks at the man. Is this your field? Yes. Okay, I'll try. This time he keeps his eyes open and reaches out to the entire field, pushing the idea of seed heads at it. He winces as they rapidly start growing again, but they are forming multiple ears, so at least he's doing it half right. Yamazawa. What are you doing? I told you to rest. Takeshita scolds, hurrying over. Sorry, Izuku says sheepishly. I asked him to do it. Don't worry, I'll pay him extra. This is going to be my seed stock field, the farmer tries to soothe things over. Yes, you certainly will be paying extra. Don't ask my intern to do things when he's supposed to be resting. Magical exhaustion is not fun. And I expect anyone else who wants extra service to negotiate with me first. We're here to bring your crops in time with the growing season, not to give you an early bumper crop. The farmer raises his hands in surrender. Sorry, I won't do it again. Is Izuku supposed to be pretending that he gets magically exhausted easier than he does? But why? No, wait. This is about what they're being paid to do, not what they can do, isn't it? Okay, he can deal with that. Notes section. So, Kigo Takami's hawk's magic lets him fly a lot faster than a normal hawk type. Red-tailed hawk flies horizontally at 20 to 40 miles per hour, wood, about the same as a diving red-tailed hawk, which is around 120 miles per hour. Actually, he's probably a falcon, not a hawk. Falcons are faster than hawks by a fair bit. A peregrine falcon can dive at speeds up to 150 or 242 miles per hour, depending on source, and flies horizontally at 60 or 68 miles per hour max speed, depending on source. Ravens average about 30 to 40 miles per hour horizontally and Fumikage Tokoyami averages about 15 miles per hour, so he is slow for his species. He's going to do so much flying this trip, he's going to get a lot better whether he likes it or not. I think until his 15th birthday he was stuck with baby feathers, after which his flight feathers started growing in, so he hasn't had the opportunity to learn to fly well yet. Granted, larger birds tend to fly faster, so it's entirely possible that Tengu and harpies fly faster than any corresponding bird. Banjo Daigoro, Lariat, one of OFA's holders in canon, can make dark energy whips, Black Whip, and is quite the energetic, quirky character. In keeping with canon, he once mentored Nana Shimura's mentor N. OFA isn't a thing in this AU, though. All Might Yagi's magic started coming in around age 4 and no one else had it before him. He's described as super funky, so I'm making let's be funky something he likes to say in place of various things. Which doesn't make a lot of sense to people who haven't been around him a while, because to them it sounds like let's smell bad, which is the original meaning of the word. He's going to keep Monoma on his toes, whether they encounter any rogues or not. If nothing else, he's going to improve Monoma's dodging reflexes. I'm picturing him dangling Monoma upside down by his ankle from one of his whips and shaking his head at him. You need to get better at dodging the right direction, kid. That was just sad. Banjo wears a bandolier in canon, but guns are really just rich people pistols for duels, in some countries, at least, not in Hegawi, and cannons for cities or ships. Bandoliers aren't exactly a known thing. A pocketed sash is very similar to a bandolier, but he uses it to hold other supplies, so the pockets are wider to accommodate them. Banjo is considered odd for not wearing a proper shirt, though, and sometimes businesses refuse to serve him or outright throw him out. He probably has a couple shirts, for if he really needs to conduct business in one of those places. Also, caravans hire groups of guards, not just one or two people, because bandits rogues attack in groups, hoping to loot them. Basically, Torino kicking Shouta around telling him to do better until he actually manages to catch him with an attack, then moving him to the foe city on campus to learn different methods of attack. He's actually pulling his kicks a lot, because if he didn't, he could seriously injure Shouta. Shouto's still going to be black and blue by the time he's done for the day, though. He's definitely going to need a visit to recovery girl Chio Shuzenji. Inasa's a good kid and very enthusiastic and rather polite, but he doesn't always listen if the reason why isn't demonstrated to him. Since Shouta has a handy foe city, complete with golems, available to show him the consequences, that's exactly what he does. I think the beheaded golem probably makes most of Shouta's point for him. Damages he made include several roofs are expensive to fix, a gutter, not cheap to replace, a window shutter or possibly more than one, a simple enough fix, a large plate glass window, also expensive to fix, and the displays, also not cheap to replace, that the golem was tossed into after it went through the window. Granted, these displays are empty, but the displays themselves cost money, but real ones wouldn't be. UA probably has ways of covering the damage in a cheaper manner, but it's still a lot of money. Still, better to learn on a foe city with golems than find out the hard way. There's a reason kids over a certain power level learn at Shiketsu or UA and kids over a second power level almost always go to UA. UA's the only school fully equipped to handle kids over that second power level. I'm not the best at writing enthusiastic people, so Inasa is probably toned down from canon despite my best efforts. Part of it is that he grew up in a different culture, where there's no abundance of larger-than-life personalities being celebrated for him to model himself on. But he is still loud and enthusiastic to the point that Shouta, who is used to dealing with Hizashi, tells him to knock it off. Though that's largely because he knows exactly how much grief Hizashi got before he learned time and place to use his voice magic and before he learned to control when he used it to begin with. It was not a fun time. Poor Itsuka, she doesn't know what she's in for. Also, I don't think she understands that Iwabumi gets paid to model outfits as advertising. While the printing methods are a bit old-fashioned, they do have fashion magazines and inserts in the papers sometimes. Iwabumi actually owns the entire building, but she lives on the top floor because she likes the view and because the exercise keeps her in shape. She modified the interior so there are spiral stairs connecting the floors. Itsuka will actually sleep on the second floor. I actually looked up steampunk architecture and Iwabumi's building is based on one that was up on stilts, with the elevated first floor half-open space with a tiny greenhouse and the second floor somewhat larger than the building part of the previous floor. I modified it to have a ground floor instead of being on stilts, having a larger glasshouse greenhouse and adding a wrap-around staircase instead of a simple ladder. Steampunk architecture has the odd feel of sci-fi Victorian architecture. That said, it's not all steampunk architecture in this AU, there's a mix of simpler styles as well. Iwabumi's office, spare closet and a staffed kitchen and laundry are on the first floor. She gets to keep each outfit she models since they're tailored to her, so the spare closet is for the ones she doesn't like as well or that she's worn enough times or are out of style now. She probably sells them off to second-hand stores every now and then when she runs out of space. The closet is a large room-sized walk-in closet. She models everything from adventurer chic to sailor chic to ballroom gowns. So, modern corn varieties tend to have 1, maybe 2, ears of corn per plant. The field Izuku is working with now has about 4 to 6 per plant and the one he was focusing on specifically at first probably has like 11 ears. So that really is a bumper crop and the farmer is hoping that trait will be passed on to the next generation, thus why this is now his seed crop and why he's willing to pay extra without arguing. Izuku will probably get 20 gold from the man, just for this field. And if anyone asks, it's a magical accident that can't be replicated. The reason for this is to prevent exploitation. A side effect of having too much power is that there's always someone who wants to exploit it for their own ends. That could include kidnapping attempts. It also prevents unrealistic expectations that others like Takeshita will be able to do what Izuku can do. Takeshita will explain this later, off-screen. I honestly don't know if the multi-eared trait will pass to the next generation of corn or not. What do you think? Druids have much more control over plants in their own territory, but they can't be an adventurer and have a territory, so Takeshita's much more limited in how he can help. Azui is similar in that respect. That and I don't know if she actually knows any growth spells outside of what one can do in one's own territory. It's not her area of interest, so she might not. Or they might only be water plants, given her frog affinity. Ears of corn are technically seed heads. Izuku's still fumbling with the basic mechanics of his magic, since most of his focus up until now has been on repressing his magic so it doesn't just spill out everywhere. He has barriers keeping his magic contained and he's not letting them down or he'd be affecting a much wider area at a time. The base state of his magic, just no barriers, not deliberately pushing it out, affects over a mile radius. That is huge. Takeshita is an experienced druid and he can only affect about a 10-foot radius, and that's probably upper end of what druids and humans with growth magic can do. A nature dragon Izuku's age might be able to affect half a field at a time. Dragons do get stronger as they age, though, so an older one should be able to affect the same area Izuku is if they worked at it. But most nature dragons are reclusive, keeping to clan lands to avoid demands by humans to work their magic according to human whims. To the point that, yes, a lot of people are under the impression that nature dragons are extinct instead of just uncommon. So, the farmers are properly awed by Izuku's show of power and, indeed, are expecting him to be exhausted, and Takeshita wants to reinforce that impression, for reasons previously mentioned. Okay, I'm going to quit adding to the notes. They've gotten out of hand, haha. Hitoshi follows, call me Emi Fukakato, through the streets of Tokyo. What, exactly, are we doing? Oh? Didn't I say? No, he says drily, channeling his dad. She gives him a sideways glance. I asked the constables if they had any work for an adventurer and a student intern. They gave me a rough route where a thief has been attacking in an increasingly violent manner. I don't expect you to help with apprehending him, but if you have the opportunity, encourage people to move away from him if we run across him. With my magic? Because No. You can use your magic if someone's panicking, but most people respond to concern and clear directions. One of the hardest things I have to teach my students is appropriate time and place to use their magic. She huffs. He thinks about that. It's not that he disagrees. Kids aren't the brightest about knowing when not to use their abilities. What if I mess up? She shrugs. I'll trust your best judgment, and if you screw it up, I'll tell you how to do better next time. Okay. Seems like maybe his dad tolerates her for a reason. He's still holding a grudge over the whole second wife thing, though. He knows his dad's picked him out and he knows they'll never stop loving him, but there had been that instant of gut-lurching panic of, what if they stop loving us once they have kids of their own? Unreasonable on his part, sure, but not something he's going to forgive or forget anytime soon. By contrast, he wasn't and isn't worried about her taking dad away from Papa. You don't spend 200 years married and happy without a rock-solid relationship. Hitoshi takes note of their surroundings as they walk because he's not familiar with Tokyo, and it's a good idea to learn at least a little bit about it for navigation purposes. They start off in a poor-looking neighborhood, but gradually the houses become nicer, and then they move on to a street with small shops and finally on to a street with nicer shops before he hears a man call out, "Throw me your purses or the lady gets it." Not good, Emi mutters, and they push their way through the crowd. A man is holding a woman with a knife to her throat and 2 or 3 purses are laying on the ground at his feet. Hey there, can we talk about letting this woman go? This is quite the heist you're pulling off here, isn't it? Ha 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 dash. Shut up. The woman squeaks as he tightens his grip and the knife scores a line across her throat. Emi immediately quits laughing. You have a problem with me talking? You're that laughter adventurer. You shut up or she gets it, the man threatens. Hitoshi is pretty sure this is not how this is supposed to go. Can I talk? He asks, eyeing Emi meaningfully. She glances at him and then nods. Talking isn't going work, the thief snarls. Hitoshi takes a deep breath and then pushes his magic out hard as he speaks. Let the woman go. The thief lets go, but she doesn't move and Hitoshi winces as he realizes that no one around him is moving at all. Oops. He pinches Emi. She twitches and looks at him, then around them. DMN. What did you say? He pulls his magic back, away from his throat so he doesn't do it again. I told him to let her go. If you can take care of him, then I can get her away from him and then we can go around pinching people so they wake up. A pinch? Pain breaks the magic. You should be careful taking the knife away from him, he explains. Got it. Can you move the woman without waking her up? She asks. I don't know. Do you want me to try? No, that's fine. We can practice it somewhere in private. She moves forward and pries the knife out of the man's hand and then pulls his hands behind him to bind him tightly. Hitoshi, meanwhile, hesitates and finally pinches the back of the woman's hand before tugging her aside so she's further from the violent thief. Wadash? How? She looks around frantically, then scurries away from the thief. He ambles after her. Hey, ma'am? Do you think you could help me out? What do you need? She asks shakily. May I treat the scratch on your throat? It's bleeding. She touches her throat and her fingers come away smeared in red. Oh. Yes, if you can. Hitoshi pulls supplies out of his belt pouches. Can you hold these for me? Thanks. This dash, he holds up the small bottle. is a general antidote, in case there was something on the knife. He smears a little over the cut, then caps the bottle and returns it to his pouch. And this is an antiseptic, to make sure it doesn't get infected. He carefully rubs the salve over the wound, then screws the lid shut and returns it to a different pouch. Then he takes the bandages from her. All right. I'm going to need to wrap this around your throat a couple times. Can you hold up your hair so it's not in the way? Yes. She scoops up her hair and holds it out of the way, making it easier but still awkward to wrap the bandages. He rips off the length when he's done and tucks in the end before tidying the bandage roll and returning it to yet another pouch. There we go. All done. Thank you. Sure thing. Make sure you go to the doctor if you start to get feverish, weak or confused or have trouble breathing. Also, if the cut doesn't heal up in a couple days on its own. Change the bandages once a day. Got it. Yes, I think so. Looking around, Hitoshi notices that the thief is face down, neatly hogtied, still quiescent, and Emi is going around pinching people. It looks like she has it under control, but he reaches out and pinches the two nearest people, giving the woman a smirk when she looks startled. They got caught in my magic. The man he just pinched hears enough of that to correlate it to what he's suddenly seeing and asks, "Do you have time magic?" Hitoshi doesn't try to stop the horrified look from plastering itself on his face. Ye gods, no. It's voice control. I can put people in a sort of trance. Oh, that's a pretty handy one. Pretty strong too, if you can catch multiple people in it, the man comments with a nod. He flushes in embarrassment. Yes, I guess. I just got it a few months ago, so I don't have much control over it yet. Ah dash? There you are. Hitoshi looks down to see Indigo looking rather ruffled. Where were you? Sorry. A kid grabbed me and it took a couple minutes to get his mom's attention so I could get away. Up. Indigo demands. Obediently, Hitoshi leans over and scoops him up and puts him on his shoulder. What happened here? Indigo wants to know. Well, we caught the thief we were looking for, I think. And got this lady away from him. And now Emi is waking everyone up, Hitoshi explains. Indigo peers at the bandages. Does it hurt? No, not really, the woman answers. That's good. It looks like you have a collar, like I do. Hitoshi almost facepalms. Indigo, people don't wear collars. I know that. I'm just saying what it looks like, Indigo retorts. The woman laughs, still sounding a little shaky. I'm not offended. My husband will find it funny. Yamazawa. He turns. Keep an eye on this guy while I go get a constable, okay? All right, Ms. Fukakato. He moves over to stand by the still caught in his magic thief. He stands there a couple minutes with the crowd going about their business again before a man comes over to him. Hey, kid. You a Shiketsu student? You a student, actually. Adventurer course. Oh, nice. You happen to know why we've got a couple just standing over there not responding to anything? He points out a couple standing in front of a nearby shop door. I need to go in there. Just pinch them. They'll wake up. Sorry about that, I thought Ms. Fukakato had gotten everyone, he apologizes. Just pinch them? Yeah. Just pinch them, he says, the man grumbles. Like everyone goes around pinching strangers. But he moves off towards the couple, so Hitoshi is pretty sure that's taken care of. He isn't sure how long it is before Emi comes back with a man in a black and white uniform with a constable hat. The constable surveys the hogtied thief and raises an eyebrow. Surprised he's not struggling. Oh, he's still under my magic. But I can wake him if you need, Hitoshi tells him. Well, I'm certainly not going to carry him. Then you'd better retie him first, Emi warns. The constable grumbles but unties Emi's rope swiftly, tosses it at her and puts iron cuffs on the thief instead. Okay, wake him up. Oh. Let me. Indigo jumps down, landing on the thief's head before jumping to the ground and slapping claws against his cheek. The thief wakes with a shout of annoyance and immediately tries to reach for Indigo, only to panic when he realizes his hands are bound. He struggles as the constable reaches down and yanks him to his feet. It doesn't do much, though, except almost end with him landing on his face again, and the constable is able to force him to walk in the direction he wants him to go. Emi is struggling not to laugh and she reaches over and ruffles his hair. Good job, Hitoshi. He slaps her hand away. Don't touch me. She does laugh at that. You're so prickly. Just like Shouta. His eyes narrow. You better not be touching my dad. Haha, I only made that mistake once. Hizashi made it very clear he'd deafen me if I touched his husband without his permission again. I didn't even realize he was married. I'm not saying I'd say no if Shouta offered, but I really am just teasing him, she assures him. It's not funny. Emi gives him a curious glance. Why are you so against it, anyways? I'm not trying to break up their marriage or anything. And Shouta and Hizashi know I'm just teasing. I don't need more siblings, he grumbles after a moment's silence. Oh? Oh. Don't want to share your parents with more kids? I get that. It must be tough with both your fathers teaching now. It's not like that, he mutters discontentedly. Sure, she says in amusement. Come on. We'll finish our route even though we caught the guy we were after and then we'll do some magic training. Hitoshi groans in annoyance. Really? Yep. You can't be afraid of your own power because you don't know how to control it. Don't worry. Most of the teachers will be game for it and there's some students I can ask, too, she says peppily. Great. Just what I always wanted, he grouses. Just like Shouta. Ha ha ha. Well, it's not a bad thing to be compared to his dad. He kind of likes it, actually. That doesn't mean he has to like her, though. Good job back there. Really. You did everything right, she compliments him. How is he supposed to hate her when she's being nice? Ugh. Well, what do we have here? A lascivious voice says. Tsuyu Azui turns from watching Mr. Seiki and his crew fighting with the river pirates they've suckered in, right into a knife held by another river pirate who somehow snuck up on her. Despite the pain in her side, she's not really one to panic, so she draws on her druid battle form and kicks him in the nuts with all the power of a leaping frog. He screams and topples backwards off the boat. She watches as he flounders, goes under a couple times and doesn't come back up. Can he not swim? Well, no loss. River pirates aren't given second chances, so he'd just be executed anyways. Not that she's happy about having accidentally killed someone, of course. I'll have to talk to Aizawa-sensei about it when I get back. Then she notes that the knife went with him. Unfortunately, it seems that the knife was keeping the blood in. Her side is bleeding badly. First, stop the bleeding. She pulls out her knife and cuts away part of her top, then pulls a roll of bandages out and starts winding them tightly around her torso. The pressure should slow the bleeding at least. Fortunately, no other pirates sneak up on her before the fighting is over. Some of the pirates are captured, others are dead. Unfortunately, some of Mr. Seiki's crew are injured too. It's not until everyone else is patched up and the prisoners secured that someone notices that she's injured. I thought I told you to stay out of the fighting, Mr. Seiki comments. Well, I did until one snuck up behind me. I kicked him off the side of the boat. I think he drowned, she explains. I don't know if the knife had anything on it or not, but I think I stopped most of the bleeding. You know you're not supposed to remove the knife? He asks, heavy brows raised. I didn't. He held onto it when he went over. Ah. In that case, good job. I'll get our healer over here to make sure you're okay. Sit tight, he instructs. Okay. Tsu doesn't point out that she's not sitting, she's standing. It seems like a waste of effort. She'd rather not walk anyways. Moving hurts. A lot. Okay, so the first thing you need to know is that with lightning there's two different things that matter. One is power and the other is reach. These are not the same. In order to use your lightning safely, you have to hold back on the power but use the reach. You have to separate them in your mind so you can alter which you're using more of. Make sense? Mr. Tarsha tells Denki Kaminari. Maybe? Tell me what you don't understand. Denki grimaces. Mostly how I'm supposed to practice that and tell when I'm doing it right. Mr. Tarsha grins at him. Well, luckily, since I also have lightning magic and are thus resistant to it, you can practice in small amounts on me. And I can tell you how you're doing. Small amounts, mind you, because you're probably more powerful than I am and I really like living. He smiles back, relieved. Okay. Thanks. Am I really more powerful than you? You tell me. I registered at 117% magic when I applied to UA. What did you register as? Mr. Tarsha asks. 258%, he says automatically, eyes widening as it sinks in. But you're so powerful. Why is there such a big difference? Mr. Tarsha laughs. Yes, I am powerful. But I'm fully human. You're part Thunderbird, right? A quarter, yeah, he admits. Well, there you go. Thunderbirds affect entire storms. If anything, you should be more powerful than you are, but inheritance is iffy that way. Still, your power will grow as you get older and because you'll live so long, it'll grow for a long time, too, Mr. Tarsha explains. Huh? I guess you're right about being iffy. Mom never uses her magic, but there's always a lot of static lightning flashes around her when she's touching things. Makes sense. I take it you don't have the same issue? Mr. Tarsha asks. Well, not usually. In storms, yes, and if there's static built up in things. Walking across rugs in wool socks in winter is amusing, he admits. I zap everything when that happens. Oh, me too. My wife isn't too fond of it, though, Mr. Tarsha laughs. Mostly because she gets zapped too. Oh, yeah. Dad hates that. My friends Hitoshi and Izuku aren't too fond of it either, he agrees. Mr. Tarsha holds out his hands, elbows resting on the table. Okay. Hold your hands like this. No, don't take my hand, you need about 6 inches of distance for this. Give me a small shock the way you normally do it. We'll try modifying it after that. Denki nods and holds his hands out in the proper positioning. Just a small shock. Okay. Zop. That gets a small flinch. Okay, not dangerous at this small, but definitely too much power for larger shocks to be safe. Now try holding back on the power but pushing out the length so it still reaches. ZAAPP. The lightning goes farther than intended, reaching clear to Mr. Tarsha's elbows. Mr. Tarsha yelps softly. Okay, nope. You focus too much on the reach and too little on reducing the power. Try again. He winces and tries again. Toru Hagakure adjusts her stance, positioning her bakken how she'd been instructed a moment ago. Yasuhiro Fujiwara, her internship sponsor, takes up position across from her. Both of them are dressed in traditional kendo gear so nobody gets hurt, but normally Mr. Fujiwara wears real samurai armor and uses a sword. Start, he instructs. She swings her bakken through the motion he'd guided her through a couple times before trying this. Good job. Elazia cheers from her perch off to the side of the dojo. Mr. Fujiwara recommended that she not participate because she could get hurt if Toru moved wrong at the wrong moment. He blocks it easily. Good. Again. Personally, she wishes there had been a light magic user who gave her an offer, but alas. Oh well. Learning basic swordsmanship moves isn't something to sneeze at, even if she's not sure if she'll ever use a sword. If nothing else, she should at least learn a little bit about blocking sword blows. Tora, Tomoko, Ryuko, Yamamo, head on back to pack up. A message came in with a mission, Ms. Shino's voice says in Momo's mind. Momo breathes a sigh of relief. A mission is a good thing. She's tired of rescuing dummies Ms. Ryuko has half buried, giving first aid and periodically fighting off a mud golem while doing so. The mud promptly spits up the last few dummies and moves them over to be picked up and put away. Mr. Tora stops her. Don't worry about the dummies, kiddo. We'll get them. You just go back and work with Shino to get you packed up properly. We're actually packed, just need to add a couple last-minute items and we're good to go. Oh, okay, Mr. Tora. They tried to get her to use their first names without a title, but that makes Momo uncomfortable at the improper address of adults. Branwen. We're headed back. Maybe yelling is rude, but sometimes it's the only way to communicate with her familiar, who has a tendency to go hunt bugs and seeds down when she's bored or hungry. Her familiar flutters out of the nearby woods and lands on her shoulder. Isn't it early for this? A mission came up. I'm supposed to get help packing from Ms. Shino. Everyone else is basically packed already, she explains. Aren't you basically packed already? Branwen asks. I need to fold my laundry and put it away. I only had time to lay it flat before bed. Also, I should probably eat before we leave, she admits. Good point, Branwen acknowledges, then launches herself back into the air and flaps towards the main building. Momo rubs at the hair-thin lines of scratches left by Branwen's talons and grumbles softly to herself. She really needs to get her adventurer clothing altered to offer better protection, even though Branwen is always as careful as possible. When she gets to the main building, she finds Ms. Shino carefully transferring eggs from a huge basket into wooden cartons designed to hold eggs securely. Ms. Shino looks up at her entrance. Oh, there you are. Go ahead and pack up your clothes and things, then you can help me put together foods to take. She blinks. Why are we taking that many eggs? Well, rescuing people is a vital thing, but you know what else is vital? Having something to eat. Half of a village got buried, and the ones caught in the disaster are going to have nothing left. Sure, their neighbors will help, but it never hurts to help out. Plus, we feed the rescuers. A lot of those will simply be adventurers who were in the relative vicinity and they won't be equipped for situations like this. We'll be bringing kegs of spring water too, because it's likely that their water source is temporarily fouled or cut off. Her expression must be dubious, because Ms. Shino laughs. It's done with oversized bags of holding, which we then put in knapsacks to carry with us. Don't worry, we'll show you. Now off with you to pack. Shoo, shoo. Ms. Shino makes shooing motions. Momo hurries off to her room to obey. Those clothes aren't going to pack themselves, after all, and there's no servants here to do it for her. Living here she's learned to do laundry, which apparently is harder to get done on the road. Though she's found out that most inns and hotels have laundry machines customers can use for a fee. It takes her maybe 20 minutes to fold and pack her clothes and the few things she has out besides that, shower and change into a fresh adventurer's costume, since the one she was wearing is all muddy. When she returns to the kitchen, the counters are lined with full bags, each labeled with things like eggs, flour, salt, sugar, oil, meat, greens, fruit. Ms. Shino is putting each bag into a slightly larger bag of holding that doesn't seem to be filling up anytime soon. Momo blinks. Are those bags of holding? Ms. Shino looks up and smiles at her. Sure are, kitten. This bad boy is specially made to hold other bags of holding without risking disrupting their magic. There's one for each of us and they'll fit neatly into a knapsack with other bags of holding for clothes, water and tools. Don't worry, this one is light and we won't expect you to carry the others. She breathes a sigh of relief. Even one bag will be a tight fit. She's definitely going to invest in bags of holding for carrying her things. How many people is this for? Supplies for 2 weeks for 15 people apiece. Usually we supply up to 60, but with you along we can manage up to 75 people, Ms. Shino explains. Each bag is 2 weeks' supply for 5 people, which means 3 of each of these she gestures towards the bags lining the counters. Per bag. Here. You can help. We take the time to pack these smaller bags in the days and weeks between disasters, so each bag has stasis magic on it as well. I'll be honest, we weren't expecting one to happen so soon. We were planning on walking you through the process in a couple days, just so you'd be familiar with it, but it's rare that internships coincide with disasters. Big enough for us to be called in. Whenever we go to town, we stop by the Adventurers Guild in case missions come in and we go in frequently, so we aren't delayed if one does come in. I picked up enough extras to fill up a bag for you while I was in town, but I packed it for you, since time is always at a premium when disasters happen. Oh. Thanks. Momo takes the larger bag Ms. Shino offers and moves to put 3 each of the various bags on the counter into it. It takes a while, longer than she'd like, and Ms. Shino packs 2 bags in the same amount of time. It's a little disheartening, but she reminds herself that she'll get faster with practice. Like Aizawa-sensei says, no one is swift at a task they're doing for the first time, and if they are, they're almost certainly doing it wrong and cutting corners that can't afford to be cut. Best to do it right the first time and not waste time having to redo it. Good job, kitten, Ms. Shino praises. Really? She eyes the bag that barely looks half full dubiously. It's perfect. We purposely have double the capacity that we actually use. The closer to full they are, the heavier they are to transport. Ms. Shino grins at her. At half weight, as you can tell, they're only about 5 pounds apiece. Add in the other bags of holding and that weight adds up fast. We'll take the cart to town and then 3 different airships to get to the right proximity, and then we have to walk about 6 miles to get where we're going. Trust me. 20 pounds is plenty to carry when walking. Also, it's more than you should carry at your age. Thus, why you're only carrying your things and food. Oh. Ha. She had no idea. At least she no longer feels like she's being babied by not carrying the extra bags. Ochako Uraraka stares at the ceiling for a moment, wincing at having landed flat on her back again. Koji Okino peers down at her, then smiles. Your stance was better this time. It took more effort to take you down. You mean she's actually improving? Jorov sounds surprised. Ochako kind of agrees with that. Am I? Of course. You're picking it up rather quickly, Mr. Okino says cheerfully. Do you need a break? She wrinkles her nose and rolls to her feet. No, I can do this. That's the spirit. Mr. Okino declares approvingly. There's no way she's going to back down from this challenge. She's going to learn martial arts even if it kills her. Which it, probably, won't. Kick his butt. Torai, the adventurer student from Hummingbird High whom Mr. Okino had also offered an internship, cheers from where she's sitting. She's nursing her own bruises while scratching Jorov's neck gently, which the lion cub is tolerating in fairly good humor. Notes section. Okay, I know that's probably wrong, but you try explaining amps versus watts when the culture doesn't even have the terminology electricity, and do better. They have lights, sure, but they run on magic and solar energy. And while places like schools and businesses usually pay for overhead lights to be installed, oil lanterns are still in use. Having magic solar individual lamps for the dorms is a luxury. Also, Denki's half-Thunderbird mom has issues with static electricity zapping everything and everyone she touches. She usually manages not to zap people, but cloth and metal not so well. Again, they don't have the word electricity, so they're substituting what they know, which is lightning. Denki doesn't have the same issue except during storms or in winter. Charging lights with magic is really simple for him, just by the nature of his magic. I'm not saying there's no light magic users, but there's probably not a lot of them in adventuring, and none of them made an offer for an internship for Toru. Elazia is her glitterbird familiar. Yasuhiro Fujiwara is Yoroi Musha in canon, the former number 9 hero, and yes, she did intern with him in canon. His costume is samurai armor worn with a red cloak. Since many adventurers do wear some form of armor, whether it resembles armor or not, I thought it was safe to let him keep it. Don't go picturing modern laundry machines. These are whatever steampunk magic came up with. A very different aesthetic. The feline four have a horse and cart that they use to get to and from town. They stable the horse in town when they're on a mission. Regardless of age, it's recommended to not carry more than 15% of your body weight in a backpack, preferably 10% or less. 20 pounds is probably pushing the weight limit to the max or beyond for the women and within recommendations for Tora. It's probable that Tora carries bedrolls and a bag of holding as well, though, pushing his to the max or over as well. The only reason they carry it themselves instead of using horses or mules is because for the most part they have to travel quickly to be of any use to disaster victims, so they travel by airship a lot. Which, naturally, do not transport large livestock unless they are familiars, which is pretty uncommon. Koji Okino is gunhead in canon and teaches her basic martial arts. I get the impression of cheerful and acting cute for his personality. Here, he's demonstrating in real time what happens if her stances are wrong. Though he does correct her stances, he's also having her practice moving through them on her own to help her memorize them. Okino checks in with the lower-level adventurer schools as well as UA and Shiketsu and offers internships if someone catches his eye or a teacher recommends them as someone who can use the skill set he teaches. Since he's fairly well known, students from the lower-level schools tend to jump at the chance, so most of his interns come from those schools. Hummingbird High is one of those lower-level schools. Which only means that Tori has less magic than Ochako, not that she's any less capable of learning martial arts and adventurer skills. HC that Shiketsu and the lower-level schools also have the equivalent of the sports festival, as a way to get students internships. I'm sure they also have adventurers willing to work with students who don't get internship offers, they're just not as high profile and tend to be graduates of the school they work with. Keep in mind that there is not a glut of adventurers despite multiple schools turning them out on a yearly basis. Adventurers can die on the job, retire from age or injury or retire when the job starts having more bad than good to it or retire when they build up a nest egg to start doing what they actually prefer to do in life or to raise a family. Additionally, there are those who go through the program simply to go straight into civilian life, because they only wanted the magic use license and not all schools offer that separately from the adventurer course like UA does. Even some of the UA adventurer course kids go straight to civilian life, just wanting the magic use license and the adventurer license, because the latter provides a couple extra benefits. Class B is actually unusual in that all of them want to be long-term adventurers. For instance, Hitoshi. While Hitoshi does plan on building up a nest egg and occasionally moonlighting as an adventurer and mostly living as a civilian, having an adventurer's license also gives him more positive reactions to use of his magic, access to a free low-rent room if all the rooms in the local inns are rented out and access to resources if his life goes to shit for some reason. And as long as he remains semi-active, he even gets a small stipend from the government, though not as much as he would as a full-time adventurer. In contrast, Tenko, who is just getting a magic license, doesn't get these benefits. He can use his magic on a job or in emergencies to rescue someone, but he can't use it against people, even rogues attacking him, unless he's in real danger of dying if he doesn't. If his magic was weaker and not always on, he probably wouldn't even bother getting a magic license. As it is, he's much less likely to get penalized for accidental usage by getting the license.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.